Hello everyone and welcome to TEF1 NorCal 2025. We are here at Sonoma Raceway in Sonoma, California. I'm Brett Brownlee alongside my co-host Pete Arneson, and what an amazing day to be out on a pro karting track here at Sonoma, ain't it, Pete? Yeah, absolutely. We're looking forward to an exciting day of PEV racing with 5 electrifying categories, including ESK8 Spec, ebike, EUC, eskate, and our Future Legends InMotion race, presented by our title sponsor at TEF1 NorCal, InMotion. Now, before we break down the categories, let's go to the track, and maybe later on today, we'll be able to have a chance to say hi to our trackside commentator out there as well. Mr. Drew, he's out there working hard for us today. So, yeah, we're going to throw it down to him eventually at some point, and he'll be able to sit down or stand up with the racers out there and get a little bit more intel as to what was happening out there on that track today. Now, going into the categories, I noticed I said at the beginning ESK8 Spec. Some of our viewers out there may not know exactly what that is, but we're excited to host the first ever ESK8 Spec category at PEV Racing here at TEF1, and it comes in form of e-skate. So Stooge Raceboards, in partnership with Mad E-Skate, and Riptide Sports, they've brought this whole thing together. So the whole idea is what makes it so interesting is that these electric raceboards or skateboards have the exact same specifications. Stooge Raceboards has provided all these boards for the event, meaning the racers don't have to ride their own boards. Mad E-Skate and Riptide have generously sponsored this spot for our NorCal 2025 event, and we're stoked to see the spec category take off for the first time here at TEF1. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it comes down to this, no difference in any of the devices or anything like that. It'll come down to your skill level. It'll come down to what you can put out there with your skills that you've accumulated over the years, and it's not down to the machine. I think that's a really cool idea to really bring up the skill level of a lot of these racers.
Well, and the fun part about it is we have other racers in there. We have some EUC racers. We have Zach Darnell, who's one of the favorites in the EUC races, jumping on a spec board and racing on eskate. So we're going to see some names crossing over in different platforms, different races. And it should be fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited for it. That's eskate, of course, is my personal favorite for a lot of things. So I'm super happy to see those guys out there today. But we do have a lot of other racers out there. As per usual with TEF1, we have the e-bikes making their way back. One of the newer categories here at TEF1, our e-bike category, we started to implement into our races. As we expanded to new categories of PEV racing, we're also fostering the growth of the sport. The e-bike category has the fewest racers in the lineup today, but we hope to see them grow moving forward at our future events.
Yeah, and it's a wide range of bikes out there today. I was watching some of them through practice, and you have the different Surons, you have a few different other brands out there, some of the Zeus cycles out there as well, and they're really moving around this track. That should be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, they're always fast, they're always furious. It's really cool to see those bikes just go out there and really put it on the line. So we're going to see today exactly what they're going to bring out, exactly what we might see. Hopefully it'll be fun and interesting, a couple close passes. I remember at the last event there was a couple really good close passes, so we'll see what they can pull out for us today. Moving on. Of course, I've kind of already talked about this, though, because it's my favorite. It's the ESK8 Pro category. One of the main categories today for the TEF1 race. And like most of the other categories today, the ESK8 category has no power limitations and is open to any e-skate, just like the EUC racers. So there'll be a bunch of races that will go over with those guys, and earlier today on the practice laps, we actually got to see something a little bit exciting. One of those boards, batteries, not having a great time out there on the track.
Yeah, went up in smoke there in that tic-tac-toe corner that we'll see a lot of boards trying to get through, and it'll be interesting to see how they hold up. This is a long lap, a lot of high speeds, a lot of output on those motors and through those batteries. So we'll see how they hold up. And it's been interesting to see some of the different builds. We're used to seeing smaller wheels, smaller tires on a lot of these e-skates, and they're out there with karting tires on some of them, trying to carry as much momentum through these turns and on these long straights.
Yeah, look out for that in that e-skate category. It's one thing that really kind of threw me off, too. I went out there and I kind of expected to see a little bit of bigger tires when you have a TEF1 event like this and a premier track, faster speeds. They're going to start whipping out these bigger tires. And for the first time, I think, I've seen tires that I don't think I'd be able to carry all at once. Like, I don't think I'd be able to carry all four of those.
The boards are heavy enough, and then you add those things on there. But we're going to see some high speeds, especially on these long straightaways. We have two very long straightaways on this track, so we're going to be seeing speeds 60 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, and that's almost unheard of, and that's what TEF1 brings to the table. I feel with a lot of these premier events that they're hosting is you're going to find these right on the edge of their machines. What else can they bring out? We don't see these big tires anywhere. So it's going to be cool to see those Stooge Raceboards and other race boards out there just giving it their all with those very peculiar builds you might find out there today. Now, also in the e-skate category, you might see a couple of boards out there with only two wheels on them.
Oh, interesting point. Yeah, I saw that, I think, for the first time today.
Speedboard. Yeah, so we're going to have speed boards out there today with the e-skates, and what those are, essentially the same idea as an e-skate, but instead of four wheels, there's two. How about that? So it's like a stemless scooter, and you have a remote in your hand that helps accelerate it, just like an e-skate. So those will be really fun to see out there.
It'll be interesting to see how they hang with some of the four-wheel boards and see if they have advantages in some of these corners. I know those two-wheel boards are a little easier to turn, maybe carry some momentum a little bit better without sliding. Yeah. That some of their four-wheel partners are doing a little bit more in those turns out there. So that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, and talking with a couple of the speedboard guys too, they've spec'd out their boards a little bit. So they're not just the typical speed boards you could buy off the shelf. They've kind of souped them up a little bit, put a little extra under the hood. So yeah, exactly. We'll see how they do compared to all those other e-skates out there, right? Now, moving on, we do have, I would call probably the main event, because we have 60 EUC racers out here on the track today.
Can I say that's my favorite category?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm an EUC guy now, as of about a month ago, and I am thrilled to watch this one, especially with some of the new builds that we have coming out from InMotion. That P6, we're going to be seeing some crazy speed on this track.
Yep. Now, some of those racers out there, they were out there earlier today qualifying. They're out there again now, just qualifying before the races happen. You've been getting glimpses of them out there on the track. And they're going to be doing, the heats are all 3 laps long, but the final is going to be a solid 5 laps, which will push the EUC racers to their limit. And that's where we'll find out which racers have the endurance and the championship mindset to take the top spot.
Yeah, it's not just about speed out here, especially with how many corners you have in this track. I mean, it's a compact track, but it is long, and 5 laps is going to be a lot.
Yep. Now, if you're sitting at home today and you're watching the live stream, you're not just on your own out there today. You could be winning some stuff of your own. There's a lot of raffles and other things that are coming up. So if you see a QR code pop up on the screen like you see right now, there's a live stream giveaway. Make sure you scan that and get yourself involved in this out here. So you don't have to be at the racetrack. You can definitely be sitting at home getting involved and maybe even winning something shipped right to your house.
I need all my friends scan that code, please.
Yes, all my friends at home, I require you to scan that code.
We can share it.
Yeah. Now, moving on to our title sponsor, they're sponsoring an entire race of their own. It's called the Future Legends InMotion. And this one is designed for racers who maybe haven't raced before or have raced very little to get their toes in there and compete against one another without the big boys around, you know?
Yeah, definitely. It just increases more opportunity, more track time as well to get them out there, get some more turns, get more comfortable at speed. And it's such a cool opportunity for people who haven't had as much time on the track to get out there, actually have some head-to-head racing with other people.
Yeah, big time. So thank you, InMotion, for bringing that to the table. And it's going to be really exciting to watch these guys go home, or guys and ladies, on the track today, because the winner will go home with a brand new InMotion V9. So that's one of the big perks of coming out to these races. If you win something at TEF1, you win something and you come home with it too. So that InMotion Future Legends race will be fun to see. Fun to see. I believe at the last event it was a Canadian who won it. Just saying.
Way to put that in there. I'm proud of you for that.
I had to, you know. So now you'll also notice that we're sponsored by Next Gen Mobility and NOSFET, our broadcast sponsors, alongside Lazy Rolling as well, armored by Lazy Rolling. So thank you so much to those sponsors for making all of this possible. Without their generosity and being able to get involved in this sport, it wouldn't grow into something that we all want to see happen. Right?
Yeah, really,
so it's up to these guys.
Really appreciate everyone that's involved, all the sponsors. When are we going to start things off?
For races today, the first race coming up today, I believe we're looking at our Spec race, which, they'll have a little bit of a warm-up. They'll be out there for 30, 45 minutes or so, the allotted time, and the Spec boards are going to get out there. You'll notice a lot of them look the exact same. They're all built the same, so that'll be exciting to see.
Yeah, another big shout-out to Mo Stooge for putting all those together, building all these Spec boards exactly the same so we can really see who the top racers are on these boards. So that's going to be a fun way to kick things off out here in Sonoma.
Yeah, we've seen the whole Spec idea come into play with intro to speed sessions and these all practice sessions all around the country and stuff, but specifically in like the LA area where Stooge Raceboards is based out of, and this may be the first time that they're at a proper competition doing a Spec race, and it was something Mo was very, very adamant about, and he's rightly so. It's really going to help these racers kind of establish themselves next to pros, knowing that the pro isn't just going to out-throttle them.
Yeah, and it also gives the opportunity for someone who maybe doesn't have the fastest board, but has the racing line, has the abilities to draft and make their way up through the pack and show that they are the better racer with everyone on equal machinery.
Yeah. So that'll be exciting. There's another thing we should mention, though. All these racers, they come from all over the place. I know I'm from Toronto myself, and a lot of racers are here from Toronto and the West Coast, East Coast, middle of America, and they got to get their stuff here. So how did they do that? It was Alien Rides. Alien Rides helping us out. They are our logistics and group ride sponsor. So if you're around last night, around the city, had a chance to ride out and be shown the city, thanks to Alien Rides. Got to hang out in their shop for a bit.
You joined in on that, right?
Oh,
didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, so I showed up. I didn't have anything but a helmet. I was given a little bit of gear and a wheel and said, all right, let's get out there. So thank you to Alien Rides for really making that together, or making that possible. We're just like a stone throw away from San Francisco here. Like, we didn't have to drive very much to get up here, and their generosity is really great out here today with the generators helping power up people's wheels, having a little chill and charge area for everyone. So thank you so much for Alien Rides for coming out and really making it worth their time to get out here.
Yeah, it looks like we're just wrapping up some of our qualifying out there right now. We have our EUC Pro out on track, putting in the lap times to determine where they're going to end up in the heat races. So all of our qualifying happening to rank everybody into those heat races, and then we'll go into head-to-head racing.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's really giving us a good viewpoint as to what we're going to expect here today. Seeing these racers, they're a lot more horizontal than I've seen them in the past. And that may be just my viewpoint here, but they seem to be pushing really hard on this track. They seem to be comfortable with it. Not too many issues that I've heard about with the track. So a beautiful venue that we've got here today. And being able to see these EUC pros out here right now on the track, being able to pick out, maybe who's going to be sitting on a podium. And, some of the newer wheels out there, I don't think we've mentioned it. InMotion, our title sponsor, they have created a brand new machine, and their race team is here today. So you see some P6s out there on the track today.
Yeah, not only that, having an actual factory team, having an InMotion racing team, people representing that company coming out and racing on their wheels is such a cool pure racing thing, having a team out here. So I'm excited to see how well they do, and those things can fly.
Yeah, there's some great teams out here. You'll see them out there on the track. I don't want to name names. Maybe we will by the end of the day. But greatly appreciate all these people coming out with their teams and making it all happen. Before we throw away, just for a little bit of break before the action happens here, I want to make sure that we mention all of our event sponsors making it possible for us today. It's a decent list, but all of these ones are very, very special, near dear to us for being a part of this NorCal event. Starting the list, we got NOSFET, E-Wheels, Speedboards, which you'll see on the track, Power Knobs from Canada, Draggy Motorsports, Zeus Cycles, Stooge Raceboards, which is our spec category sponsor alongside Mad eskate and Riptide Sports, and Next Gen Mobility, Lazy Rolling as well. So appreciate all of those sponsors here today. And I believe we're gonna skip out for a little bit of break, give you guys a little bit of a breather before the action happens. What do you say, Pete?
I love it. Let's do this.
All right. Next up. Back here at Sonoma Raceway. Great to see that Power Knobs advertisement up there. A lot of these racers out there, take a close look at some of their pads if you can as they're racing around. You'll notice a lot of them got some Power Knobs on there.
It's one of the more interesting things being a new EUC owner myself, looking at pads, figuring out what was best for me, because I had no idea. And so it's fun to see all the different ones, and the Power Knobs look really cool on a lot of these wheels. And you can see a lot of these racers, some of the best racers have those Power Knobs to leverage that wheel forward. So it's fun to see. So thank you, Power Knobs.
Yeah, I mean, having power pads on your wheel is absolutely crucial. You almost can't ride without them now, where like years ago, people would kind of pick and choose if they wanted them. But some of these pads are getting really big, and they lodge it right into their ankle and just rev their whole foot forward, and they're barely even touching their shin off the front pad anymore. So a lot of these designs for a lot of these new pads are just using that inner part of your ankle so you can torque forward on it. And then the back pad, that new kind of thing that everyone started picking up on. It's been around for a long time, but being able to lock in the back of your shoe and heel into that back pad as well. So it'd be really cool to see some of these race setups on these EUCs and on the e-skates and on the bikes as well. So we were talking about those big wheels on the e-skates before, but in the open category, we might find all sorts of different types of boards out there. Ones with bindings, one without bindings, some stock setups I saw in some of the bios from the racers here. So yeah, it'll be exciting to see the devices and the setups out there.
Yeah, it's one of the more interesting things for me to look at everyone's setup, whether it's an EUC, whether it's the race boards, the e-skate boards, and what they have going on, their binding setups, how their pads are set up, because I'm just curious. I'm getting all the knowledge in of why it's like that. Or you have people like Roger Hajali who has weights on his wheel to change the way it feels as he's leaning forward, give him a little more lean with the weight in the front. So it's pretty interesting, everyone's setups, especially for different tracks.
Yeah, our wonderful trackside Drew here, he's come over to help show us some of these power knobs too. So what I was talking about was being able to get your ankle up into here and then the back of your foot on that side. So the design of these are just madly impressive. Oh, it's this way. I apologize. But yeah, so these have really come a very long way.
Well, and this is an additional. You can put this where?
So you put that on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This may be for the other.
Oh,
another
gotcha.
pad.
Okay.
But yeah.
And that's all preference. That's
So
just
like that
whoever.
would technically like go up on the other
Okay.
side. So
I like it. Those
Yeah.
I think these would look pretty good on my wheel.
just you'll never see those again.
But big shout out to Power Knobs. These things are awesome. You can add lights in there as well. Those
Yeah.
core lights. Those look pretty cool. I've
Right.
seen those before.
We're out on the Alien Rides group ride last night, and one of the racers out there on the track today, Speedy Kit Kat, she had her power cores in there, and they're all lit up different ways and stuff. So, yeah, it'd be really cool to see out there today who's going to be going with what setup, because some of the best racers out there, they don't even use pads from any company. They create their own.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's very much a preference thing, right? Because we talk about this sport and these devices like it's just you and the device. It's like wearing a sock. So you can't really tell anyone how to create their setup. You got to figure it out for yourself, right? And this is your job now that you become an EUC rider.
I know, it's crazy. It's such a fun feeling for myself, and that's something that I've been going through. Is well, that feels weird. Well, does it feel weird? Because I don't really know. And so it's been a lot of moving pads around and getting used to it. But the more I ride these things, the more I get out on these tracks. It's so much fun. But I'm really interested to see how many people can hang with some of these P6s from InMotion. Looking to see, will the bigger cartwheels really affect and give an advantage to some of these e-skate boards? It should be really interesting to see how everything plays out on this really fast track here in Sonoma.
Yeah, and that's a conversation to be had too. I know there's some viewers at home who are kind of thinking that too. That the P9 is it blowing people out of the water where you're no longer good enough to keep up with them? Is it the device that's really going to make the difference here? Like every competition has a different conversation around it, and this seems to be a conversation we're having here. Are these InMotion P6 wheels going to pull out from everyone else and just be in the podium?
Well, it is so new. We've seen them maybe at one race so far, and it was pretty obvious who had the commanding lead in that race. Everyone was wearing orange and in their nice speed suits. So we'll see if that translates to this track here in Sonoma. So I'm really interested to see.
And InMotion did a really great job kind of hand-picking, selecting some of the best racers out there. And the InMotion race team has some of the best racers in the world right now with some of the most podiums out there. So a little bit in the machine, but also the people behind those machines are really good racers. So it didn't surprise me at the last event that we saw that they were out there up in front. But we'll see what happens here today. I think there's a few racers out there who are quite determined to put it up against a P6.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. We have a perfect day out here. I mean, we're in the 70s Fahrenheit. Sorry, 70s. It's a beautiful day, sun shining. So we're going to have a lot of good racing start to finish out here all day long.
Yeah, and that's going to work in the favor of a lot of these racers. One of the big things we deal with, especially as you start to get to the end of the season, we're in October now, right? So the colder temperatures make a big difference with traction. So having that sun out here all day beating down on us, no clouds out there, that's gonna work and benefit for a lot of these racers out there. I know when I go out and race, I'm out there trying to warm up my wheel the whole time, just warming up my eskate wheels or my EUC tire, and having that track getting beat down with sun all day, that's hopefully these racers will appreciate that.
Yeah, that added grip. And this track does have some few little things here and there. We'll see that as we go through the track in a little bit. There's a few turns with a couple bumps. There's some repaving out there as well, a couple patches. So we'll see how that affects the racers as they go around the track. We have some off-camber turns as well, which will be interesting to see if they can hold grip with the speed that they're pushing out there. So it's going to be a fun one. I took one lap around this.
Yeah, I was going to say. Tell us about that. You had a chance to go out the track.
I did, yeah. I got on the track right when I got here and just took a slow, fast lap for me and was able to ride through it. And there's some really unique corners. There's some really cool turns. The tic-tac-toe turn we'll see. It's almost like a chicane into a long right hand into a straightaway, couple hairpins. We have a high speed chicane on this track. It's got everything. This is a beautiful track out here.
Yeah, you could see it on your screen as they're intermittently popping up the videos, and you could just the beauty. I'm a little bit upset that I'm in this booth right now and I'm not out there racing. They make it look so much fun out there. So yeah, having the opportunity to be at a race like this for any EUC racer, e-skate racer, e-bike racer to be here and saying, I got to race at Sonoma. I got to race at Sonoma. That is a very cool thing to be able to say. So here we are, Sonoma Raceway.
All right, we're getting closer, ever closer to racing coming up as our EUC class is just finishing up qualifying right now.
Yeah, and looking at the racers here too, we have, the very typical sitting down, beeping like crazy as they're coming across the start-finish line. We're right in front of the starting line, the starting spots for everyone, and the start-finish line. And some of those P6s that go by, they're just flying with no noise. So it'd be really cool to see, who's going to put it to who.
So for the noob in me, let's put it in layman's term, what the beeping is as they're coming on these straightaways. Yeah,
so the beeping is a way of your device telling you that I'm at my limit. If it's one way or another, if you're going at a slower speed but accelerating really, really fast, it'll give you like a torque beep or a PMW beep, meaning like, hey, I've only got a little bit left in the tank. I can't give you much more. Beep, 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 beep. Or also the high speed beeps as well. So if you reach the cap of what the motor is, set up to give you, instead of the wheel malfunctioning underneath you, shutting off, blowing up, whatever it is, it decides to beep at you, and then if you try to push through those beeps, you get the illustrious cutoff. And that's when the device just shuts off underneath you.
And so for me, being, again, a noob, so if that beeping is warning you, wouldn't you just want to...
Exactly. So there's a term out there called respect the beeps. Respect the beeps saves your lives. But when you're on a track like this, you don't have to respect the beeps. You got to listen to the beeps. Your wheel is singing at you. You got to be able to hear the song and know what it's telling you, because it could be beeping like crazy, but you know full well that you're just at the right spot. And if you push a little bit further while it's beeping, then you're in the wrong spot. So these racers really know that fine line.
And you mentioned that P6, and that was a very interesting thing you said. It's not beeping. So it hasn't hit that limit on the straightaway that we've seen so far.
Yeah. Yeah, super exciting to see what some of these machines are going to be capable of, because I know years ago when TEF1 originally started with their pilot event and whatnot, it was at the mercy of the wheels. Like, it was only so much you could do with the wheels, but now the wheels are outpacing us, and it's just a matter of how far can you lean forward, right?
Well, I think we have the third member of our crew waiting down below with an interview.
Ooh,
I think we're going to check in with Drew down below trackside.
So, Abby, we are so excited to be in Sonoma here today. I wanted to know, what sparked the idea of TEF1? How does this journey really start for you?
Well, the journey goes back to 2023 where we were, really intrigued with what's going on in the PEV community, and we did see that there is a huge potential for the PEV industry to grow. But there was no particular platform which was there at, back then. There were not as many races as there are now. So we did see a good potential to host a race, serve the community, and pretty much build a platform where the competition builds and meets the performance. So that's what sparked the vision, and since then it's just been a roller coaster, I guess.
Yeah. So when you first envisioned TEF1, what was like the problem, the opportunity you saw with the actual world of performance in electric racing?
As I said, we did see a lot of PEV specific vehicles coming up. We saw a lot of EUCs being developed. We saw different kinds of ESKs coming up. So we just wanted to create a platform wherein the performance and athletes come together with innovation. So that was the thought process, and we thought that building a playground for these athletes would be a mark of something remarkable, I feel.
Absolutely, I totally agree on that one. So let's start with the idea. It started in Canada, right? And now obviously we've crossed from coast to coast. We did SoCal, we did Atlantic, now we're in NorCal right now. What is the evolution of racing, the concept for multi-location for you? Like, how did this all idea plan out for you?
So I have been a speed skater myself my whole life, and I'm a huge Formula One fan as well myself. So there's always been a vision of traveling to different cities, starting off with Canada because that's where we are from. We're very proud of that. We did a proof of concept event in 2023, which massively blew us with the response. And from there on, I feel that we started off with the West Coast, went to the East Coast, we're back to the West Coast, and the community has shown a lot of love and support. I think that's what keeps us going, and it basically gets us to go at a particular city, explore the track, and serve the community in that city. So that's what's been the vision behind going to different locations, and we do plan on going to multiple others. So
yeah, no, I mean it's been an absolute blast being on the 2 race now. I love the Atlantic race, and now coming here in Sonoma, it's absolutely epic in that sense here. So you've obviously assembled a really unique team here from across the U.S. and Canada, an experience with EVs, motorsports, and production. So how important is this mix of talent in shaping TEF1s?
It's everything. The sport is nothing without the community, without the athletes, and with the individuals that we work with. We are really fortunate that we are able to work with a great group of venture capital and investors who have shown a lot of trust in us, who also envision the bigger picture of taking the sport to an international level. So their support has been super crucial, and it's also about the team that we have assembled. I think starting off with Mayar, who is a local Vancouver lad, and then from there on, going and finding people like BZ, and then Jonathan, Joe, Leo, yourself. It's just been a great experience forming the team together, who share the same vision, who have the same idea, and who actually want to take the sport to the next level. Create the platform for the younger generations to come and join the PEV leagues. So
I totally agree. I mean, I know that Meyer and I basically met on YouTube about 2 years ago, and I just was blown away by being able to be in a part of this industry and being able to grow this sport even more. So I totally understand that. So it's incredible. I think that this is shaping the future. Like, these are the first steps in a massive upcoming event series that's going to be fantastic, and hopefully a global, international in that sense too.
Yep.
What message would you like to share with the fans, the racers, and the growing the EV community watching today here?
I would say come out, support the brand. It's a small community, so it's very important for us to stick together. Elevate the experience altogether, starting from athletes, starting from the tracks, giving them the wheels that are important to compete. And for the fans out there, just show up. We want to have this sport grow in different areas. The support means everything, and just stick together, and we're going to create something really magical, I feel.
I agree. I very much agree. Yeah, it's absolutely there. So you said that TEF1 wouldn't be where it was without the support and the trust of your inner circle and the kind of impact that Sean and VC had personally on you as a leader of this company and evaluations.
Personally, Sean has been a mentor for me for a long time, and the kind of support he has shown in the idea, starting from the pilot event that we had in Vancouver, is something that can't be put in words, because it's just helping in all domains. It's not just financing. It's just about showing the support in the decisions that you take, knowing that whatever we are doing is going to elevate the brand further. So their contributions and the support has been incredible. Without them, I don't think so we could have been here, honestly. So huge shout out to Sean and the crew of the investors that we have back in Vancouver. So yeah, I've just been very thankful for the kind of people I've met in this journey, and I hope to have their support throughout.
I think that's an absolute fantastic. I mean, again, this has been an epic start to the day here. We've had some incredible qualifying going on right now too, and we are more excited to be getting this racing starting. Spec Racing Eskate's coming up soon, so stay tuned. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Drew. Appreciate that interview with Abby. Great to hear an insight from the man himself. But we're about to get things going with some racing, Brett.
We got a front row seat. This is right in front of us is a window, and we see everyone just getting ready to get on the track. And it's a sea of red jerseys out there. And there's a couple of people in suits out there as well. You may notice Zach Darnell, who is usually on an EUC, is out there on an e-skate. And if you talk to Zach Darnell, he'll tell you, I started on e-skate. He started his PV journey, or early on in his journey, he knew he was an e-skater, but found EUC and suddenly became the best out of that. But in the spec category here, he's out there. And another person not in that red jersey is Rux in his black suit. So I'll pick out a couple. And Dina Catch out there wearing her jersey in black. So it's a spec category. Remember, all these boards are pretty well exactly the same, and it's going to come down to each racer's skill set out there on the track.
And one funny thing you noticed there about Zach Darnell and his boots, which he normally races in for his EUC, not the typical footwear that you'd see riding a skateboard. You usually see, maybe a high top pair of shoes, a little more of a skate shoe, but he's got moto boots on out there. He's making it look good though.
Yeah, we're about a minute away from the start here, and he's wearing those boots, and you want something like really, really flat, like a Vans or something like that when you ride a board of some sort. You'll see a lot of the racers out there have very flat shoes, but hey, he's comfortable in what he's got there. So we got 5 of these racers out there on the line, and I believe they're going to start making their way around the track here soon.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting off with a sighting lap, so making a lap all the way around the track. Some would call a formation lap if you're an F1 fan like myself. So taking a look at the track, making sure everything feels good on their equipment as they go around the track. And then we're about to jump into our first race, the ESK8 Spec class.
Ooh, the hair just started standing up on end on my arm. I'm getting super excited. The race day is about to begin. We went through some practice time this morning. We went through some qualifying and whatnot, and here we are at the spec race. Help are provided by Stooge Raceboards, Riptide, and
Mad E-Skate.
Mad E-Skate. I knew that.
You're on it.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Riptide, they're absolute machines. That's probably a bad turn of phrase to use, but the bushings and the boards, so the little pieces of rubber near the front and the back that hold the trucks together, the axle assembly. Riptide's understanding of that technology is one of the best ones out there, and that's why Mo with Stooge Raceboard has partnered up with Riptide for a while now to create all of his products. So shout out to Riptide for just doing what they do, essentially.
Yeah, not only that, you can customize what works best for you as far as your body weight, how you like to ride. Riptide does a great job in having different durometers, different densities of the material so that you can really lock in and make that board feel exactly how you want.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like when you talk to Riptide, they'll ask you, how much do you weigh? What type of riding do you do? Like they really delve in to figure out exactly what you need out of those bushings. And they're one of the few, if not the only company out there that literally makes you go into like a sizing. Like, how much do you weigh? What do you want to ride? How are you going to ride it? So, yeah, it makes sense why Mo has gone with Riptide for all of that.
Well, and all those little things make such a big difference when you're going 30, 40, 50 miles an hour on a board. You want to make sure everything is dialed in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and some of these racers out here, a lot of them are quite experienced out there before, but we've got 2 racers in specific in this heat coming up for the spec race who have never raced an e-skate before. One for sure has raced EUC quite a bit. Vince Ramirez is out here, and he is first time riding or racing on an e-skate. And we also have Grant Chong from Virginia. That's his first time racing here, and super excited to be bridging out of those intro to speed sessions and onto a proper track, which is exactly what they train them for.
Well, what a fun opportunity getting out here on such a well-built board by Mo. So this spec class race is going to be fun, and we're about to get things going.
Yes, we are. He's saying ready on the track. He's getting ready to go, and the green flag is up. The racers are off on that spec race. coming around to that first corner there, you may notice they're not ripping away real fast like you would normally see a bunch of e-skates doing, right? This is the ESK8 Spec race hard at work.
Yeah, the speeds are limited on these boards. This is not your 50, 60 mile an hour e-skate. This is more in that 30 mile an hour range where it really comes down to form, racing line, technique as they make their way into that tic-tac-toe corner.
Ooh, we got Zach Darnell falling off his board, getting back on it. Never went to the ground, stayed on his feet. But, yeah, exactly that. You want to find the right line. You want to make sure your entrances are just right because your exits are going to be really crucial because if someone else right behind you just does it that little bit better, it's not the power of the board. It was that skill into that corner that got them there.
Well, if you could see some of the racers as they're making their way on these long straightaways in a tuck, trying to get as much speed as they can. Dina catching that third place position, trying to move up, trying to draft in front, get a little bit of a slipstream going, trying to move up through those positions.
Yeah, with the amount of power in these boards, the wind really makes a big difference. So being able to tuck down in that tuck position, using the wind to your advantage, getting behind another racer to slipstream and get around them and draft them, those things are all going to come into play here. Is Dina Ketch coming around the corner there, neck and neck with someone for that second position, I believe.
Looks like she made the pass, and Zach Darnell back on the board, making up ground, trying to get up into that third place position in fourth right now.
Yeah, and the racer, the last racer going through there, that corner, kind of fell off the board a little bit further behind. So it looks like we're getting a little bit of a gap situation here. So a lot of these boards, they all run the same speed. As you see, Zach Darnell's swimming there.
and he's making up ground up into third place. Zach Darnell trying to track down Dina Ketch, riding very low.
Yeah, I mean, he's pulling out some skills. He fell off. He was the first one to fall off his board there. I believe it was right at the beginning of tic-tac-toe in the back, the tic-tac-toe corner. And he's down again on the ground after that corner. So we might need a couple of replays after this event is done just to see what's going on with this poor man.
Looks like he's back on the board. We'll see if he can do it again, track down that lead pack.
Yeah, I don't know who's in first place. Is that Hudson Sang out there? I don't think it is. Maybe it's G Long Thontat?
I believe Hudson would be flying the drones out here right now, so that might be Andy out there in first place.
Very well could be.
Dina Ketch in second as they make their way through this track. Dina carrying some good speed through that stretch.
So for anybody at home who's interested in racing, keep an eye on these spec racers. They go just slow enough where you'll be able to teach yourself a couple of things. And Zach Darnell going for a pass on the stretch there.
Zach has some good pace there. I mean, he keeps getting back on board, making some passes. If he could stay on that thing, he might be up in that top two.
Yep. And he definitely has a chance because he's got the grit for it. And another thing we kind of need to mention, it's a little bit taboo. We don't like to speak of it too much, but your body weight makes a really big difference in something like this spec race. Normally, if you're a heavier set person, you'd put a lot more power into your board to really make it even for everyone else. But yeah, these if you're a little bit of a lighter rider, or you can get away from the slipstream and the wind, you're really gonna find an advantage here. There we go. It looks like, I believe that's a Zhang there. Andy Zhang coming around from Orange County, California, over that start-finish line in the first position.
Followed by Dina Ketch. So checkered flag coming out for our first heat of the spec race.
I believe Q was in there too. So some exciting racers here. Almost all of them are from the west coast of America, except for one racer out there today. Mitchell is from Italy. So it's really cool to see some international racers making their way to America, making their way over to Sonoma Raceway here to go racing.
Looks like we're lining up for that second heat of our spec class. Getting ready to go. See Ruck Smith out there, full leather.
Yeah, that's a very classic Ruck's look. You see that all in his social media. There's a few over there. We got Chong. We got Albano's in there.
Uncle Ray going out.
Grant Chong is in there. Now remember, too, the boards that they're racing, these aren't their boards. They don't know them that well. They're stepping on these boards. So a couple of these racers are looking down at their board and double-checking them and making sure everything's good because they're not overly familiar with it.
Well, and what a big difference, too, coming from something with way more power, jumping onto this and actually having to take these turns a little different, set up braking spots completely different than what they would be riding when it comes to their normal board or their EUC.
Yeah, especially like spec racing is really, really good on a short track. But bring it up here to a long track, you can almost never get off that throttle if you make your corners wide enough, good enough. You could really just hold down the throttle the whole time. The second heat, it looks like they're out for their sighting lap, getting a view of the track before they come out to the start-finish to start their race. So they're going to get out there and get their chance to kind of get their toes a little bit wet, hopefully keeping them dry out there. But we're in the middle of the desert, essentially, so it's going to stay quite dry out there.
So another exciting race about to get going as they do that formation lap, that sighting lap through the track. And we're going to get things going with our second heat of our spec class.
It looks like we have, I believe, 4 racers out there by the looks of it. But yeah, the speeds are going out for the sighting lap. Normally it's a little bit slower of a sighting lap, but this is about the pace that maybe these boards go as well. So maybe they're just seeing where their slipping points are as well. It's still kind of earlier in the day. It's afternoon-ish. I'm sure the track was a little bit wet and a little bit, it was foggy. What do you do? Yeah, morning dew. There was dew everywhere. So that is dried up and everything. So maybe they're checking their slide points with those tires if they're going to slide out at all or if anything like that. So
well, you talk about the wheels, the tires, they're completely different again to what they'd normally be racing. A little less traction, so having to carry the speed a little bit more in control through some of these corners. As they make their way through this sighting lap.
yeah, even on the sighting lap, some racers having a little bit needing a little bit more time to get used to everything that's going on underneath their feet there for the first time. But they're coming around. They're just finishing their last corners, coming around to the final stretch up to the start-finish line as they're rolling into the starting positions now.
All right, let's see who we have coming lining up.
Now, that first rider's in a goofy stance, meaning he's facing to the left, so we can't see his number on his back. Same with the next racer coming in. And the racer after that, we got a goofy heat going on.
I think we
here.
do. As I look back through the rest of the racers coming up, there's a lot of right foot forward.
All 4 are right foot forward. Would you look at that? We got a goofy spec race going on here. Goofy stance, for those at home who don't know, your regular stance is left foot forward, and what's known as your goofy stance is forward. So,
well, you talk about evening the playing field even more. All the stances being the same. So, I mean, this is about as spec as it can get.
I love these moments as we're getting ready for the start. Getting the starter out there with the green flag. I know when I'm on that line and I'm getting ready to race at this moment, when they're getting ready, their heart is pumping. They're trying to breathe slower because everything just starts pumping. Some racers like that pump, and they start clapping and getting ready to go. So this is a very exciting time of the race that's not even in the actual race.
All right, our track officials. Green flag is out, and here they go for heat number 2 of our spec class.
You'll notice they're doing a little jerk back and forth. They're trying to get that board up to speed as quick as they can. If they could help that board with a little bit of acceleration, they can get out, because everything in PEV racing is the start. If you could do the start good on any PEV race, EUC, spec board, eskate, e-bike, you have a very good chance at winning that race as well. So whatever they could do to get out top first and stay out there as they go through the tic-tac-toe corner in the back corner there.
Yeah, getting out into some clean air, not having traffic around you is huge in any of these classes. They make their way through that tic-tac-toe corner. The pack is bunching up a little bit. A couple moves there from the back.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see out there. You may notice that there's a unicycle on the track. We do have a wonderful media team getting some great shots for everyone out there as they're packed up into a nice goofy pack of 4 going through the backstretch here.
Making their way side by side. That pack is getting tight there as they make their way through the first of 2 hairpin corners.
Yeah, I believe there was a pass there, and the 3 TEF1 jerseys in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Oh, I believe that corner over there looks to be a little bit slippery. There's a few racers who have hit that corner and kind of had to recompose themselves a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little off camber as they come through that one, leaning in the opposite direction of the turn, not giving you as much of a bank to lean into. So the racers making their way through some of the final corners, and there's a few bumps into this corner as well, which can throw the boards or the racers off their line a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll notice there's a lot of changing of positions here, and from my viewpoint, it's the person who's the most tucked down away from the wind is being able to accelerate, as you see here, and get ahead of everyone else. So let's see if they use a little bit more of those skill sets to bring them forward. They're realizing now, probably through these first couple of laps, exactly how these boards are operating, and you got to get out of that wind.
Yeah, that was Grant Chong making that pass on the outside there, carrying a lot of speed up into that front pack, but they're really moving around. Ray Albano in the back as they make their way through.
Coming into the tic-tac-toe corner, that's the tick, there's the tack, and coming around to the toe.
A little bit of a gap there from our leader, separating from the rest of the pack, taking a nice line through that corner and carrying as much speed possible through these straightaways.
Yeah, and it looks like Ray Albano's made his way to the back of the pack. He was out near the front earlier on.
Try to figure out whose jerseys are where right now as they make their way through.
That's a Grant Chong with the number 6 on his right shoulder there, as you can see him coming around.
Carrying some good speed. Ray Albano again in the back, trying to get up through that pack. You can see tucking for speed and every opportunity that they can get, trying to carry as much through these final corners as they make their way onto that last and final straightaway. And here they come, the pack still together, and a clean race so far.
Yeah, we noticed the first heat had a couple of people stepping off the boards, but all these racers staying together, the goofy race.
There we go. That'll do it for our second heat of the spec class.
Yeah, it's exciting to see if you understand racing, because visually, as you can see on the camera in front of you, they're not going as fast, so maybe not exciting to view, but the skill sets, being able to break down exactly what they're doing into those corners, out of those corners, how they approach long stretches. For anyone who's looking to eventually get out here to TEF1 to get racing, this is a great visual image of what you should do when racing. So kind of nice and slower and allow you to break it down for yourself as well.
I believe that was G Long taking the win out there. GT taking the win in our second heat of our ESK8 Spec class.
I believe we still got a little bit more spec racing to happen, but they're going to get themselves organized up there at the start-finish line. Race coordinators working real hard today. Hats off to those folks working out there on the track to make sure everything's functioning around here.
All right, looks
We haven't seen Rux out there yet, have we?
No.
Yes, we
like
definitely have some more racing to go.
Getting the next heat lined up.
You'll notice Mo out there helping them out as well, making sure everything's good to go. Mo, of course, is the man who created almost every one of the race boards here today. That is a Stooge Raceboard, and that includes most all of these spec boards out there. Roger Hajali in the house doing Roger things out here.
We'll get to see Roger later on in the EUC class.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it, per usual. One of my favorite people to watch And one of my favorite people to watch, his videos afterwards and all the talking he does while he's riding. It's very entertaining. So if you get a chance, go check out Roger's channel as well.
Exactly. It's one of my most favorite things about PEV racing. We have a very, very unique opportunity in what we do because our devices are pretty quiet. You don't hear them coming up behind you or anything. So me as a racer, I like to get under people's skin. So I like to yell at them. I like to scream at them. I like to clap my puck hands together and everything. Let them know I'm there. It's also in the name of safety too, because you don't want to sneak up behind. The same, double-edged sword. These devices are so quiet. A racer focusing in first place would have no idea you're right coming up behind them if they weren't looking, right?
Oh, there's Ruck Smith out on track. So our racers are starting off their sighting lap for heat number 3 of our spec class. We have some of our favorites for all of the Eastgate races. Ruck Smith out there on track.
Yeah, he's a household name, and you'll see that suit. And look at that stance, as you'll see very, very soon. Out there doing his sighting lap, he's doing exactly what I was mentioning in the last heat, getting real low for that wind resistance. His experience in downhill longboarding is absolutely insane next to everyone else here. He has done years upon years of racing. He's done... Since 2012, 28 downhill skateboard events, 26 electric skateboard events, and 30 career podiums.
That's pretty
why
good.
We talk about Rucks.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And some of those skills he's learned from that downhill racing and having to gain speed where you don't have a motor. And we'll see how he does in this spec class race. I expect him to be up front.
Yeah, I'll be taking some notes for myself personally here, I'm pretty sure, along with a lot of the other racers that are coming up here today. But, like I said before, I'm going to be eyeing out this spec race for my own personal reasons to see how they enter, how they exit, how they're tucking, what decisions they're making when. And it's going to be a lot easier to see that out there as well. So
they're about halfway through that sighting lap, maybe a little more, a few more corners coming up as they make their way around.
Yeah, it looks like... even that same corner, it seems to be a little bit... that hairpin really is going to get at some racers. So it's really, really good. We got a perfect view of it. It is directly in front of us. So we get to break it down almost as good as you guys with your faces glued to the screen. I know you're watching. Tell your friends. Follow. Make sure you subscribe to the TEF1 channel. Anytime there's a new race out there, you could either be here or you could watch it at home too. So make sure you like and subscribe. Do all the fun YouTube things and help get the name of the Electronic Force 1 out there.
Not only that, go share it.
Yeah.
Go share it on your socials right now. Get more people tuned in. We're just getting going out here in Sonoma. So go share it on your socials. Get other people in here. Get in the chat. Send us some messages. We'll try to check that chat periodically as we go throughout today. But get in there. Get more people involved.
I'm looking at you, Mom. Put it out there. Put it out there on the Facebook. Yeah, so this is a perfect time to get everyone else involved into these races here. We're just getting started today. If you're waking up or you're living out your life on this beautiful Saturday out there on the East Coast, you're a little bit 3 hours ahead of us. So,
how is that? You have any jet lag coming from the East Coast, or just wake up a little early?
Not really. I'm just super excited. We got the next spec race going out. That's why.
Oh.
Yeah, it was somewhat easier to get adjusted, but not for one of the racers out there. If you notice, right off the start, did not work out so well. Got back on the board and is off and going.
Might be number 10, Mitchell Ramirez there in the back, having a little bit of an issue getting things started. Ruck Smith out in the lead. We also have Q in this heat, known for being fast on the EUC, jumping on an E-skate for the spec races.
I think Mitchell Ramirez may be out there too, our Italian rider. But no surprise to that, exactly what I said. Look at Ruck Smith in that tuck position, and he's pulled away from everyone else. I'm not just talking smack up here. These are facts. And he knew that right off the start. The start means everything in a PEV race. He did not look back. He looked forward, head down, and off he goes.
And you can see Q in second right now, trying to track him down, using as much skills as he learned on that EUC, trying to transfer it over onto the E-skate spec class.
Yeah, there's a little bit more of a gap situation here. A couple more maybe experienced riders up front with Rucks really just kind of pulling away. Our trackside camera is really just getting deep in there. Those drones getting right in with Rucks at the front as well. So see that drone flying. wonderful drone pilots, and there's the footage for you there. So what an amazing crew we've got to show this amazing track with these amazing racers as they make their way around some of those last corners to come right in front of us in the front stretch here.
Yeah, look at that gap that Ruck Smith has already pulled in one lap from the rest of the pack, with Q trying to track him down. Our top two right now have a huge distance from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it is just incredible to see his form and how he is holding that. He does not stand up for almost anything. Even if he needs to brake a little bit, he stands up a little bit, but it's not that far.
Yeah, there's very little wasted movement from Ruck Smith out here. So it looks like we had Mitchell Ramirez jump up. So after a really hard start, jumped up into third place.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting race, as they're really gapping out one another. Reminder, these boards are all spec'd out the exact same, so this is down to their skill levels, where they're willing to hold that throttle, hold that brake. And of course, as kind of expected, Ruck's out there in that first position, extremely tucked down low, and in doing that, he's found the first position.
Very impressed by Q, though. He's hanging with him. I mean, for a guy who spends a majority of his time, if not all his time, on an EUC, and is very fast on an EUC, so he knows the lines, but he's not used to standing sideways.
Yeah, it takes a little bit out of you and your hips and your knees and your ankles differently than an electric unicycle, that's for sure. But yeah, holding his ground. He's looking up and looking at exactly how Rux is going through some of these corners too, getting a really good read on some of them, as Rux is going around that troublesome hairpin, holding it underneath him and
little
keeping
wide
it together.
on that one, yeah.
I noticed a lot of the racers are going wide on that hairpin there, so we might have to chat with them afterwards with our track side and just see exactly what they think about what's going on over there.
Yeah, a little less grip, and it is also a little off camber, so not really leaning into that turn. It's a little harder to hold that grip as Ruck Smith makes his way along the final straightaway, full tuck with Q behind him, but it looks like this one's going to go to Ruck Smith. Checkered flag coming out, and he takes the W here in heat number 4.
Yes.
I had to think about that one for a second.
Yeah, we've had a few. Or was it 3? I think that was the third one. Yeah, we're definitely awake and alive here today.
All right, and that'll wrap it up as our last racer comes around, checkered flag. So another great spec race. It's very interesting to see how well some of these racers do and really gap out the rest of the field with their technique.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see a couple of EUC racers out there on these boards, and they don't look much different than anyone else, and really like showing their true colors. Like maybe that's where they started. It was on a board and being able to get back in the spec category and seeing, Vince and Zach and these people out on a board. It's really cool to see. I really enjoy that.
Yeah, speed is speed, and those are some of the best racers that we have in that EUC class, and they really hold their own in any sort of racing, and they're proving that jumping on these spec boards.
So it looks like they may be organizing themselves up front here. Some of the racers are coming back from the races they finished, coming back to the starting area here.
Looks like we're going to be lining up again. Again, big shout out to our track crew out here today, getting everyone organized, keeping everyone safe out here. We have a great crew per usual out here at TEF1. We wait to see who's going to come out and see what the grid is going to be.
Now, I believe what they possibly are doing here in this moment is that they've all kind of had their time to be on the track, and they're going to reseed them so they can figure out who will be, coming out on top for second and third place.
Yeah, so those heat races are going to determine who ranks into this final. We'll see how they all line up.
All right, so this race here is known as the LCQ, also known as the Last Chance Qualifier. So if you didn't quite just make it into the final race, this is their chance for one more person or them to make their way into that final, right?
Looks like we're lining up our racers.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So a lot more racers in one race versus the the heats that we had earlier. So this is going to be a little bit more of an exciting race. Last chance qualifier. Maybe they really thought they would have been up there in that podium position or in the finals position, and this is their chance to get back up there. So their last chance qualifier.
It's just a one lap last chance qualifier, so they're going to have one opportunity, one lap through the track to determine who makes it on to the main event.
Yeah. And out there we got Powell out there, we got Zach Darnell out there. A few names, that's for sure.
Like Andy Zhang's out there as well.
And our race coordination team, our race ops are out there getting things ready for our singular lap last chance qualifier.
I like that. One lap, we're doing it.
And it's off for a green flag in our last chance qualifiers for the ESK8 Spec category.
Nice launch out there from the front. Picking up some ground. Andy Zhang out there trying to hold down that top spot.
Yeah, it's like I'm getting down in those tuck positions. There were 2 and 2 and 2, and now it looks like a pack of 4, 2 and a single in the back. But these gaps are all changing within the first lap here, and it's all who can get out front the quickest. Because if you're out there in front at the very beginning of the race, you have a very high probability of being in those final positions. See a lot of these racers now into that tuck position, really trying to get everything they can out of that board because they know their neighbors got the same board.
Looks like number 10 out in the lead. Mitchell Ramirez right now in that top spot. So what a comeback from his heat race out there in the lead.
Yeah, I believe he took a little stumble off the start line, got back on his board, and got a chance to be in the last chance qualifier, and is seizing that moment, exactly what this is designed for. So it's really cool to see him out there giving it a good shot to get in those finals.
And Zach Darnell in second right now as they make their way through the back-to-back hairpins on the final third of the track right now. It looks like Mitchell Ramirez in the lead, followed by Zach Darnell.
And not closely, too. He's got a little bit of a gap out there between them.
They're coming through this final stretch. Oh, we have a crash in that final corner. It looks like the bumps took out a few racers, but Mitchell Ramirez taking the win.
And coming in that second position, Zach Darnell in his InMotion suit there on that spec board with, I believe, Gialong Thontat coming in that third position. Powell in the fourth. Unfortunate on that last corner there. Pete has a little bit different view than I do looking around to that last corner, and he saw it right away.
Yeah, I caught a view through the window and saw a bit of a pile up there as they were all pushing to try to get into that main event. It's like,
I believe that main event, I think that's going to be happening right now, if I'm not mistaken.
I hope so.
Yeah, we got a whole day lined up for you folks here, so really excited to be able to knock out a couple of them real early on, give a couple people some podiums, because a lot of these e-skate racers, they're involved in other things out here today too. So they're in the open e-skate category. Some of them, like we've been mentioning, are in the EUC category as well.
Okay, I'm gonna have her go.
So really cool to have this opportunity. Get a podium in there real quick and then get back to your main bread and butter.
All right, our racers are getting ready to go. We're about to start the ESK8 Spec Final, the main event for our Spec class, kicking off the day here in Sonoma.
Yes, very exciting. I'll be excited to see who's going to be in this final here as well. I mean, we kind of know if we think back a few minutes of who came first, second, and third, but all mentalities are different when it comes to a finals race versus a heat race versus a qualifier. It really all should just be the same, but the energy is always different. So we're going to see our first final race, a little more heightened energy here today. It's going to be exciting.
All right, our racers are getting ready to go. They're about to get out on their marks for our Spec class main event. You have any favorites in this one, Brett?
What I was mentioning while watching them race was that tuck position. I think is the biggest thing that I emphasized, and Rux has just got that down. Like if I was out there, I don't know if my nose would be any more than 6 inches off my board at all times. So he's a little bit of a favorite for that, and a lot of his skills, of course. But Dina Ketch, she's another one that she's a force to be reckoned with, and they know one another quite well. So I don't know. We'll see how this kind of plays out for everyone.
Yeah, very familiar with those Stooge Raceboards as well. That's what they race in the ESK8 Pro category as well, and fast racers. But I mean, it's hard to pick against Rux right now. He really pulled away from the pack in his heat race and has great form on these spec boards. So I think he's going to be one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on the first 10 to 15 seconds of this race to see exactly where they pop out. Because sometimes if you're in a spec race like this and you're at the back, you've got to give everything out of your toolbox in order to get up to that front in the 10, 15 seconds to start it off. If you're, lucky enough to get seated in that first or second position, you have a chance to pull away from everyone too. So a lot of it's going to come down to their seating positions.
We talk about that spec board as well. It doesn't really have the horsepower, the get up and go, the torque as much as some of these other boards to separate yourself on that launch. With everybody launching with the same board, it's hard to come from the back to jump up in the front unless you have a great reaction time. So that'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a couple chugs off the line, people taking their lower body and just trying to shove the board forward to get it up to that
some more
higher
Zach
speed.
Darnell swimming through the pack.
You know what? If we see Zach Darnell swimming, he might win this. Get the wind out of the way,
I think he's getting used to those boots on that board, too. A little more grip in that last chance qualifier. Stayed on the board the entire race. So
now, he does have an orange spec board as well. I wonder if he specifically asked for the orange one.
That plays. Trying to keep that InMotion thing going, even on the Stooge Raceboards.
Hey, safety is safety. If I was, fortunate enough to have one of those InMotion race suits, I'd be wearing it to work to make sure I was safe to get there. So it's really great to see a lot of these racers. There are rules, there are regulations. You have to have gear. So you'll see these racers out here with all their gear on. Some of them, it looks like they're just wearing pants underneath those pants. There's shin guards hanging out underneath there. This is not fair to say, not a super safe thing to be doing if you're unexperienced, right? So even when you are experienced, things can happen.
I think we need to talk to InMotion about getting you an announcing speed suit in here.
You know what?
Full race suit that you just announce in. I think that would be a good look for you.
They might have to add a couple of sponges or paper towels. I'll be sweating like crazy. I'm already kind of sweating here. I'm just in a t-shirt, but that's because we're having fun up here.
I think that'd be a good look for you, though. You got the speed suit in here. Throw the helmet on once in a while when you're really getting into it.
Yeah. And coming around the corner now with the visor down.
Flip the visor up for commentary.
Yeah. Oh, well, looks like we got a lot of people out here for this final spec race.
Looks like up near the front. I think I see Andy Zhang up there in the front, number 33, the old Max Verstappen number 33, a huge Verstappen fan. Shout out to Max Verstappen who took the sprint race today in Austin. I think GT's out there in one of the front pack positions as well. Ruck Smith, Dina Ketch. Star-studded heat.
We got our race coordinator out there giving them all the rules, putting the flag up in the air, and when we're ready to go, he's going to put it down, and off we go for the final of the Spec ESK8 race here at Sonoma Raceway for TEF1 NorCal.
And look at the size of that pack bunching up into that first corner. And Andy out in the lead, but Ruck Smith right on him, trying to make a pass on that first long straightaway. Look at the tuck as he pulls away.
You'll notice his head position was a lot lower than the other racer, and lo and behold, he went out in front. This is extremely exciting to watch these racers getting real close together. The footprint of these boards is what they're worried about, making sure they're not going to touch tires or wheels with anyone else as they're out there. And Ruck Smith taking that favored position. He doesn't look back at people looking up. He looks back at people looking down and looks at them upside down. That is strategy right there. Take that home for what it's worth back home.
Yeah, Ruck Smith out with an early lead. Andy Zhang in second place. And it looks like Mitchell Ramirez up into third, tracking down Andy Zhang. Dina Ketch in fourth. And then a couple EUC racers, Zach Darnell and Q, in that pack right behind.
Yeah, no surprise. A lot of the names that we mentioned out there before. Dina Ketch in that 4th position. She'll be hunting down and trying to get that podium like you wouldn't believe. Very experienced rider out there. As they're making their way into that somewhat sketchy hairpin right in the middle of the course, going real wide in first place, Rux, and so does everyone else behind them.
Yeah, it looks like Andy Zhang went a little wide in that corner, and that opened up the door for Mitchell Ramirez up in the 2nd place, making a move. And then next trying to track down Rux Smith, but Rux has pulled a huge advantage into the final straightaway. Coming through, look at that tucked position, carrying a lot of speed.
Yeah, it looks like that fight is definitely going to be for that 2nd position. We've got 3 racers with Dina Ketch in the 4th position, able to potentially get all the way up to that 2nd position. That'll be the race to watch.
Saw a look at GT there on that straightaway, looking back at the whole track, known for his backwards riding on the EUC.
Yeah, we got Powell leading a pack in the back there, all keeping it together with our media team right behind them. Nice close racing at the back pack as well.
So Rux Smith still holding down that top spot. Mitchell Ramirez trying to track him down, followed by Andy Zhang and Dina Ketch, our top 4 right now. It's really a battle for that 2, 3, 4 spot as Rux Smith extends his lead.
And it looks like the 2nd position's pulling a little bit of a lead away as well. Dina's having a little bit of trouble catching up to the 3rd position. There's a little bit of a gap situation going on.
See some swimming through the track there, Zach Darnell.
Did he bring the swims back?
He was swimming. A little breaststroke as he made his way along that straightaway as they go into these back-to-back hairpins. Rux Smith still out with a commanding lead, but that battle for 2nd place is heating up. Andy Zhang is tracking down Mitchell Ramirez.
A little sketchy going through that hairpin there, but able to keep it together and set his sights right back on Rux in that 1st position.
As Rux makes his way through that final corner, holding it strong into the final stretch here. Mitchell Ramirez in 2nd. Andy Zhang trying to find a slipstream right now as he tucks right behind him. He is gaining on him as they make their way in. White flag coming out. Final lap.
We got another swimmer on the track. Looking back, trying to make sense of it all out there. Andy Zhang. And it looks like Zach Darnell standing up real tall, getting passed by another racer. Absolutely tucked down low. These spec boards, it comes down to your skill. It's not how much you can put behind that throttle.
Yeah, that battle for 5th, GT, Zach Darnell, and Q bunched up as they made their way into that 1st corner. There you go, Rux Smith still holding down that commanding lead. Dina Ketch is making a move up into that 3rd place position.
Looks like there were some mistakes made. I see her passing. She has officially taken that 3rd place position. Let's see if she could hold it.
Oh, Andy taking it right back in the hairpin. We have a battle for that final podium position right now. Dina Ketch trying to track him down.
Going back and forth, back and forth. We'll see who's got the skill to be making the right choices. They're still neck and neck, making their way over to one of the final corners before the front stretch here.
As Rux Smith makes his way into that 2nd kind of off-cambered hairpin. Again, a little bit of a bobble there. That's been an issue for most of our racers out here, trying to hold a good line through that corner. Dina Ketch trying to find any opportunity to get past Andy Zhang for that 3rd and final podium position.
Yeah, it always feels good to go home with the podium, and I'm sure Dina's sitting there right now going, oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Our only female racer out here in the spec class, holding it down for the ladies as they make their way onto this final stretch.
Ooh. She made a good corner, a beautiful exit on that, and I believe it was just enough to get ahead, and I don't think that racer's got enough to get it back.
There we go, Dina Ketch taking 3rd.
What a great battle for her to come back and win that position.
So Rux Smith followed by Mitchell Ramirez and then Dina Ketch, our top 3 in the spec class. What a race and what a final lap there from Dina. to steal that one away from Andy Zhang.
It's that Stooge Raceboard mentality, that knowing how to race with rucks up front. Dina making that beautiful pass in the back. Some of the last racers making their way past the next-gen mobility flags over to the start-finish line. That was an extremely exciting race because I got to see Zach Darnell swimming again.
Yeah, I can tell you, that is what I want to go out and do. That makes me want to go race spec class. It's not too fast, not too scary. I mean, if you guys are watching this at home right now, you have to make it out to the next TEF1. Come get in the spec class.
Yeah.
You're not on a board that's going to go 50 miles an hour, but you can get out there on this track and race. What a fun race right there.
Now, after this spec eskate race, it looks like we got a couple of bikes lining up.
So our two-wheel friends out here about to get on track. We have quite the variety of bikes out here. We'll see how they match up on this track.
Yeah, so it's a point-based system out here. So there will be 6 racers, or maybe not 6 racers. We'll figure that out. But they'll get 2 heats and a final. So kind of the same idea as a specs and any other race, heats, finals.
Yep, so our heat races are just going to rank all of these riders into that final. So it'll set our grid for that main event, that final race. So how well they do in the heat races will align them in that final grid position to see who takes home some hardware out here today.
Yeah, we got a few teams out there that I see. One of them is an Alien Rides racing team out there on the line on their bikes. Alien Rides, a big supporter of the electric bike scene out there as well. Great support and sales service for all that stuff. And lo and behold, here they are out there racing out here today. So,
and you got a chance to go on that group ride, but also to their storefront last night where
Yeah.
the group ride started. How was that?
really cool. Yeah, I mean, you always have an idea of what some of these spaces are going to look like, but you'll never know until you actually get there. And it's really cool. It's pretty obvious why Alien Rides has been out there as strong as they have for that many years. They've got it figured out.
Also,
That's
one
really
of the
cool.
coolest logos in the PEV world. I love it.
I have to admit, sleek. I
Mhm.
like that.
All right, shout out to our track crew again for getting all of our racers ready out here, keeping everyone safe. As our bikes are staging in the track entry area, getting ready to go out there. We'll see those heat races into our main event here for our e-bike class.
Yeah, this is one of the few times that our wonderful crew gets a chance to breathe a little bit. The drone pilots are getting some new batteries in, getting ready to go.
What, do you have any experience on these e-bikes? You've been out ripping on these at all?
No, not real. Like a little bit. I grew up like on dirt bikes.
Okay.
I grew up with a motor underneath, but I will tell you the little bit of experience I've had on an electric bike is absolutely insane. I'm super excited to, in a few minutes, we'll get a chance to see these guys on the track. All right, everyone, we're back here at Sonoma Raceway, and I believe we might have an opportunity to go trackside to have a conversation with one of the winners of that spec race. So I believe they're going to get ready on the trackside there, and we'll be able to throw it down to them once they have the racer ready to go. And we'll get an idea of how they felt there on that track and exactly what they're feeling, because we're talking a lot of smack up here in this booth. And it's really good to be able to get down there and chat with them and figure out what's going on in their brain when they're down there on the track. What are the conditions like? What's the weather like? Is there much wind? All the small things that we want to figure out for that.
Well, it's so cool to see the race out there in this spec class on a big track, too. on a long track to see how they really are able to set themselves apart with their ability as opposed to just the boards going as fast as possible.
Yeah, and it's a big mindset thing too, because even if you are a pro racer, you go back to that spec category, you have to, rewire your brain to be like, I'm not approaching it that quick. I don't have to think about the next corner yet. I can still focus on the corner that I'm currently in. So yeah, it kind of makes the mentality is a lot different for that spec race than a regular e-skate race. Yeah, these bikers just getting ready to go, and you don't see two of the same bikes out there, that's for sure. Some really cool bikes, bigger bikes. We'll see what they what they could do when they get that green flag. You might see some burning tires, a couple screeches. They have a frame, a base to help with everything. So I believe we're ready trackside with Mr. Drew down there, and we're going to have a chat with one of the podium finishers of the spec race.
We're here with the ESK8 Spec race, the first time ever with Stooge. Fantastic job out there, Rux. 12 consecutive downhill racing you have in your background, right?
As far as years?
All right, we're back in here. A little bit of a technical difficulty there, but good to hear from Rux Smith, our winner out there in the spec class. So hopefully we can get another word with him here.
Yeah, wonderful racing out there by him. I don't know if he was sweating, if you guys can see it on the camera there. I know technical difficulties, maybe you weren't able to hear him, but looking quite relaxed out there, getting ready for his pro session too. It's a lot of that mentality, You got to race, you got to get your stuff ready, you got to work with your team, but then you also have interviews and the media team pulling you aside and spectators being like, hey, that was amazing, good job. So just the mentality of what these racers got to go through throughout the day, it's a little bit jarring.
All right, we're about to get things going for our e-bike class. We're making our way through the day right now.
Yeah, it's, par for the course in any racing, PEV racing event. You kind of fall behind at the beginning. And the really, really good event coordinators and organizers, you'll find by the end of their day, they'll be on time. And that's exactly what we've been doing here all day. We fell behind a little bit, getting all the racers ready, making sure everyone's safe, making sure everyone's registered, making sure they get their jerseys, all these things. And then suddenly, we're here. So... sorry, I got distracted there.
It happens. It happens, but we're about to get things moving on to our next class. Not a lot of racers out here. If you're an e-bike racer out there and this is something you're interested in, look us up. Look up TEF1. Make your way out here. We need more people.
No, for real, absolutely. I know a lot of e-bike racers that I see on social media in San Francisco and the Los Angeles area, and they're really good racers. And it'd be great to see a lot more of them out here. It's a great opportunity for you to do something that, you don't really get the chance to do with these bikes, because normally these are used for, leisure riding or even commuting in an inner city setting. I don't think a lot of these, riders are using the full profile of that street tire, getting right down, kind of closer to motocross, getting your knee close to the corner.
Yeah, what a great opportunity to come out here to a pro karting track, to get out here on an actual track with a bunch of safety out in place and be able to push your limits and really see what you can do on your bike or any of your PEVs.
Yep, and you'll notice a few of these racers here today and their bib numbers. They might have a different bib number for category that they're in as well. So don't be fooled if you're sitting at home and your best friend told you, oh, my number is this, but the next race their number is something else. That means they're really cool and they went into different categories to race different things. So
all right, our e-bike class is making their way through their sighting lap right now. About to get things going.
Yeah, I believe there was even some last-minute registrations because of the availability open at this time with the e-bike category for our NorCal event. So a couple other people got ready, got suited up and ready to go. And if you're sitting at home and you want to get involved in everything that's happening here at the track at Sonoma Raceway, I believe you'll notice that on the screen they'll be popping up a few QR codes throughout the day. You might find one hanging out right over there. Make sure that you scan that QR code. Get yourself involved. Maybe win something for yourself. Why not, right? So thank you so much to Next Gen Mobility, NOSFET, and this live stream giveaway. So scan the code and enter for your chance to win. And that's not just any giveaway. That's a NOSFET Arrow. That is a capable machine. That thing is really cool. So whoever wins that, props to you. Make sure you tag TEF1. Let them know that they're amazing for getting NOSFET to put up that prize for everyone here today. Not just the racers, not just the spectators, but those at home as well.
All right, our racers are making their way to their marks right now. Our track crew is going to get them lined up in their grid positions. We're going to start things off with our e-bike heat races.
Yeah, you'll notice I'm calling out their names, saying you're on this side, you're on this side, and they're going to be pulling them up towards that start-finish line, getting them in the right positions. And shortly after that, you know what's going to happen. Off to the races.
I just heard some heating up of tires out there, burning a little bit of
time.
rubber, trying to get things a little bit more grippy, a little bit more sticky out there.
I'm so happy that when I mention a few of these things, they actually happen in front of me, so it doesn't
You
look
love
like
that,
I'm just.
right?
It's like it affirms that I'm not talking smack. You know, so I thought that one of them would have done that, and we heard it. And green flag, off they go for that e-bike race here at NorCal Sonoma Raceway.
And our racers making their way through that first corner clean, but bunching up out front. Look at the speed down that first back stretch.
That juxtaposition next to those spec racers is crazy as they go through that tic-tac-toe corner in like no time, almost as quick as I said that there. This is what e-bikes bring to the table, a lot of fast, exciting racing.
Good inside line there, out into the lead. And then up the inside, we have a pass as they go side by side into the high-speed chicane.
Yeah, that's definitely an Alien Rides purple jersey out there in front. No surprise, no surprise. He was here in the past events as well for TEF1. Just putting it on the line, wants to keep that podium position. He's got something to prove.
They're bunching up and kind of distancing themselves, the top two right now, as they make their way into that final corner. And then this is the high-speed stretch here, full speed through that start-finish line.
What a beautiful sight. Remember, this is a category where it is an open spec category. These racers have really fast motors, and some of the back racers near the back maybe don't have as fast. So you'll see some big gapping situations and really putting those skills to the test out here.
That's Eric Wilson out in the lead, followed by Nicholas Torres, and then Joshua Greco in third. Starting their second lap, making their way through right now. Eric Wilson again out in the lead. Taking a look back there to see where Nick Torres is. Trying to see how much distance they have as they go through that high-speed chicane.
Yeah, very experienced racers. He's had 5 or 6 races under his belt. He knows exactly what he's got to do. He's been racing since he was real young. So Eric Wilson really showing everyone what he's got out there, holding that first position, but not by much.
Yeah,
they're making a good battle for that second position as well.
Yeah, Nick Torres right behind him, trying to find any opportunity to make a pass as they come into that final corner. And then the highest speed part of the track as the white flag is coming out.
White flag, 1 lap to go. And we got Eric Wilson still up there and Nick Torres right hot on his heels.
Yeah, Nick Torres pumping in a minute 13-second lap there in second place, our fastest lap we've seen so far, trying to track down that leader.
That was almost a full second faster than the leader, meaning on that lap, he got a full second closer to him. He really wants that. The white flag was out there. That only means one thing. This is your last chance to get up there.
Eric Wilson still holding down that top spot. But Nick Torres trying to find an opportunity, trying to duck on the inside, maybe make a bit of a lunge to get past him. Again, just heat races right now. We're making our way through.
These racers, they know one another in first and second place. They're local to one another, so I'm sure there'll be a little bit of banter. Maybe they know what to expect out of the other racer. A tight turn, maybe looking to get on that throttle quick. But no, Eric Wilson was like, I got to keep this position for myself.
Yeah, Eric going a little bit wide there. Nicholas Torres trying to get in the inside, but unable to keep the racing line as they come full speed. Checkered flag coming out. Eric Wilson takes the win, followed by Nicholas Torres.
Nicholas Torres with a 0.4 second quicker lap, so he was really trying to gun him down again.
Oh, and a pass for third place.
Ooh, Greco got passed out.
Oliver Williams taking that third place position right at the end from Josh Greco. As our final racer making their way through the last bit of the track. That's Gilbert out there. But good high-speed start to our e-bike category.
I might need to put on a little bit more deodorant after that. I'm starting to sweat a bit. It's getting real exciting up here. And that's only a heat race. That's a first heat race. So we still got a lot more e-bike racing to come as this last racer is finishing up the last of their lap here. And we'll see those bikes back out there doing that once again as they make their way over to the starting block over here ahead of us.
See a little fist bump from our top two there, Eric Wilson and Nicholas Torres. Bumping fists as they come back to the entry gate.
The banter has begun, getting those fist bumps in. I love it. Love to see it. And that's a great thing I love about racing, too. The conversation afterwards. You almost learn more after the race than during the race. There we go. As the last racer makes her way, Gilbert over the line.
You look at some of these lap times, we're in the 1 minute 13 second. That is a fast lap time. You compare that to some of the other ones we saw in qualifying, and that's one of the faster times we've seen on this track so far today.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see. Every track we go to is all different times, and normally throughout the day, we've noticed those times get a little bit quicker until the finals and stuff where they're really getting, neck and neck with other people, and they have some slower laps because they're trying to negotiate around a lot of these racers. So in these heat races, you'll notice maybe they split up a little bit. Everyone's out there kind of giving it their shot, but into the finals, they're all equally kind of paced out. So could make for some negotiating, and like we saw between Torres and Wilson there, through a couple of the corners, trying to figure out who exactly was going to take that position. He almost had it in that hairpin, but Wilson was like, nah, not today.
It's one of my favorite things, too, to compare the different PEVs as we go throughout the day and the lap times. You'll see a very comparable lap time from the fastest racers, whether it's e-bike, whether it's EUC, eskate. And it'll be interesting to see how it stacks up on this long of a track as well.
That's what I love about TEF1. It's not just an EUC race. It's not just an e-skate race. You get to compare all these times from all these different categories, and you're exactly right. I love seeing that as well.
All right, our racers are restacking out here. It looks like we're going with a reverse grid. So they're going to restack, put them out there. Maybe a modified reverse grid there.
Yeah, and remember, this is a point-based system, too, so they'll race through their heats accumulating points, and that will seed them into their final positions for the final.
All right, heat number 2 is just a restacked grouping of our same racers. They're getting ready to go. Racers are on their grid positions, and here we go for heat number 2.
Ooh, Greco pulling out right off the lead there, getting into that first position as quick as possible, knowing that's what it takes, and still holds it up there. But guess what? Wilson's coming hot on the tail.
Look at that. We're going to have the same battle back and back. Wilson's up there.
It'll be very exciting to see how Wilson and Torres make their way through the pack to maybe make their way up to that first position. Open straight here. Wilson is wasting no time making sure.
Look at the way he makes a move there, trying to come through the outside as they go into the chicane, and he makes the move into first place. Eric Wilson up into first.
It was a little bit of it was a close pass coming through that chicane. The back tire got a little close to the front tire, but just enough negotiating to take the lead.
You can see Nicholas Torres still holding down that third place, trying to find a way through.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good pack of three up there in front. They make their way over to the front stretch, right in front of the spectators, the audience, and ourselves here in the announcing booth.
When it looks like Nick Torres is up into second place, so our top two is up in the same positions as the last heat race. Is Nicholas Torres in a tuck position trying to track down Josh Greco.
Yeah, really exciting to see that first lap. We knew there'd be some passes as they restacked the grid and put some of the faster racers at the back, but they just made their way right through, and it's another showdown between Wilson and Torres.
As they bunch up through the tic-tac-toe, Torres right behind Wilson as they go full pin into these next turns.
Yeah, it looks as though Torres really likes his fast approaches, but Wilson has really got a methodical exit. So it's a little bit of one person's good at an exit and one person's good at an entrance. So they got really close within that corner. It really looks like Torres is going to take him, but every time Wilson's like, I got the better exit.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can see how controlled Wilson is coming into that exit or entrance into the turn, and then very smooth on the throttle as he makes his way out.
The speed of these guys is only a precursor to everything else you're going to see out here today. So it's really exciting to see them duking it out as they come over the start-finish line here. Wilson in that first position, Torres in the second.
Yeah, white flag is out for the final lap. And our same pairing up front, followed by Joshua Greco in third place.
Greco looked like he was just having a good time bopping his head there. Looks like he may have been full pinned on his throttle, just had his head down, ready to go.
Oliver Williams in fourth place position right now, but that battle is still going on for that top two.
Oh,
there we go, nosing in. Can he make it stick?
Look, they're getting real close, and exactly like I said, one's good in the entrance, the other's good in the exit. Every single corner, they are neck and neck, rubber to rubber. See if Torres can make that proper move on Wilson there to get ahead.
Well, the best part about this is still a heat race. We still have one more to go for the main event. Well, these guys are just getting going as they battle back and forth. And Torres trying to find a way past Wilson as they make their way into that final corner. The last straightaway, and it looks like Eric Wilson's going to have that spot, but Torres trying to make a move. Checkered flag.
Unable to do it. Torres taking that second position, but Eric Wilson coming together for the first place position in that heat, moving up into the final race. Greco quite happy with his third position there. Lots of gaps between him and the fourth position. Coming over the start-finish line now.
Oliver Williams taking fourth place, heat number 2.
Now that was really exciting. So I guess we'll have to see with the final race. It, very likely will be very much of what we just saw there. It'd be really cool to see the fight between Wilson and Torres really, maybe he'll pull something together for the final. Maybe he's been holding back a little bit, letting them, be there because it's only the heats and they'll be in the finals. So
he's had some time to watch the way that Wilson goes through those corners and try to find an opportunity. Maybe he's noticed something that he can expose in that main event.
Exactly that. Those heat races, they're not just to seed you. It's a good time for you to get to know your competitor, know their weaknesses, make sure you show your strengths to other people, saying, don't mess with me in an entrance. I'm the best entrance I've got. So there we go. Some of the last racers making their way over that start-finish line to finish up the second heat of the e-bike races here at TEF1 NorCal at Sonoma Raceway. So I guess the times out there for those back home who want a good perspective, right now the e-bikes, some of their best times are sitting around 1 minute and 12 seconds. So that's a pretty fast lap.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone can break that sub 110, get into that single digits, maybe a 109 or something. We see some fast laps here. They're just getting faster as we've made it through these heat races. We'll see if the finals prove to be even faster.
Yeah, and even looking back at some of the practice times, the qualifying times that I have ahead of me here, that's right on par. And there may be one category out there that may be able to push them out for the fastest lap out here on Sonoma Raceway. And it might be the EUCs. We'll have to see.
All right, our racers are making their way to their grid positions. We're about to get things going.
Yeah, we have our wonderful media team out there doing some great shots over the start-finish line, getting all the racers to kind of turn around so they get the sun on their face and snapping some great photos on the track here at Sonoma. Really cool opportunity. You don't get a chance to be on a raceway like this and to have official media taking your photo on it is really cool.
All right, our racers are getting ready. Our track crew getting them lined up and ready to roll.
So it looks as though we are going fastest in the front with Wilson in that first position, Torres in the second, and Greco in that third.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if Wilson can get a good launch here and really hold that inside line. It's important into that first corner because Torres is going to want to take any opportunity to get past him because he's had trouble getting past him if he's behind him.
Yeah, and you notice through a lot of the races, Wilson was taking more of the outside line. Torres was trying to sneak on the inside. As a green flag goes off for this race, we'll see if he can get up ahead of Wilson and take that first position right off the hop, and he does so.
And a good launch from Greco as well, jumping up into that third place position. But those top two are just flying away.
And Torres finally gets his time to get ahead of Wilson. Let's see if Wilson can hold it, but he may have had a bad exit through that corner, allowing another racer to get ahead of him.
Yeah, Greco up into second place, but Wilson taking it right back from him as they make their way through lap number 1 of our main event. Torres in the lead.
You could tell Wilson wanted that one right before that corner. You see a suspension just compress all the way down in that braking. Really just trying to get Torres back under his belt. Wilson knowing.
Ooh, going wide in that corner as well, off the track. So it looks like
making a couple mistakes, getting a little anxious, still staying ahead in that second position, but he's got to get his wits about him if he wants to hold that position.
Yeah, making that move back up in the second, and he's got some work ahead of him trying to track down Torres in that first place.
Seems like he was gunning real hard. There was 2 corners in that lap so far that he kind of overshot a little bit, taking a little bit too much speed into it. But Torres just getting a gap on Wilson there as he's really trying to track him down over the start-finish line.
Josh Greco in third, followed by Oliver Williams, our top 4 right now in our e-bike main event.
And Williams talked all the way down, knowing maybe his machine isn't as fast as everyone else's, but same thing as that spec category. Use your skills to your advantage.
We'll see if Torres can hold off Wilson. Wilson winning both heat races coming into this main event, but Torres getting the jump on him and holding it so far as Wilson's trying to track him down.
Yeah, Wilson taking those wide exits, trying to get as much speed as he can. Hopefully not taking too much heat into those entrances to be able to stay on the track and just track Torres down.
Yeah, Torres making a little peek behind him going into this corner to see where Wilson's at as they both make their way into the final turns of lap number 2. Can Eric Wilson track down Nick Torres? They're coming into this long and high-speed straightaway. The white flag is coming out. Final lap. Oh, and he's making a move into corner number 1.
It looked like Wilson's front tire was right on Torres' back tire, and he held way too much speed into the first corner, going off the track just like he did a couple laps before. He's going to be looking up at Torres, trying to get that back.
So just taking too much speed on that straightaway into that first corner, unable to get the pass done. We'll see if his tires are going to be able to re-grip as he goes off into the dirt.
Torres just showing unbridled determination and experience on that track, as Wilson a little bit heavy on that throttle, really trying to track him down, but is having some difficulty here in this final race.
I wonder if he kind of overcooked his brakes a little bit too. It seems like he's having trouble slowing down into some of these corners, going wide on every single one of them. Nicholas Torres in the lead. As Eric Wilson goes off track again, trying to do anything he can to track him down.
Yeah, there'll be 4 times on this race he's been off track, really trying his hardest to get back up there, but it's not working in his favor at the moment, as Torres coming around that last corner into the front stretch in that first position.
As he makes their way, checkered flag coming out, and Nicholas Torres takes the win, followed by Eric Wilson.
What an incredible turn of events as we have that there. We thought Wilson would be up front. It could be Torres up front, but we've got a battle for that third position up front.
Oh, and it's a photo finish! Oliver Williams and Josh Greco passing the line at the same exact time. We're going to have to take a look at that one. That was tight.
That might be a video replay moment, and you'll notice the racer up front looking back and going, oh no, oh no. And right as they hit the line, we might have to go to a little video replay of our own and the numbers to figure out exactly what happened there.
That was close.
So amazing racing out there from the e-bike category. Battle between that first and second, a battle between that third and fourth. Some amazing passes and just overshooting corners, really trying to get it back up there. But
and Eric Wilson winning both heat races coming into this main event, and Nick Torres just biding his time and took the opportunity in the main event and held it for the entire race. Takes a W out here.
That's what I keep saying. That start on a PEV race means everything. If you can get out front and really get under the skin of your competitors, you can hold it. You can hold it is the key part. Then you've really got a good setup as we have our final racer coming across the start-finish line.
Joseph Gilbert coming through for 5th place. But yeah, what a great start here. These e-bikes out here. Again, if you're an e-bike racer, e-bike rider, and you want to get out and get some track time, come out to TEF1. It's a great opportunity to race side by side with your friends on a real track.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see what those final times. They got down to 1:11 for Eric Wilson out there, really trying to get back in that position. So we're getting pretty close to that 1:10 mark on this track out here.
I think we're going to see some sub 110s when we move on to especially that EUC class.
Yeah, it looked even in their qualifying, it was not far off of that. Very close to that 110 mark, but they were getting under 110 a little bit. We'll see, how close they get to that 1 minute mark. If it's the EUCs or maybe some e-skates are going to come out and really pull out on those stretches and being able to hold a lot of speed in the corners. We'll see exactly how that's going to play out.
All right, that'll do it for our e-bike class.
No, I believe we're going to just have some content, some interviews and whatnot. I know we had an opportunity to sit down with Rux, but wasn't able to hear him, so maybe we'll have an opportunity to get a few of those racers around and just kind of get into their mind a little bit to see exactly what's going on out there.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a break, a little bit of a lunch break for all of us out here, and then we're going to start things back up and jump into some of these e-skate and EUC races throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, so we just got word that we're getting an interview ready to go. So that will be something very exciting. That's something that I always look forward to, just hearing what these racers have to say. Because, we're out here speaking about some of the main aspects, but sometimes they bring out things that you wouldn't have thought about. And like, I had a bad breakfast this morning. That really messed with me. And we had no idea they were out there on the track, not doing as great because of that per se. So, getting an opportunity to sit down with one of those racers, a cool opportunity.
Yeah, we're going to have our third member of our crew, Drew, going to chat up one of these e-bike podium racers. Hopefully, I'm hoping for the winner. I'm hoping to hear from Nicholas Torres to hear maybe what he did to get up into that top spot, how he was able to get past Eric Wilson.
Yeah, I'm curious to know the banter between them, you know?
Third time's a charm, right?
Third time's a charm, right? Well, maybe not for Eric Wilson this time around, but Nicholas Torres really coming through on that. Just looking at the YouTube chat over here. Feel free to throw down your comments in there. We see you. We see you down there. Appreciate you joining us on the live stream. Tell your friends, like Pete said, share it to your family, share it on your social media. Let people know we are live right now.
All right, looks like Drew's getting ready with our number one, our first place position. I'm going to send it on down to Drew here shortly.
He's got Nicholas Torres down there, I believe. What an incredible story, coming back from that second place in both of those heats, just lining up as his opponent there, Wilson, knowing him well. So very curious to see what he's got to say down there, that's for sure.
Bit of an upset at the end.
Eric Wilson's out there in front of the booth right now. Seems to be quite happy, not too overly upset about the loss, chatting through exactly what may have happened.
We'll save it for the
It was a fun race. It was really cool to see. And I think I mentioned before that race even happened, it'd be cool to see Torres do something about it. And lo and behold, here he is.
Drew, by the way.
And we're ready down on trackside to get those comments exactly. So take it away, Drew.
How are we doing today, guys? We are here with Nick Torres, the winner of the e-bike category, and absolutely epic final there. So you were in the first heat, second place both times, right?
Yeah. So that my opponent Eric Wilson in P1 for the first two heats, he was a monster on the track, and I was doing my best to get the extra performance I have in my machine to just really apply, get past him, really. And for that last heat, it was just an upset that his bike had issues with the brakes. I could see it happening as we went. Every corner he got a little bit faster on the corners, and he just couldn't slow down a little bit every time. And by the end of that final heat, those brakes were gone. So I used that to my advantage. I took every corner as fast as I could to keep up with him. And I rode right on the edge of where my traction was, just to keep an eye on him. But that was a great race.
That was absolutely epic race, man. I mean, truly, from first heat, second heat, you were in second place there. He was definitely looked like he had the acceleration, but I know in your actual qualifying, you guys were like 0.2 seconds away from each other. Is that correct?
Yeah, and 0.2 seconds.
That's insane amount of distance. Now your bike, it's the Sur-Ron Light B?
Ultra B.
Ultra B.
So, some people might say I'm cheating, and to them, I will give it to them. It is a very high performance machine. So, I feel like I am doing my best to get the most performance out of it, to see if I can compete in this class where people have modded their bikes to give more acceleration, more top speed than anything stock. And I'm running this machine stock. So I'm just trying my best to keep up with the stock motor, the stock ECU, and honestly, it's doing great for that. For a stock machine, it handles amazing on the track, and I wouldn't change a thing about it.
Dude, it shows. It absolutely shows. I mean, both of you in acceleration this straightaway. Do you know how fast you were going in that exact straightaway there?
No, I don't actually.
It looked fast, so it definitely was kicking up there. Those corners are awesome. Anything that you loved on the track that you wanted to see a little bit better? Any of the chicanes or anything like that? The tic-tac-toe and that second corner there back there?
Yeah, that tic-tac-toe was quite challenging at times, and I feel like the hardest chicane was probably the one right before the final turn into the straight. And I feel like that's one of the places where I almost passed Eric multiple times, because I just handled that corner traction just a little bit better with my slightly fatter tires. And that was the most fun turn of all of them.
Nick, congratulations, man. You did an absolutely epic job out there. You earned it. Congratulations on your first place prize there. Guys, really appreciate it. Back to you up in the booth.
All right, thank you, Drew. Thank you, Nick Torres. Great race out there. Great e-bike main event.
Yeah,
Can't
great
wait for more.
insight there from Torres as well. Just getting into the mind and really knowing exactly what was happening on the track. Love that stuff. Really good stuff.
All right.
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to the TEF1 race event here. I am with Meyer, the COO of TEF1 here. Meyer, can you go ahead and take us back to the very beginning when you met Abby, reached out to this idea of TEF1? What was your first impressions, and what made you actually say yes to this whole entire situation?
Believe it or not, the first time I heard about Abby's vision about TEF1, I thought it was a daunting idea, and I didn't think it would be possible, and I actually did say no. That was my first thought. But we talked more and more about it. I got the vision. I kind of understood what he was trying to do, and I realized, that we had good backing and a solid team that we were going to grow. And at that point, I realized, okay, this is something that's feasible. We can try it out for sure.
So you've been an important part of TEF1 since the beginning of Proof of Purchase here. So looking back, what are some of the biggest moments you've learned from those earlier stages? Like, what have we grown here?
Oh gosh, everything. Every time we do an event, it's a different growing pain that we learn from. At Atlantic, as you know, weather was a big issue, even though we were at the right time of year. It just seems like every event we know we're going to run into an issue, and as long as we know that these issues can be resolved for the next one, our events are just going to get bigger and better. So there's always something to learn from. Even at this event, as perfect as it's been, I think during practice we had an e-skate catch fire, and that hasn't happened at TEF1 before. So lots of learning experiences that happen during the live events, as you are aware, Drew.
As you always say, what can go wrong
will go wrong. 100%. Yeah.
So you and Abby clearly share a strong working relationship. How do you guys both complement each other, and especially when it comes out to making these big decisions or handling these hard pressure moment situations?
I think the one reason why Abby and I vibe really well together as a team is the fact that we both do very different things. On the marketing and on the operation side, I'm very much more involved and very much more hands-on. When it comes to finances, it's a lot more with Abby, and obviously talking to the investors and all the sponsors and getting them on board and the long-term vision. You got Abby there, and you put those two together and you get a pretty good solid partnership.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. You guys have definitely brought together this incredible, it's now race 4 of this entire series that we've had this year, right? So Vancouver, South, Atlantic, now NorCal. This is absolutely epic. You guys have really truly built an amazing vision here. From a marketing perspective, how have you seen your audience and perception change for the first event? So what's the vibe around TEF1 compared to that first race series up in Vancouver?
Yeah, the first race event in Vancouver, I would talk to people about it after, and they'd be like, what are you talking about? We don't even know what TEF1 is. And that was just a pilot event in a parking lot. But I think after, when we did SoCal, we decided to do SoCal. We went to the K1 track. We took it pro. We decided we're not going to do parking lots. We're going to do tracks. And I think that's where the pivot happened. And one thing I think that we really do well, not to toot my own horn, but our marketing, when we came out with those highlight reels from SoCal and made it really look epic, I think that's when people started to take note. But to, the community's contribution as well, I gotta give them an applaud, because the racers who came to our event, they would then preach about TEF1 and how much of a good event it was. So to hear the people who race regularly come up to us and say this is the best event they've ever been to, and it was our first time, I knew we had something good going.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. That's 100%. From Vancouver, watching the cones set up in the parking lot, to obviously now sitting on top of this beautiful mountain in Sonoma, it's an absolute kind of juxtaposition of where we started and where we're going. And I know that dreams of international races are on the horizon, let's say, right?
Yeah. I don't even think they're dreams anymore. I think it's just a matter of time. And I think 2026, if not 2027, is going to be a year where you see us outside of North America. 100.
I'm very much looking forward to that. All right, last question here. So as COO, where do you see TEF1 the biggest opportunities in the next year, both operational and as a brand?
A good question. As a brand, we want our brand awareness obviously to grow and take off. I think that's one thing that we're really working on. Well, I got a little friggin' okay.
We're good. It's okay.
Right, yeah. Sorry, lost track of focus there. But essentially, I'd have to say that one of the areas where we're going to thrive in as far as the brand awareness goes is that people now know our brand within the community, but now it's about elevating that and taking it to having mainstream media and the mainstream people follow us as well, so that we could really grow the sport and propel it into the mainstream world. So that's the next cusp that we're trying to reach, is sort of elevating TEF1 so that it's beyond just the PEV community per se. Getting bigger sponsors that are not just PEV industry related and are maybe bigger name brands. Not that we would never want any brands that we have now, because we love all of our sponsors regardless who they are. But yeah, just looking to expand a bit further outside of the PEV industry in that realm.
Perfect. I couldn't agree more. I am so excited to be a part of this. Thank you guys, obviously, for having me out here. This is incredible. And thank you so much for setting this event up. So looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, for sure. I'm glad to have you, man. You're amazing. I love you, Drew.
Love you too, Mark. Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate that. We're going to be going through a few more sponsors coming up here, so stay tuned. How are we doing, guys? Welcome back to the interviews here with our sponsorship teams. We have Albert, the team principal of InMotion for North America here. Thank you so much for showing up today, and thank you so much, obviously, for being a team principal and sponsorship to our race here.
Oh, no worries. It's my pleasure.
This has been an absolute epic event, and thank you so much, obviously, for being there. Can you explain to you what you guys are doing here and what you're bringing with the team and stuff like that this year?
Yeah, so there's a lot of firsts that we're doing right now. We partnered with TEF1 in order to kind of push the sport a bit further. We recently launched our brand new InMotion P6, and the goal was to bring it to the racetracks to prove the performance capabilities that it has with a top-tier racing team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This has been the P6 launch has been something that has been blowing everyone's mind. I mean, top speed of 93 miles per hour, 225 volt system, like
235.
I'm sorry,
volts.
235 volts. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, no
235 volt system. It is unheard of for everyone else in the top tier class, and it's shown. I mean, you guys just raced last week at AVS, and now here at TEF1. You guys expected to podium again first, second, third today?
Yeah, I think first, second, third, I think is definitely doable. I think a full sweep would be amazing. But, you know, I can't get my hopes too high because there is some really stiff competition here.
Yes, definitely. There's 100%, there's some crazy races out here, and obviously the P6 is definitely a part of it, but skill is very much involved in that sense there. So what is the future, the vision of InMotion right now?
InMotion wants to kind of push both ends of the spectrum. We want to get more new riders into the sport. We understand that that can be done through expos like Electrify Expo, but also done through racing because of the adrenaline and the sport junkie nature of the American population. So we are going to be pushing both ends of that spectrum, whether you are new or you are seasoned, providing wheels for everyone.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I know my actual first wheel I ever tested on was a V9 that you guys had out there, and I loved it. Learned on that thing. It was so much fun, but obviously jumping up to something like a P6 is definitely a little bit more niche in the racing for me. But absolutely. What else do you guys have the future for TEF1? What do you think about growing with TEF1 in general?
Yeah, I think TEF1's a really awesome bed to work with because they know and they understand the live broadcast that they're doing today, this high quality broadcast. They know how to treat the racers right. They know how to run a really tight event.
Are you playing with us for the next couple of races with us?
That's the plan.
Really appreciate that, man. Thank you guys so much. I really, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here today.
You too.
All right, guys, and we're going to be moving on to our next sponsorship series right now. How are we doing, guys? We are here with Next Gen Mobility. Rob, the owner here, thank you so much for being a sponsor here today. Can you, for people that don't know out there, explain what is Next Gen Mobility?
Next Gen Mobility is an electric unicycle dealer. So our primary focus is to bring people the absolute maximum value, and that's not just in the form of price, but also in the form of after-sales customer service.
Absolutely. So with the launch of the P6, are you guys offering that as a pre-order system or anything like that there?
Yes, that's correct. And we're offering all of the extra freebies that InMotion is also offering, including a 14 amp charger, an extra year of the extended warranty, and also with Next Gen Mobility, we're also offering a free set of Grizzly sync pads as well.
Nice, very cool. Now here with TEF1, we appreciate you guys being here. What do you guys think about the TEF1 and even the future going forward?
Oh, well, as far as TEF1 is concerned, this is the premier race event. If there's any race that is going to be sponsored, it has to be TEF1. This is the absolute top tier with the best racers in the world. So I'm just so happy to be here.
Yeah, no, trust me, we're very excited to have you here as well too. And obviously, thank you so much for also supplying water for everyone. It's been a hot day. We've been really appreciating that too. Do you guys offer anything other than just EUC, or is there like parts and accessories, anything along those lines, or just EUC situation?
Yes, we offer EUC parts, especially we've got a nice supply of NOSFET and LeaperCam stuff. We're an official supplier of all of the electric unicycle brands. And also we have a lot of different accessories, including Roger chargers, and we have the Grizzly pads, as well as we're soon going to be supplying power knobs as well.
Oh, very cool. So I know that we have a QR code that's been popping up on screen here too. That is a NOSFET. I believe you can win one of those as well too. And obviously, if you have services available to service that later on down the road.
Yes, sir, absolutely. It's donated by NOSFET, but the warranty is serviced through Next Gen Mobility, and so it's a pretty exciting prize. Good luck to everyone who's put in for it.
I personally have told all my parents and family to be scanning that QR code, so I'm like praying for that to come through there. But yes, that's very exciting. Again, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being out here today. Really, truly appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Stay tuned, guys. We're going to have our next sponsor interview up next. Welcome back to the channel, guys. We have Speedboard. Dave, owner and COO, I'm assuming, right? Yep. This is an absolutely fantastic product. I have ridden this one personally. This is basically a skateboard with two wheels with motorcycle-like performance. Can you explain a little bit about Speedboard?
Yeah, so I grew up riding bicycles and snowboarding, and so four-wheel boards never made sense to me, that the way that they work. So I made my own two-wheel board, and now we can lean 45 degrees side to side, and we're hitting like almost 50 miles an hour on the straight here, and we're keeping up with the Stooge boards to the corners, so we're just having a blast.
No, I 100% can agree with that. I mean, literally having no practice whatsoever at ESK8 is actually the first time you and I met. I stepped on that board in like 30 miles an hour with not even thinking about it. Just beautiful agility, and I love the design that you guys have put in here. Now, I know that the boards you have today are not necessarily the stock class boards. You've put a little extra oomph into them. Is that correct?
Sort of. So my board actually is a stock Denali. I changed the gearing. That's the nice thing about having a outrunner that has a chain drive, so we can change the gearing really easily. So I'm hitting 46.5 down the straight, but that's a stock board. That's what you can buy for, I think, $3,600. We're selling that for right now. So, and then you can come out here and you can race alongside the Stooge boards and everyone else.
That's absolutely incredible. I know that also you are talking about, we talked about this, that you were putting it for like a dune racing and stuff like that. Is that something you guys are actually doing with swapping out the tires and being able to like race in sand situations too?
Yeah, we're not quite at the dry sand yet, but we have some off-road tires. We've been racing on like gravel and on single track and dirt and stuff like that. So the idea is to have one board that can do everything. We like to say it plays well with others. So we'll ride with Surons and they're doing wheelies. We're riding with other e-skates, or you can slow down and ride with one wheels or riding with EUCs, and it just has fun with all the different categories of PEVs.
And what do you think about the race event here with TEF1? You guys are being thrown into the Stooge situation. Do you guys enjoy that? Are you like looking for maybe to build your own class situation and maybe have something like that ESK8 Spec race with just you guys?
We would consider doing an ESK8 Spec race, but we would not come back if we didn't get to race against Stooge, because we're here to prove that we can hang with the best. There's no point in proving that I can beat him or he can beat me on speedboards. We need to show the world that speedboards can hang with Stooge and with everybody else.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing you out there. Congratulations again. Thank you so much for being here.
Yep.
Again, guys, we have next sponsor coming up, so stay tuned. Welcome back. We have Mo here from Stooge Raceboards, an absolute legend in the race industry. And today, you're excitingly brought the first ever ESK8 Spec category, which we've been dying for as ESK8 racers. Can you explain your thought process and stuff like that?
So the Spec class was to bring in kind of something new, the ground level entry, so that people could come in and build skills off a platform that didn't destroy them when they didn't punish them for speeds. I mean, it's really hard to be 40 miles an hour, lose grip, and hit the pavement and try and learn something from it. So our approach, what we did is we brought in a low-powered board with low grip that made low speeds, but you can build skill levels off of putting the razor edge of grip on it and being able to maintain a corner. It also teaches you how to take and build momentum through a turn and carry it through a turn. And with the lowered speeds, it gives you an ability to take time to calculate how you're going to set your opponent up for a pass as well. Another thing that comes in with this low-powered setup is drafting. Something with a higher power boards, it really doesn't matter. With this thing, when you're maxed out at 28 miles an hour, you get behind another rider and you can pull another half a mile an hour on them. Dina used that in the heat race. I hope you guys got that on tape, but she podiumed off that last turn, last pass lap there, and she used air to do that. So pretty cool deal.
Yeah, Dina, catch me if you can catch Tori there. She definitely raced up there and passed to make third place, was in fourth position the entire time. She's absolutely another legend that's been racing on your race team. So how long have you been in the race industry in general?
We've been doing this for about 8.5 years now. So we came in kind of at the beginning of the racing in Southern California, and we've been building race boards and kind of figuring it out along the way. But we've got some fast stuff, and now we're trying to build it up into the grassroots thing and bring in new. I mean, we had ESK8. We had guys out there running the spec deal today that were from the EUC. One of them, Q. I think this is maybe the 4th time he's been on a skateboard. That guy's a natural talent. He's fantastic.
No, absolutely. I mean, it really has. When I stepped on this at ESK8Con the first time, it was truly just a revolutionary piece of equipment, because you look at your boards that you have that are doing 45, 50 miles an hour. I'm like, that is horrifying for a new racer and stuff like that. So hopping on something like this, absolutely perfect. Now you do have some other insane boards that are here as well too, with larger goat kart style tires on there. Can you explain a little bit of that?
Yeah, so we're just trying different approaches as far as wheel. On a kart deal, you've got 125 mile an hour speed rating, and you've got multiple durometers that you can to choose from on it. All the race proven stuff is race proven on it, so you really just have to be selective about the compound size and the footprint that it puts down, and then of course the rider weight. And you got still the same things like the tarmac temperature and all that plays into what tire you need to use, but we're kind of at the beginning of it, and they're proving to be a stable and nimble, and they're going to be formidable, I think.
I agree. Just like you guys started with the 3-link system, this is now the next iteration of your progression there. I agree. I also know that you guys partnered up with MAD to your wheels, and Riptide as well too for your bushings there too. So I'll give a shout out to those.
Right. Yeah. So on the spec boards, I just wanted to talk real quick about these things. So everybody has the same battery, the same ESC, the same motor, the same gearing, and then they're all on the MAD 125 wheels. And then Riptide is what we prefer, but the rule book on this allows you to run whatever deck and truck system you want to run, as long as it's on these electronics.
Well, that makes total sense, and I saw a few different companies out there that have maybe kind of Frankenstein their own boards together and be able to create this category, which is still awesome, because maybe someone wants a little bit longer of his deck or situation. That's
absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Well, I really truly appreciate what you've done for the industry and as a whole, and I love the fact that you're pushing this industry even further. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
It's good having you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see you soon. All right, hold on one second. Come back to our next sponsor in a few more minutes, guys. Welcome back, guys. We have another sponsorship here at Alien Rides. The owner, Kevin, and their racer, Maribel, here. Guys, what do you think about TEF1 as far as a competition? I know I've seen you guys at a few different races from Atlantic to SoCal. So what do you think about today and just in general TEF1?
Oh, I think it's come so far. It's such an amazing event. It's the beginning of something that's going to be huge, and I can't wait to see what the future brings. And I am so stoked to be part of this, to be just like, this is the first step of something that's going to be massive, and it's awesome. It's just a glimpse of the future.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. How about you?
To be part of TEF1 has opened doors to many EUC racers and just the PEV community. It's bringing the sport into live, it's making this sport become so much fun, and it's the future.
I totally agree with that. Now, as Alien Rides, you guys are located here in San Francisco, correct? Is your headquarters here? Now, what do you guys actually offer as far as Alien Rides goes?
Yeah, so we're in San Francisco. We have a shop in San Francisco, and we ship all over the USA. We have local in-person sales and repairs, mods, customizations, everything related to electric vehicles, So yeah, anything electric, we work on it.
I saw on your guys' website, because I was peeping it the other day, it's that one of the like low scooter that has like insane amount of acceleration and torque. What was that one again called?
Yeah, the Extreme Wheel K6. That thing is so much fun. That thing just does burnouts like crazy. It's so much power, dangerously fast. I love it.
I would love to kind of see that thing out here on the track maybe. But as far as EUC racing, are you going to be racing at all today?
I raced a little bit. I did some early laps just to get my times, but then I ended up donating my board to someone whose board blew, so I don't even have a wheel anymore. I own the shop but don't have a wheel today. But no, I'm stoked to be able to provide a board to a fellow racer.
No, that's awesome. And you guys also hosted the group ride last night too, which I know a lot of people had an absolute fun on that. San Francisco is a gorgeous city. I got to explore it on Thursday and I was having such a fun time seeing the city. So many hills, and obviously with these PEVs, you saw other people that weren't even a part of the group that were just enjoying it. So I mean, you have a great little district here about that. As far as EUC racing, how are you feeling out today? Like, how's that track feeling out there right now?
It feels good. It's fast, it's challenging, lots of hairpin turns, the straightaway, man, people are hitting like 60. I'm almost hitting 60 on that straightaway, but yeah, I'm excited.
I agree. I was out there this morning on the eskate, hitting a few turns. That tic-tac-toe had me a little nervous in a few spots there, and I know there's a couple cracks and whatnot, but everyone seems to be navigating it really well right now. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you guys out there on the race spec today. But again, really appreciate you guys coming out today. We'll see you guys in the next one here. All right. Thanks so much, guys. Stay tuned for the next sponsor coming up. Welcome back, guys. We actually have a TEF1 member here, our team sponsorship lead here. This is Alex. Alex, what has been your involvement with TEF1 so far?
Well, I am the sponsorship development lead, so I've been liaising and reaching out to companies to try and find companies that share our vision for PEV racing and want to help support the races.
So how has the response been from the sponsors actually around here?
Well, the response has been absolutely incredible. You can see, our sponsors putting up ads, making amazing commercials, and really helping us take PEV racing to the next level.
So a question for our sponsors out there, why should a PEV brand associate with TEF1? Like, what do we offer out there?
Well, TEF1 is the premier racing brand. So, we have the biggest tracks, we have the best production, we have the most creative sort of advertising opportunities. And, in my opinion, this is the best racing brand in the world.
So I see you out here on the EUC, you're flying around here. What do you think of TEF1 as a racing brand, and how has your experience been overall?
Well, like I said, TEF1 is the premier track racing brand for PEV racing. Like I said, largest tracks, best production. We have the best racers in the world here on our track today, and we do have the best sponsors.
I agree. I definitely agree. There's some fantastic sponsors out here. The track sessions has been absolutely epic. We've been getting better and better over and all. So very much looking forward to seeing this company grow, and hopefully more sponsors jump on board there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, brother.
Thanks, Drew.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Coming back in a few more minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to TEF1 NorCal at Sonoma Raceway. We're ready for some more racing. Are you ready back at home for some more racing? Throw it in the chat. Let us know how you're feeling.
Hope everyone took a little break, got some food like we did, went for a little ride. Yeah, we're ready to go.
Yeah, it's feeling good out there today. The weather seems to be still pretty good. It's really warm on that track. It's warming up for everyone. So you might see them getting into these heats and finals, like into those corners, getting real low, trusting in their grip and stuff. So it should be really fun to see exactly what's going to happen here.
Yeah, it's definitely heated up out there. A lot more heat in the track, which will be beneficial for these racers out there on only one wheel with these EUCs. So as much grip as possible for them, and looking forward to getting things going with the heat races. We're going to do ESK8 and EUC kind of intermixed, make our way through the heats, and then into the main events.
Yeah, it's an exciting time. We got a lot of heats, a lot of racers. You heard us say at the beginning, I believe 60 EUC racers. It's going to be a lot of people to get through some heats. So we've got 3 heats for the EUC Pro, 3 heats for the EUC Sportsman, and 2 heats for the ESK8. So it'll be kind of fun to see how that goes out. And just to let you know back at home, the order, we're kind of doing it one at a time, not sticking with the same device. So we're doing ESK8 first, then EUC Sportsman, then EUC Pro, then back to ESK8, EUC Sportsman, EUC Pro, and then EUC Sportsman and EUC Pro for the 3rd heat to finish it all off for all the heats.
Keeps you on your toes, though. Nice mix of the different PEVs as we go through, so you get a little bit of everything. We're not just stuck doing EUC or ESK8, so
yeah,
it'll be fun to mix them all up.
Yeah, and it's nice just to like not watch the same caliber every single time, you know, because when we get closer to those finals and whatnot, that's really the bread and butter for that. On top of those heats, though, we do have, once again, just like earlier, last chance qualifiers going up after that as well. So if they don't make it in these heats and they, you know, weren't going as fast as they wanted to, there is a last chance qualifier opportunity for them.
Yeah, we'll take a couple racers out of that and bring them directly into the main event, which will be immediately following that LCQ, and we'll just start going. It's going to be fun. We have a lot of racers on track with 60 EUC racers.
Yeah, and don't forget, after all of that, we have our Future Legends race presented by InMotion for the chance to win that InMotion wheel for all of those racers. Again, the future racers, those who haven't raced a lot or it's their very first time, that'll be a fun race to watch too.
You think I can get out there?
Well, I mean, I think you've done it in the past, leaving the booth and just going up and racing. So
it wouldn't be the first time.
It would not be the first time. But yeah, definitely an enticing, you know, endeavor to be able to go on that track. You know, we're just looking at it right here. It's like, oh, I want to be on that track. I want to be on that track. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see them lining up all in front of us here and really just duking it out for those heats.
Yeah, what a beautiful facility out here at Sonoma Raceway. Made my way over during lunch, watched some cars racing around the track over there. But it's just such an awesome karting track that we have here. What a great opportunity for these racers to really show what they can do and show how fast they can go on this thing.
Yeah, and the turnout here at this event is actually great. We're looking out our spectator window here, and for I would say probably the first time at a TEF1 event, there is a lineup of people along the fence line to see exactly what's going on.
Well, and the parking lot's hopping. Everyone's out there riding PVs in the parking lot. There's different vans and campers here, people hanging out and enjoying the entire day of racing. So, I mean, it's a scene. You got to get out here.
Yeah, big shout out to the Sonoma Raceway staff who've been looking over us, allowing us to be here. They're absolutely great, just letting us do our thing. So these racers are getting prepped out here. I've noticed a lot of people were stretching out there. They're really just trying to stay limber. A couple race teams over in their little huts, making sure they get the water in there and stuff. So there's a lot of prep time in that intermission where they're going over their devices, making sure they're good, making sure everything's going to be good for the races. So it was exciting to watch that, exciting to be a part of that and around and just kind of mulling with the people there a bit for the lunch break, getting an idea of exactly what's going on.
Well, we're going to start things off with ESK8, I believe. Our ESK8 heat number 1 will be getting going, and we have some big names in there. There's some people that can put down some fast lap times.
Yeah, some great racers, also some racers that we don't really see much too, so it'll be great to see how they kind of stack up against one of those or each one of those racers as well. So I wonder, let's go. There is one racer in this entire category who has never raced before, and that is Nicholas Torres. And that was the guy to secure the e-bike podium earlier today.
So, I mean, he's raced. He knows this track, but maybe not sideways.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So not on an e-skate. Some of these multifaceted racers, too, they're like Vince Ramirez, for example, in the Spec race. Never really been on e-skate, but let's try it. Let's give it a shot, right?
And had a conversation there with Josh Greco. It was his first time racing on asphalt, more of a dirt guy. So cool to have that out here for our e-bike class. And just a whole mix of people out getting some experience, getting some time on the track.
Yeah, and for the first time in the very first race, we have Brandon Stevens, who is going to be out there. I believe that's who it is. Oh, maybe not. We do have a speed board out there, I think, maybe. David Jackson. Yeah, that's the one, David Jackson. So we're going to see a speed board in this first heat race coming up here, too. And again, that's that. It's more like a scooter base at the bottom with 2 wheels, but it's controlled by a remote with no stem. So let me see it. Cool to see where they fare up against these e-skates.
Yeah, the 2-wheel board, I mean, we'll see how it stacks up. It definitely haven't seen it in this environment as much. We've seen some of them out on the street. We've seen them cruising around at some other events. But we'll see with the 2 wheels if they can really keep up with the 4-wheel big dogs on the Stooge boards out here.
Yeah, and like I said earlier as well, these the speedboard riders out here, I don't think they're running stock. I really don't think. I think they've amped it up a little bit.
It didn't sound like it. When I heard one go by, it sounded a little bit different, and it was moving pretty good.
Yeah. And these things, like, they're not made of plastic either. They're fully, like, they're geared up just like the e-skates getting ready to go. So there we go. We have our race coordinator out there. They're calling some racers to the line. Gave them the warning about 5 minutes ago. Say, get ready and get over the line. And we see some people in that first heat. The first one out there is Stevens, Brandon Stevens.
Yeah, so in our first heat, we'll have Jack Farah, Brandon Stevens, David Jackson, Dina Ketch, Ray Albano, Anthony Silva, Shannon Vong, and Marcus Body will be our first racers in heat number 1.
Yeah, and back home, you got a few things to do. You got to nuzzle in. The races are getting ready. You got to put a nice blanket on if it's cold, get some food, and maybe look at the screen because we have a giveaway still in effect. Make sure you get on that QR code, scan the QR code. Yeah, we should do that too. Maybe. Can we win this? I don't think so.
I don't think we're allowed to.
I would love to win a NOSFET Aero. And if you're like me at home sitting there and you want to win a NOSFET Aero, all you got to do, scan that QR code, and you are good to go. You have a chance at winning that NOSFET Aero. So thank you so much for NOSFET for providing that, and our broadcast sponsors as well, Next Gen Mobility. And I might as well mention the other broadcast sponsor, Lazy Rolling, armored by Lazy Rolling. And if we look out on that track in that first heat, I see a couple Lazy Rolling jackets out there.
Got to stay protected when you're going 50 miles an hour on an electric skateboard.
Yes, absolutely. You see on your screen there, they're getting ready to go. They're lining up on the grid exactly where they need to be. And you'll notice some of these e-skates, they look very similar to some other competitions, but you'll see one of those speed boards out there too, working real hard. Well, I guess we're going to find out if he's going to be working real hard, but you'll notice that speed board, it doesn't stay upright. You got to be in motion for it to be in its upright position, kind of like an EUC where these boards are getting ready. They're putting their feet on just in their place. Maybe we'll see some burnouts.
Yeah, interesting to think about it. Like you were talking, the start on the speed board, you have to have a foot on the side. You can't just stand and balance it necessarily, as opposed to these e-skates where you're just on it, you're ready to roll, locked in those bindings.
Yeah. So these racers are off for their sighting lap here. And on this sighting lap, I didn't see anybody burning rubber before they started, so they might use the track and the heat in that asphalt throughout the day, because we're sitting at almost 3 o'clock now out here. And they're going to use that heat on that track to get their tires warmed up if they haven't done it already, and get ready on that start-finish line. They're out there on that sighting lap now.
Yeah, grip might already be there. Maybe try to keep as much tire on that tire as possible. You don't want to lose grip as you go through this long track.
Yeah, that's a big feature of TEF1 races. We're at the big tracks. We're at the high speeds. You literally have to worry about losing your rubber, losing the amount of rubber on your wheels. That's a great point.
There's a great shot of the track there from above. You can really see the elevation change as well. They come all the way back up that hill, so there's a big elevation change as they move through that first part of the track and then have to come all the way back up the track, zigzagging throughout into that final stretch.
Yeah, you'll notice a few racers out there doing their carves, trying to warm up those wheels and get it ready. Jack Fair up there in the front. He's a force to be reckoned with. He's come out with a couple of podiums recently, and he's going to come out today and really put his skills on the track.
Yeah, over the last couple of years, Jack has really put his name in that top spot. And took advantage in some races earlier this year without some of the big names there. And then when they were there, still putting in really fast times, and they were unable to get past him. So we'll see what Jack can do on this longer track, because those were more of short track races.
Yeah, it'd be really exciting to see that happen. This man is come miles, but he's been around. Is he not a new member by any means? He really knows what he's talking about. Very generous guy. And a lot of other people out there on that track too, so we'll see if they can give him a little test for his skills.
Yeah, it looks like we have a fair mix of goofy and regular stance in this one. So we'll see if there are any advantages on this track layout to whether you're right foot or left foot forward. Some of these longer corners going to wear on those calves and those legs a little bit more if you're turning toe side versus if you're on that heel side edge. So we'll see how it stacks up.
Yeah, it's a lot of right turns on this track in the direction that we're going. So if you're in a regular stance with your left foot forward, you're going to have full visual of all of the corners you're approaching. And if you're in a goofy stance, you're going to have to look a little bit more over your shoulders. You're making a lot of those right-hand turns to see exactly where you got to be for the next one. So we got some stock boards out there. I'm seeing a lot of Stooge Raceboards, of course. They are the standard now, the norm now. As you saw the interview with Mo earlier, an incredible machine that he's helped create over many years, and they're out here dominating now. So a good view. You saw the parking lot there. You see all these people lined up getting ready to race. We have a race coordinator getting ready with the flag up front, just letting them know what's going on before the race starts.
Yeah, a lot of those Stooge V6s out there. You can see that battery pack sitting on consideration of that Stooge race board. Our racers are on their grid positions right now as we wait for a green flag for our heat number 1 in the E-Skate division.
Hearts are pumping, and they're off for the E-Skate first heat, and the speedboard has a hard start right off the very beginning, and the other racers taking off.
And what a launch from Jack Farah out in the lead, way out in the lead.
Oh, wow, the speeds that they are getting, the torque, the acceleration out of that corner, they just pick up, and Jack Farah way ahead, but coming around in second place, the other racer getting kind of close, getting through tic-tac-toe there.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon Stevens up in the second place with Dina Ketch in third. Our top 3 right now making their way through this track. Jack, again, a goofy-footed rider. Brandon Stevens right behind him, the regular-footed rider. Let's see if Brandon can cut down that lead. Dina Ketch in third.
Yeah, it's great to see their stances and everything as they're making their way through these corners, but Jack up there in front not looking behind. A lot of experience in this rider here, and he knows he's just got to make it through that first lap, and maybe as he comes up to the start-finish line, he'll have a chance to glance back, maybe having no idea how big of a lead he's actually gotten off Stevens there.
And he's pulled quite the lead. He's almost into the next corner there. And again, Brandon Stevens pulling a lead from Dina Ketch in third.
Yeah, it looks like the speedboard is back there, and they're battling for a position near the back, as well as Jack Farah comes along the start-finish line with absolute speed.
I heard him. I didn't see him, though. He was going so fast right in front of our announcing booth. Jack Farah with a commanding lead right now, followed by Brandon Stevens, and then third place, Dina Ketch just making it through that start-finish line right now.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's one of the few devices out there that actually has a little bit of sound to it. Stooge is known for having that grinding of, or not grinding, the merging of the gears, all metal.
Screaming.
The screaming. The first time I heard it blew my mind, and I was like, I know exactly what I want now.
So Jack Farah out in the lead, Brandon Stevens in second, laying it down in that corner, Brandon Stevens. There's a look at your leader way out there, Jack Farah. Again, a force to be reckoned with out here at TEF1 this weekend.
At this point in the race, they're about a lap and a bit through, so their wheels are pretty warm. You notice the second place Stevens there. He's getting his hand on the ground because he had enough grip in his board in order to keep its place without slipping out. They're going to be making their way across the last corners, coming up into the front stretch, and we're going to have a chance to hear them once again.
Yeah, here comes Jack Farah. White flag is out. Final lap. Absolutely flying right now. Has a third of a lap lead right now.
I'm counting. He has more than 10-second lead on second place.
In just 2 laps. There's Brandon Stevens making his way through, starting his final lap.
Jack making his way through tic-tac-toe right now, basically on a joyride of his own with speed. This man knows exactly how to operate that board, and he's putting it to work coming into that corner right in front of us here.
Some great drone shots there from our fly boys. Jack Farah flying through this track. That high-speed chicane, getting all the way out on the edges there.
Yeah, using all the track, knowing your entrances, knowing your exits, it makes a huge difference in racing. So very curious to see what time he's going to come out with here.
Just navigating a few more turns for him. Jack Farah way out in the lead. Heat number 1 of our E-skate class. As he comes around that final straightaway, flying through, checkered flag coming out. Jack Farah taking the W in heat number 1.
Not too much of a surprise. We were talking a lot about him before the race, but he definitely secured that first place position in that heat. Not much trouble for him. And we're going to be looking at Stevens and Dina Ketch. Dina Ketch may have lost a position. She fell behind a little
battling
bit.
back, but she made the pass on the speedboard on the inside. And look at that gap. Brandon Stevens coming through in second. What a dominant victory.
For those at home,
but here we go.
Was before, and second just crossed now, but we're getting another pass. I think there's a little back and forth with Dina here. Dina's out front, holding it out front, and then I come to the line. It looks like Dina was just ahead with the speedboard, almost about to pass her.
What a race there for third place.
And I'll tell you, the crowd out front is getting a little bit louder, and they were reacting to every pass that Dina was making on that track.
Yeah, that was Dina Ketch and David Jackson battling it for third. David on that speedboard. There's Shannon Vong making her way through that finish line. 2 female racers in this one. And then Anthony Silva coming through at the end. A great start to our E-skate heat races there.
Absolutely. Some great racing. Jack just really doing a great job up front. A great battle with Dina. You know, having Shannon, 2 females in that heat as well, repping real hard. She's a newer racer. She's only been racing for the past year in a couple of events, so it's great to see her out here just battling it out as well.
All right, looks like we're going to jump into our EUC Sportsman class next. I love this mixing it up of the classes. This is fun. Keep me on my toes.
Yeah, it's nice, you know. Sometimes you want to delve in and just see everything of the same, so then you're talking about the same things and you kind of get into it. But this is an all-PEV event, meaning EUCs, e-skates, e-bikes. So it's nice just to keep it that, an intercommingled PEV event. As we see these EUC sportsmen hitting up the starting. In this sportsman first heat, we have Cameron Bodwell, Brandon Tran, Vince Ramirez, Kota Nagayama, Chloe O'Brien, Andy Zhang, Anna Compass, Jesse Gardner, and Marcus Body.
All right. Ready to see these EUCs on track?
Yeah, and all sorts of riders out there. One I just named off, Jesse Gardner. He's a big man of advocacy for safety and whatnot, and PEVRA as well. So to see him on that track, it's great to see him at all these races as well. It's not only always about safety. Sometimes you got to lay it on the line for a podium. So he's going to be out there trying to do everything he can for this sportsman heat number 1.
I want to say he's got a history of being up on that podium as well. He's got some event champions, some first place there in his bio, so he's been known to get up there in one of those top spots.
Yeah, maybe there's something to it. If you know a lot about safety and know a lot about, you know, knowing your device and everything like that, you could put it all together to become a pretty good racer as well.
All right, again, a sighting lap for our racers. They're going to do 1 lap around the track, get a feel for their wheels, make sure everything feels correct, and then make their way to their grid positions for heat number 1 of our sportsman's class for the EUC.
And just a reminder for folks back home, we did divide up the EUCs with their qualifying times earlier in the day, and we have our 2 categories, the pro and the sportsman. So after these first sportsman heat, we'll be able to see the pros for their first heat, and then we're right back to the e-skates once again.
You talk about that crowd out here. I'm looking all the way down the fence line now, and we have a crowd stacking up around this track right now. I mean, beautiful day for it. You got nothing better to do. You guys are streaming it in Sonoma or around the bay.
We even have people over here with signs trying to cheer on some racers.
That.
They made signs out of cardboard. This is amazing. This is what we dreamed about many, many years ago before TEF1 was out there on the scene going, we need something like this. And here's TEF1 providing it. I love this.
More signs. I love the signs.
Right?
Make a sign. Come out here.
It's part of racing culture, part of sport culture.
I love it.
And, it's made its way into one of the newest, the best, most electrifying sports out there, racing on PEVs.
All right, our sportsman class is getting ready to go. So we're just getting everyone figured out, lined up, make sure everyone's in their right spots to get this sighting lap going. Again, big shout out to our sponsors out here today. Thanks for helping us put this thing on. Next Gen Mobility, Lazy Rolling, Armored.
Yeah, Power Knobs from Canada. I'm Canadian. I got to rep the Canadian companies, of course. But yeah, that NOSFET Aero giveaway, E-Wheels, Speedboards, Power Knobs, Draggy is a part of this as well, providing Draggy units for some of the winners. So I know personally I use one of those, and it helps track all of my training and my progression back into racing. So.
I like to slap mine on the wheel and see how slow I go, 0 to 20. It's not impressive, I can tell you that right now, but it is fun to know.
Yeah.
Always room for improvement.
Yes, always. It's a really cool device, though. And there's 2 different modes you could have it in, a drag mode and then a lap mode. So you could see, your different sections on a lap. Or, there is such thing as PEV drag racing. It's a little less common, but it does happen. And we've seen it around, that's for sure. But not something in particular I think TEF needs to do. They're doing a really good job with the fast, long track stuff.
Yep.
So.
All right,
Still getting ready.
Yeah, I think we're just juggling, making sure everyone is supposed to be in this heat, making sure the right names are in the right places. So, big shout out to our track crew, our race officials out here this weekend. Really, they do all the hard work, but we just get to hang out and talk about it.
Yeah, we just get to gawk about them, really. But they're putting in all the hard work to really make this happen. Shout out to those guys. They're orchestrating a circus out there. The amount of racers out there racing, to be able to reel them all in the right place at the right time and get it done. This year at this event here, NorCal, working beautifully, I believe.
Let's take a look at what some of these racers are riding on in this one.
Yeah, EUC Sportsman.
We were just talking about Jesse. Jesse's going to be out there on an Extreme Bowl GT Pro Plus. Definitely a worthy rig. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a minute.
And we're back once more. Thank you for those messages from our sponsors. And we definitely have the media out there using that opportunity right now to get some great photos of these racers. Like I said earlier, you don't always have the chance to be on a prestigious racetrack like Sonoma. So having a chance to be out there on your wheel, and you at home having a chance to, again, slap up that QR code and get into there. If you haven't done it yet, that's a free wheel just waiting for you to have if you win. So get in there, scan that QR code.
I don't think I'm allowed to.
As our EUC sportsmen are hitting the track for their sighting lap.
I don't think they'd be very happy if I won.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't go over
Might be
too well.
a little frowned upon.
Yeah, we'll have to redraw probably at that point. But yeah, appreciate NOSFET. And next that happen.
All right, our racers are on their sighting lap right now. A formation lap around the track. Make sure everything feels good, and we're going to get things going with this Sportsman Heat number 1 for our EUC class.
Yeah, make sure you scan up that QR code, but get ready because it's the first time that we have seen EUCs on the track today for heat racing. They were out there earlier doing some practice laps, some qualifying. You see them out there doing some carving, getting their tires a little bit warmed up. Some good leans in the wheels there. As you see, they're making their way up the hill. So as they come across right in front of us, we're noticing their wheels are all tilted quite forward. I can imagine when they're actually racing, that's going to be very tilted forward. Beautiful track you can see there. The slight uphill starting at the bottom of your screen and working up towards the spectators. It only gets higher in elevation in the ever so slightest, but enough to make these guys work a little bit harder. Or if they're going a little bit downhill, like into the hairpin that's directly in front of us, we don't have to worry about a little bit of those wobbles if they're going a little bit downhill and trying to brake.
Yeah, managing that speed in some of these corners, and then again, seeing some of these EUCs in these off-cambered corners, so these corners that don't have banking that help you make it through the turn. Be interesting to see how much grip they have. Interesting to see how much pedal scraping we see or hear. So we'll see how it all goes here for our first heat of the EUC Sportsman class.
Yeah, a few recognizable names out there for sure. Some of these riders are more accustomed to off-roading as well, but have really found a niche recently in this street racing. I'm finding a lot more racers are getting more inclined to go towards the street racing or asphalt or track racing versus off-road. Don't go racing on your streets at home. We don't recommend it. Come to TEF1 and you can race on the track.
Much safer.
Much safer.
And more fun. You get to do it with your friends out here. Chance to win free stuff.
Absolutely. Gotta love that. Get a nice view of our race coordination crew working real hard, making sure everyone's in the right place before they start the race. They got their sighting lap in, giving them a chance to kind of see the conditions of the track at the moment. And it looks like we're about to get started for our EUC Sportsman Heat number 1.
The racers have found their grid positions, and they're ready and on their marks. We're about to have a green flag. Here we go. EUC Sportsman Heat number 1 underway.
And they're leaning right into that start, trying to secure that first position into the first corner, because that means everything in this. And it looks like we have a takeover for first place. A little too much gas into the first corner.
Yeah, a little wide coming out of that corner, unable to stick it through that turn. So as they make their way into the tic-tac-toe corner, I love the way that corner really sends you into it. And that's an off-camber turn back up the hill, so really hard to keep that grip and speed.
Yeah, it's really cool to see those EUCs go back and forth. It's a lot of shifting of your weight, right? So those chicanes, the tic-tac-toe, like this one here, really shifting that weight around, getting those feet way out from where your head is. Great to see that. Spacing out a little bit here, too. We have some equal gaps, a little bit of bunching. That third place position was a little questionable for a second.
And those are pretty aggressive curbs on the inside and the outside of those turns. So really, bit of a collision there. Rider down.
Rider's up. I think that's Vince Ramirez there in the Clark Pads jersey. Seems to be all right. He's back up on his wheel, and the race will keep going as everyone else keeps going around the track.
All right, our leader coming through for lap number 1. And that's Cameron Bodwell out in the lead, followed by Brandon Tran. You're 1 and 2 right now for our sportsman class.
And for the first time, we heard those beeps that we were talking about. We had a racer go down right on the start line. We'll make sure they're okay. And, of course, we always have medical here to make sure everything is okay. It looks like a race coordination crew has grabbed a yellow just in case if any racers come through. But he has not waved it, so the rider must be okay.
Yeah, what a high-speed crash there. Andy Zhang also up in that top 3.
Yeah, it's a respecting the beeps type track. You heard the beeps already, and we've already seen a couple people down. This is going to be some gnarly racing. That InMotion race team is doing the right thing with those suits that they've got, because that's what it takes around here.
Hey, you were talking earlier about respecting those beeps, and they just hit that point, and that wheel can't continue to balance. Too much spinning too fast.
Yeah, instead of having a critical failure, the wheel decides it's better for it to take a nap. So hopefully these riders stay on their feet as they're making their way around the track. There's a lot of gaps happening here too. Really spaced out.
Our race leader coming through. Final lap. It's Cameron Bodwell coming through in that lead spot. They're really spread out in this EUC Sportsman heat number 1. Andy Zhang making his way through. Followed by Chloe O'Brien in 3rd place. And Jesse Garner and Brandon Tran making their way through as well. So final lap right now. White flag is out for all of our racers out here on track.
We're seeing who's coming around in that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position in these heats. Trying to capture that checkered flag.
I believe Cameron's still out in the lead right now. The pack has really spread out all over this track right now. Cameron with that bright red helmet matching that jersey nicely.
Cameron was one of those riders I was mentioning earlier who's a little more acclimatized to off-road racing, but has definitely the nerve to be out there on this track doing some track racing in that 1st position.
Yeah, coming through, about to take that checkered flag for our EUC Sportsman heat number 1. That's Cameron Bodwell taking the number 1 spot.
That feels good for him. I haven't seen him in a hot minute, so it's great to see him come back and just secure that 1st heat, 1st position right away. A bit of a gap, too.
Yeah, very big gap. It looks like maybe Andy Zhang coming through for 2nd place. And that is Andy Zhang taking 2nd.
Also coming through with the fastest lap time in that heat so far at a 1:24.
I believe Cameron
had a 1:17, so pretty close.
But
and a 1:19 by Brandon Tran. Okay, so yeah.
Andy racing both ESK8 and EUC out here. And Anna making her way through that start-finish line as well. And that'll wrap up heat number 1 of our sportsman class for the EUC.
Filled with action, kind of what we expected, you know. We never like to see wheels go down, but we saw a couple wheels and people go down there. They got back up on their feet. A nice mix of genders too. We had a couple females in that heat. That's what we love to see, being real competitive next to those men, showing them they've got what it takes to be there as well. Watch out for that podium in open categories soon. We're going to see some females getting up there.
All right, and we're going to jump into our EUC Pro heat number 1 coming up next, and we got some names in there.
Yeah, I mean, the more we do these events, the more these names just become household names, and there's new names popping up too that become household names. So we got Morgan Hones, Zach Darnell, we have Q, Christoph or Turbo, Roger Hajali, Ryan Chin, Sunwoo Kwok, Maribel Vargas, Eva Hall, and Richard Salcido.
Yeah, definitely going to be a fast one.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some great racers out there. I think it's going to be a battle, if I were to say myself, between Roger and Zach up front in this heat, with Maribel very close by and Turbo going to be in there. So, I mean, yeah, anything could happen, right?
Yeah.
We could see any of these other racers kind of pop through and you know, put them on their butt too. So we'll see exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, Q has just started getting into racing. Definitely been someone who's been around the scene and riding a lot, but just starting to get into racing, and he is quick. So watch out for him as well.
It looks like maybe some other racers got on the track there. We'll just have to verify exactly who's going to be in this heat coming up.
All right, looks like we're looking at the wrong list on that one.
Well, for one reason or another, they may have had to shuffle it up if a racer was just not ready or something. So it looks like we're going to be going with Heat 2 to start.
Heat 2 for Heat 1.
Yeah. And in this heat, we've got another big list, even like all these names. We all know all of these names if you're in the community. We've got Maxwell Berger, Aaron Doria, Sho Scott, Brian Young, Kevin Zavala, Chris Clark, Celeste Kuna, Wheezy Salem, Jack Farah, and La Lexina. All of those being household names, so it'll be really cool to see these folks on the track. We got a Canadian out there. We've got some big podium winners, Maxwell Berger. So, yeah, it'll be really cool to see how they duke it out there.
Well, and this is our first opportunity to really talk about that InMotion team and that InMotion P6 and really see what it can do on a track like this. We have Maxwell Berger out there on one. Aaron Doria is going to be on one as well. So we'll see how it stacks up against some of the rest of these wheels.
Yeah. Pretty easy to pick those guys out, too. They've got the left-hand side of your screen with the orange suit and the wheel there, the brand-new P6. Kind of almost unreleased in a sense. They're the first people to have them here in America, so cool to see that InMotion team come to fruition. Of course, InMotion being our title sponsor for this event. I believe they're just out there now making sure they get every last person required to be on the line out there to the line. And then I believe they'll get a chance to do a little sighting lap before they get out there as well. Get a little idea of what this track is right about now after a few hours of heat.
And there's a good look at that InMotion P6. Arguably the fastest wheel ever created. Maybe not even arguably. The fastest wheel ever created. And the racers that are riding these wheels are also some of the fastest racers that we have.
Yeah, hand-picked selected team from InMotion, kind of one of the first companies out there to create a proper race team from one of their products. And they hand-selected some of the best racers out there, right? And they've got support on trackside as well. I believe possibly that is 2 cells, 1 pack on comms with them. That's a very smart tactic as well. Like if you've got a team captain or someone on the side, it's fully legal for you guys to have communications in your ears, I believe. I don't think there's any rules or regulations against it. And it's a very wise thing. It can be smart too. If someone else goes down on the track, it's one of your racers, immediate relay, and your team captain could let the medics or something know that they need to be out there right away, right? So
yeah, you see any other form of racing, there's communication between the driver and their pit and their crew and being able to talk about what's going on. It looks like our racers are starting their sighting lap right now. I've been waiting for this moment all day, maybe even longer, to see what we have in our EUC Pro class.
Yeah. Some very definitive racers in their figures out there, too. You'll notice when they get on track, you'll be able to tell who's who by the end of this. We got a couple InMotion racers up front, but I believe starting in that third position, we're going to have Sho Scott, who's a very characteristic type rider, very stylistic, and does exactly what I like to do and lets the people know ahead of him or behind him exactly how he's feeling.
Yeah, some would say the king of style on a uni, on a wheel. One of the most fun racers to watch. It just looks like he's just flying out there.
Yeah, not his first rodeo. That is for sure. But we'll see if that, that conversation about that P6, exactly, what's going to come of that. Because, people aren't really up in arms right now, but they see there's a massive difference in voltage and capability in this wheel. And, even the riders who are racing it themselves say this is an oddly good wheel.
Yeah.
Like it's hitting all the marks for them. So to try one out myself, but I'm sure what they're saying is very much true, right? And you saw it in that race just recently where they came away with some podiums. So
all right, our racers are making their way towards their grid positions. Up front, Max Berger, followed by Aaron Doria, Sho Scott, Brian Young, Kevin Zavala, Chris Clark, Celeste Kuna, Wheezy Salem, Jack Farah, and La Loxina for our first heat of the EUC Pro class.
A few teams out there as well, not just the InMotion team. We have an Alien Rides team member out there, a Synchro Racing Syndicate team from Toronto out there on the track as well. Clark Pads out there on the track as well. Race coordination crew making sure everyone's all set up after their sighting laps. Going to grab that green flag and get this show going. And the racers are ready, waiting for that green flag. Once he's off the track, and off they go for the first heat of the EUC Pro races here at TEF1 Sonoma Raceway.
Look at that launch by Max Berger out into an early lead, and it looks like maybe Show Scott jumped up, passing Aaron Doria up into one of those top spots as they make their way through that stretch. So Max Berger followed by Show Scott, then Aaron Doria, your top three, and then maybe it looks like purple out there, Kevin Zavala in fourth.
Yeah, that does make sense for sure. He's always up there in those positions racing with those guys. And no surprise, Maxwell Berger right off that line. That's one of his signature moves is his start. He's able to get his hands and his body and his chest and his head about an inch off the ground.
Oh,
there was a good
goodness.
save I heard from the audience there.
But you had Aaron Doria and Show Scott going head-to-head, full push there in that straightaway. Aaron going out in the lead. Looked like Show dropped back, maybe had a wobble on that into that high-speed chicane.
Ooh, and B-Rye, Synchro Racing Syndicate, off on the edge there, allowing that pack to kind of break away.
And our two P6s making their way into that final corner on this stretch. Look at the speed as they come through that start-finish line. Absolutely flying.
Yeah, you could definitely pick up speed with those unicycles, but braking into those corners, you got to be able to brake it as well, just as hard as you accelerated it, and that P6 really proven itself through those corners.
So our racers make their way around this track. 3 laps to determine who's making it in directly into the mains. Everyone else will have to go to the last chance qualifier. There's a good perspective of that elevation change as they make their way back up the track and into these corners. Big left-hander into that high-speed chicane. Our two P6s out in the lead. Max Berger and Aaron Doria, followed by Show Scott and Kevin Zavala.
I've never seen these racers race with such a big gap between every last one of them. They're really putting it on the line, really trying to get out there and accelerate past everyone. And it's showing itself here as Show Scott, normally way up in front, passing people, getting back, and making his way up to those P6s up front.
Show able to come back after that bobble and jump back up into that third-place position. Max Berger and Aaron Doria on the home stretch right now. White flag coming out for the final lap.
1 lap to go. This InMotion P6 is still up front, but Show Scott in that third position showing he's not ready to give up quite yet. Zavala hot on his tail as well.
If you take a look at these lap times right now, both Max Berger and Aaron Doria sub 110 with a 109.2 being the fastest lap so far on this track, putting in some incredible times out here on that InMotion wheel.
Yeah, Show Scott only a 1.5 seconds behind him on the lap time, so maybe losing on every lap on those P6s. And Brian Young coming in, or B-Rye, in that position after Kevin Zavala.
Max Berger and Aaron Doria out in front. There's a look at Show Scott leaning through that high-speed chicane as well as Kevin Zavala. But our top two going into those back-to-back hairpins and making their way through their third and final lap for our EUC Pro Heat number 1.
Yeah, Show Scott trusting in his trusty Pagode wheel, trying to catch up to those InMotion wheels up in the front. As they come across the start-finish line, I believe it's Mad Max with Aaron Doria in that second position. And in the third position, we got Show Scott securing it up.
Kevin Zavala bringing home fourth. What a race. What a show of dominance from that InMotion P6 from Max Berger and Aaron Doria out in those top 2 spots, really stretching out the lead from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great race to see, a clean race. We always love to see a clean race as well. A couple oopsies, but nobody went down like we saw before. So it's great to see These pros really holding it together, demanding these machines, and these lap times are nothing to be joking around with. We're going to be getting close to 1 minute soon. If these folks were on this track for a month or two, I'm sure they could shave off another 5 full seconds. They just saw this track for the first time when they walked in today.
All right, that'll do it for our EUC Pro Heat number 1. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to jump back to E-Skate.
I did see a couple of E-Skates making their way up to the line. Of course, anything could happen on race day if people aren't ready and whatnot, but we just assume the E-Skates are coming up next and everyone is ready to go.
So jumping back to our four-wheel friends, our E-Skates making their way back out there. Ruck Smith, Tucker Clay, GT, Aaron Chang, Michael Vassallo, Nicholas Torres, who we saw earlier on the e-bike, and GT's brother, Gia Lyon. So it should be another fun race out here for our E-Skate Pro class.
Yeah, it looks like Michael Vassallo is out there, and those are the wheels that I was talking about before. I see them now for the first time. These are like proper go-kart wheels. I don't know if I can carry all 4 in one go, but he's out there on the track. And big silver chrome rims on it, too.
Looks like Ruck Smith as well, also with some big wheels on his board.
Yeah, I don't know if Ruck Smith was kind of the leading force in all of this with the bigger wheels and whatnot. I know it's him and the genius behind Mo and everyone else. So, yeah, we'll see what he could do with those big tires.
And we also have a speed board out there. Tucker Clay is going to be out there on another 2-wheeled speed board out on track.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise to be seeing some Stooge Raceboards out there, but I do also see another board. It might be a Metro board out there, another stock build. Maybe not a stock build, though, because going up against these Stooges, you might need to improve that ESC to get a little bit more power out of those motors.
Stock's not fun either. You want more than stock.
Yeah, if you're racing stock, you might as well go spec.
Fair enough.
Right?
Yep.
Going to the spec race. That was fun and exciting. And some of those spec racers, right back on their regular boards here, like Ruck's the winner of our spec race.
All right, our E-Skate Heat number 2 making their way onto the track. They'll also get a sighting lap, 1 lap around the track, then 3 laps to determine who goes into the main event. Everyone else will be pushed back to a last chance qualifier. Let's see if they can make it in the main as well.
Oh, looks like we got another speed board out there as well.
Yeah, that's Tucker Clay on the speed board. We'll see if his is as souped up as the last one, David Jackson.
Yeah. Speed board race team. One of the first times we've seen them.
You ever ridden one of the speed boards?
Yeah, they're rather interesting. It's kind of fun. It works your ankles like you didn't think it would, and it takes some ankle strength in that.
I've had a little bit of time on a different 2-wheeled electric board, and pretty fun, pretty swift.
Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, absolutely. They're out there on that sighting lap now, so finally getting to see some of these racers ride those boards. And oh, wow, our view from here, you're going to see it soon. But they look like they're riding a miniature car. I'm not going to lie. Those wheels are quite
huge.
Large.
Yeah, I can't wait for you guys to see this. There are some. It looked like Rux's wheels and tires had a little more tread on them. They weren't really your traditional slick tire out there, so it'll be interesting to see how much grip he has in those corners.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he just needs a little bit extra tread with the speed and the condition of the track being like made for, not what we're here for. It's a go-kart track technically.
All right, it's that time again for everyone at home. QR code's coming on the screen. Time for you to scan it. You have a chance to win a NOSFET Aero. And since I can't do it, you have to do it. You have to scan it. You can win it at home. Don't have to be here. Ship it to you. I won't ship it to you. Someone will ship it to you.
I mean, someone should go in my home chat back home and get everyone in my home crew to enter into that QR code. Get them on the live stream here. Get everyone to scan that. And I want that NOSFET Aero to come to my home.
Dad, wife, please. Please.
It's a fight between Pete and myself. Which city it's going to go to, his city or my city?
Well, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, there's a couple sporting events happening nowadays that, we like to chat about on the side.
Go Mariners.
The Blue Jays are pretty good. Anyway, we're getting that sighting lap in for these racers, seeing the speed board out there next to some of these e-skates and a couple of the big wheeled boards. So curious to see what differences they get out of those wheels. I kind of want to talk to them afterwards, see how it went for them, because I know they've ridden these bigger wheels before, but not this big. They've gone a little bit bigger, but not this big.
All right, our first racers are making their way into their grid positions. Again, one more time, scan the QR code. There it is, right here. Scan the QR code, win yourself a NOSFET Aero. So big shout out to Next Gen Mobility and NOSFET.
Yeah, e-skate is one of the few categories as well where they have to worry about their tire condition, and they actually go through tires. EUC's kind of work them down over time, same as bikes, kind of work them down a little bit. But after a couple of track sessions, they might have to toss those rubbers and get some new ones.
You wonder if that's a difference, too, with these bigger tires. If they have a little more longevity, they don't have to swap those out as much, being a little bit more of that normal pneumatic type tire, where they can just keep running these at longer distances and don't have to worry about the grip as much. And there's a look at it right there. You can see the tread there on Ruck Smith's board.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see those. And, like, how they're going to perform is going to be really, really exciting to see, because a lot of the time with the bigger diameter, it's that much harder to get the board moving, that torque off the line, right? So some pretty gnarly tire situations out here, but it's all for the speed. And they're off for the E-Skate Pro Heat.
That looked like a great launch from the back from GT, getting up in the mix with Ruck Smith. All the way out in the lead, taking it from fourth position up into that top spot. Ruck Smith in second.
Wow. You don't know what to expect sometimes with all these changes and setups of all their boards and the things that they can do, and they kind of curate them for each race. But you see Ruck's there in that second position with those large wheels. Seeing if he can make them work to get up into that first position.
Doesn't seem like he has as much acceleration there as GT, running the more traditional wheel on that Stooge board, but we'll see if they hold up longer throughout these long laps. Maybe he'll have a little more pace towards the end of the race.
Yeah, once you hit some of those longer straights, he definitely has an advantage with a bigger diameter wheel, and spinning on the inside as fast as it normally would, but it's a bigger diameter this time, so he can travel faster and farther. It's just that he lacks in the torque in that sense too. So as long as he could use his racing skills accordingly and keep it, in and out of the corners properly, he's able to get up there in that position. I do see a yellow flag on the track. You're gonna have to keep an eye out to see exactly what's going on out there and if the racer's okay.
So Geelong Tonthat, GT up in first place, followed by Ruck Smith.
And another one off the track, I believe. Ruck Smith hot on the heels now in first place.
Oh, a few more crashes going down.
Yeah, this doesn't seem to be a good race for these racers out here. I hope they're okay. I see them walking around. Everything seems to be okay. They're just going to get their stuff together and off the track. This is a dangerous sport. I will say it again. These boards, if you don't know how to get yourself out of a hairy situation, it'll definitely let you know.
Taking a look at our top two there. GT followed by Ruck Smith, really distancing themselves from the main pack. GT having an advantage there in acceleration. You can see out of that corner, pulling away from Ruck Smith, but it seems like Ruck Smith really gains on him on those longer speed or higher speed areas with those bigger wheels.
Yeah, he's just trying to carry as much speed as he can into those corners so he doesn't have to accelerate as hard getting out and trying to hold as much speed as he can.
GT making his way into that final corner, into this long final stretch to the start-finish line. White flag coming out, final lap. GT in the lead, followed by Ruck Smith.
Yeah, big difference from that spec category. I'm all spaced out now. And not going so much with that tuck position because it doesn't matter as much because you could just throttle down and get down there. So we'll see who's going to come out. It looks like we've got a really good lead on that first and second position, but we got the speed board out there still, duking it out for all these other positions. Ooh, looks like somebody going off the track there on purpose almost.
There's a look at the leader all the way out in front. GT holding down a commanding lead. We're making way through the third and final lap.
Yeah, those little bit smaller tires, giving him a little bit more torque, using those opportunities he gets just to kind of get ahead a little bit.
As they make their way towards the checkered flag, GT. Oh, excuse me. They make their way through the last part of the stretch.
Yeah. And looking around, we have someone back at tic-tac-toe. We got someone up at the start line. We have someone almost on every corner coming through here. So a little bit spaced out all throughout the track. And coming across the line there, that was G along, I believe.
Yep, GT taking the win, followed by Ruck Smith in second place. There's some good speed there on those Stooge Raceboards. And again, two very different boards with the two different wheel setups. Be interesting to see if Rucksmith sticks with those big wheels and see if that's an advantage for him or if he switches it up into the main event.
Yeah. You know, it's fun to see how these e-skates kind of develop over time and what they're choosing to do. I remember years ago, at a track very similar to this, they were, riding urethane wheels. And now, everyone's switched over to a rubber composite of some sort. And now you see these big races at some of these bigger tracks, high-speed races, and these massive go-kart wheels.
Aaron Chang just came over for third place. So the rest of the pack is making their way through the track. Bit more spacing in this one. Everyone's finishing up their third and final lap. Nick Torres making his way through, doing it on the e-bike and the e-skate out here this weekend.
Yeah, a fair amount of those as they're making way to the front stretch right in front of us here over to the start-finish line to finalize their position, the speed board, and Gialant on that.
A great look at the track. You can see the racetrack in the background that the cars have been ripping around on all day. Had a chance to roam down there earlier and take a look. That'll do it for heat number 2 of our e-skate class. Coming up next, we're going to have heat number 2 of our EUC Sportsmen. It looks like they're all staged up and ready to go, so hopefully we'll get them on track here shortly. So for our EUC Sportsmen, heat number 2, Justin Davis, Douglas Marshall, Gialan Tonthat, Nat Nguyen, Zach Abelson, Chris Perkins, Lauren Ford, John DeVore, and Grace Garlow for our heat number 2 of our EUC Sportsman class.
It was very ironic. You get seated into your categories according to your qualifications, but we have Douglas Marshall and Grace Garlow together. And they've been a couple for a long time, and they get to race together here at TEF1.
I think they're going to have a nice conversation about it on the way home. Hopefully everything goes clean and there's not any issues.
How dare you tell me to go faster? I was going faster.
It's pretty fun to be out here. So again, our EUC Sportsman heat number 2, about to get things going. 3 laps to determine who makes it directly into the main event. Everyone else will have to go to the last chance qualifier to try to make it in.
Yeah, I can't forget about that last chance qualifier. Sometimes things happen. You saw a couple of people go down and whatnot. Those are the types of people who are looking for their chance in that last chance qualifier.
All right, our racers are making their way into their grid positions. They're going to have a sighting lap again, so 1 lap around the track. Get a feel for the track, make sure everything feels good with their wheel. They're ready to do this thing.
Yeah, another great benefit of that sighting lap is, this track changes from race to race as well. We had a lot of people go down in the last race. Who knows if something was left on track they didn't realize you could slip on. So as they do their sighting lap, they're not only doing it for themselves to just kind of make sure everything's good with their lines and stuff, but they're looking at the condition of the track, and how it's affecting everything that they're doing.
All right, as we wait for our racers to get going. Again, what a great e-skate race there in that last one. A good variety of different boards out there. Very interesting to see which one ended up on top. More of the traditional setup for the Stooge Raceboard as opposed to some of the bigger wheels.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see if, after the second heat of the e-skates, if they, make it into the final, how close that final will be, or if they will be spaced out like that as well and really have some dominating players up front.
one person we're not seeing in e-skate that we normally see is Mario Chacon, who is just racing out here on his InMotion P6 in the EUC class. So it's very interesting that somebody who's normally pretty well dominant or up there in the mix always is just out here racing the uni this weekend.
Yeah, they're out there now, just started their sighting lap, and I have to have a personal conversation with him and ask him why, because I don't think I know why. I know he went through an injury recently, and getting back on an e-skate's quite difficult if you've injured a lower extremity. So I know for myself, getting back on EUC was just the right thing to do right away, and maybe he just wants to get back to racing EUC and getting back to racing, start with the EUC. Maybe he will go back, but worth having a conversation, that's for sure, yeah.
Another name we're used to seeing in races like this, Reggie Thomas, not out here. So big shout out to Reggie, recovering from a surgery himself. So Reggie will be back out on the scene hopefully soon. So again, big shout out to Reggie, another favorite in the e-skate class. But our EUC sportsmen heat number 2 making their way through this sighting lap. About to get things going for our second heat.
Yeah, you could always tell which heat is most excited by how fast they do their sighting lap. Not really taking too much time, but just kind of casually going through the track they are right now. So see them finish up that track, the sighting lap, get over to the start line, and we'll get that race on its way.
Looks like we have 9 racers in this heat. A lot of bodies out there to battle through, especially if you're starting in the back. But we've seen it time and time again. That launch off the line, very important to get out there into some clean air, some clean ground around you, have some space to move, be able to put in some fast lap times.
Yeah, we saw it with the last EUC race. Mad Maxwell Berger, did his very iconic start. He's got his chest, his head, everything almost a foot off the ground, and we'll see exactly how many racers in this next heat will be trying to replicate that, because it makes the world of a difference in PEV racing. If you can get out in those first, second, third positions by the first corner, you're more likely probably to hold that position for the rest of the race.
All right, looks like our racers are making their way to their marks. About to get things going for heat number 2 of our EUC sportsman class. Getting everyone lined up and ready to go. Track officials out there doing a great job on this nice warm day out here at Sonoma Raceway.
Got a couple of riders from the East Coast, from Philadelphia and Toronto. A lot of American riders, of course, as well. Getting ready with that flag as our race coordinator goes off to the side of the track. And they're off for the next EUC race here at NorCal TEF1 at Sonoma Raceway.
Douglas Marshall maybe out there in the lead, taking an early lead away from Justin Davis. As they make their way through the tic-tac-toe, off camber corner, coming back up the hill. Very hard to keep that traction as they make their way through there.
Yeah, very similar to our first heat. We kind of got a front pack of a few riders and quite spaced out for the rest of them. So we'll see what happens. EUC racing, anything can happen. We've seen it happen before, and it'll probably happen again. Wish all our riders to stay safe out there, but we're going to have some gnarly races going on here.
Douglas Marshall out in the lead. See Jillian Tonthat out there in third place. As they make their way through the back-to-back hairpins, crossing back and forth on this track into that final corner, and then the high-speed last straightaway coming up.
We'll see if we hear any singing wheels out there and if people are listening to their beeps. But
we have a pass neck and neck, side to side. Justin Davis battling for that top spot. Him and Douglas Marshall neck and neck, and Justin Davis taking that top spot. Douglas Marshall in second, followed by Jillian Tonthat.
Yeah, it was great to see that over the line, right in front of all the spectators trying to battle for that position, and they were right there with him, yelling at the riders. Whoa! Love to see those spectators getting right deep delved into that EUC sportsman race here.
Still neck and neck through tic-tac-toe as they make their way up the hill. Justin Davis with the lead. Douglas Marshall trying to track him down. Followed closely behind by Jillian Tonthat.
creating a bit of a gap there in the front too. So he's taking that lead and he's extending it now. So see if he could hold on to that, be safe through all those corners and braking. Stay on that wheel, round to the ground, we like to say. Douglas Marshall, though, very experienced rider, putting in his work to try to catch back up.
Justin Davis extending that lead a little bit through the back-to-back hairpins as they make their way on this home stretch. And Justin Davis pulling a lot of speed coming through. You see that gap he's opening up from Douglas Marshall.
Oh, yes, there's a big gap there between those two, and he actually had a time that was a couple seconds faster than Douglas Marshall on that lap. So he's putting in his work now.
And the white flag is out. Third and final lap. Justin Davis followed by Douglas Marshall, and then Gillian Tonthat and Zach Abelson, your top 4 right now for our EUC Sportsman Heat number 2.
I believe the 5th and 6th position, Nat and Chris, were neck and neck there, still neck and neck, exchanging positions in mid-pack.
Look at the top 2 right now. There's a look at Douglas Marshall trying to find a way to cut that lead down, but still in one of those top 2 transfer positions, going to make his way into the main event.
It looks as though Douglas Marshall took a look behind him and decided maybe he doesn't need that first position. As long as he could just hold on to the second one, he should be okay. It looks like he may have held back a little bit. That may be a smart choice as well, because if you're qualifying, making it into the finals, you don't want to break anything. You don't want to overstress it either. He's back on the throttle now, though.
As they make their way through the third and final lap, Justin Davis coming through that final corner onto the home stretch, looking to take the W out here today for our EUC Sportsman Heat number 2. Checkered flag. Justin Davis takes the win, followed by Douglas Marshall in second place.
What a great race out of all these racers, staying on their feet, round to the ground the entire race here. As we got Gia Tonthat coming across the line now, and Zach Abelson hot behind.
Another solid race, definitely spread out there from some of the top pack. Nat in the win coming through, and Chris Perkins in 5th and 6th respectively, then Lauren Ford. As they make their way off the track. What a great second heat for our EUC Sportsman class.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the other races that we've been seeing here on EUC. This longer track, they're spacing out. It's not so much pack racing. They're not bulking up together. There's some good gaps between them, but then fighting for some positions, really isolating those 2 riders and what they're doing at that moment. So it's cool to see.
Yeah, you see that a lot, I think, on these longer tracks, obviously giving you more time to spread out, less room, a little more room for error, having the longer, bigger corners as well on this kart track.
Yeah, it looks as though we got some racers for what should have been the first heat, I believe, getting ready at the line for pro as well, as these sportsmen kind of finish up on the track.
Yeah, so we'll see who we have coming up next. As we wrap up heat number 2 for our EUC Sportsmen. We're going to jump into our EUC Pro heat number 2. So just waiting to get those racers on track for our EUC Pro heat number 2. I see some more orange and black speed suits going out there on those InMotion wheels. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come right back for our EUC Pro heat number 2. All right, and we're back. Our EUC Pro Racers, heat number 2, out on track doing their sighting lap right now. It looks like we'll have Brian Dillard, Mario Chacon, Alex Paradang, Levi Lindemann, Antonio Vargas, Curtis Hibbert, Henry Chen, Morgan Hones, Psycho, and La Loxina for heat number 2.
A very, very exciting heat here. Again, we have a couple of InMotion riders with Brian and Mario. We have a couple Canadian riders, part of Synchro. We got Curtis and Henry. And Psycho, he's from Spain, dominating that Spain EUC racing scene out there with a few other riders, where Zen Lee was for a while as well. So it'd be cool to see how Psycho does against all these racers, the Canadian team, the InMotion team, and, other strong racers like Antonio Vargas out there. Really big contention to be up front on the Alien Rides team.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be a highly contested heat in these 3 laps. So we'll see what happens out here as they make their way through some of the final corners and towards their grid positions. But again, 3 laps. Top crew makes it into the main event. Everyone else will have to go through a last chance qualifier. And you'll see those orange jerseys as they make their way coming on. The top 2, Brian Dillard, Mario Chacon, both on those InMotion P6s. We'll see a pretty incredible launch from the start.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an exciting thing. I think that team has been working on that together to figure out exactly their style and how they do things. And the starts are very, very crucial, and they understand that. So I think that's something they've been working on recently, and just trying to get online with that.
All right, again, our EUC Pro Class heat number 2, about to get things going as they get into their grid positions. Our track crew getting them all lined up and ready to go. 10 racers in this heat. Some of the fastest racers, not only in the U.S., but in the world out here.
These racers, they've been practicing and training for months ahead of this event. I know back home, the Canadian crew, they've been hitting that track every single day to get themselves ready for this race. So here they are, Pro Heat. And the EUCs are off for the Pro Heat number 2 at NorCal Sonoma Raceway with TEF1.
Look at the launch from the top 2 out there. Both of them on those InMotion P6s with Brian Dillard and Mario Chacon. It's like Brian maybe out there taking it from Mario in the top spot there as they make their way through tic-tac-toe. And this is where they shine, pulling away from the pack. Look at the torque and acceleration from those wheels.
They do just kind of take off on those straights there, but some of those racers are keeping it close. Zavala holding together that pack of kind of 3 for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. Antonio Vargas, yeah.
So the P6 is coming through. Brian Dillard, Mario Chacon out there in the lead, but they're not stretching it out as much as we saw before from those InMotion wheels. Let's see if anyone can stick with them here as they make their way through lap number 1, coming along this final stretch. Full speed ahead down the home stretch for lap number 1. Brian Dillard in the lead, followed by Mario Chacon, and then Levi Lindemann, Antonio Vargas, and Alex Paradang.
Yeah, it looks like Psycho is sitting back there a little bit mid-pack, further back. Really cool to see those European racers coming out here and showing their skills next to the American racers.
So look at them coming through tic-tac-toe, back up the hill. Big elevation change. May not look that dramatic, but if we're looking down this hill, you really see how much they have to come up. Our top 2. Oh!
Is that a save on track?
Antonio Vargas, unfortunately, going down. It looks like he's right back up on his wheel and going again. He's good to go.
He's not a man to give up, that's for sure. As long as the wheel's good to go, he's going to get back on that track.
There's a look at your top pack. Brian Dillard, followed by Mario Chacon. As they make their way into that final corner and home stretch.
But hot in third place, probably the closest we've seen a racer to these P6s, coming around that line now.
Yeah, that's Levi Lindemann, and who has also put in the fastest lap so far out here in this heat race with 1:10 in that third place position, trying to track down those InMotion P6s of Brian Dillard and Mario Chacon.
We heard some singing wheels back there too. These racers are just duking it out, trying to get up to those InMotion racers up front. With Brian Dillard and Mario Chacon just putting in the work.
Look at the way they lean those things over through that high-speed chicane. Brian Dillard in the lead, Mario right behind him. Team InMotion putting on a show out here today.
Absolutely. Didn't know if that was going to actually happen, but here we are in the moment. They're pulling ahead, and Levi out there on a Commander GT Pro just doing his best to keep up and doing a pretty good job at that third position.
All right, as they make their way onto the home stretch, the checkered flag is coming out. Brian Dillard takes the win, followed by Mario Chacon, and then Levi Lindemann in third place.
And the races are not done. I believe we hear some beeps. Definitely pushing those wheels to some of their limits. Curtis Hibbert coming along the line right before Psycho.
A great race. They really stuck together there at the top. It's nice to see some good racing. Nice, clean racing.
Yes, exactly. That's what we love to see. We did see Zavala go down there. Or sorry, it was Antonio Vargas go down there. Highly unfortunate. It's such a great racer, and would have been right up there in the pack with other racers as well.
But definitely something to be said about that last chance qualifier, being able to go back out. He has a chance to still make it into the main event. Although he had a bit of an issue on this race, losing it in that corner, he can still go back out, make the main event through the last chance qualifier, and we've seen him do that before. He has the pace to do that.
Yeah, so it looks like moving on from there, we're going to hit the final EUC Sportsman heat for the day. As they're getting lined up, getting ready at the starting line over here. In this EUC Sportsman heat number 3, we have James Darnell, Vladislav Chernov, Jackson Zetzo, Christina Clark, Danielle Okizi, Zen Lee, Sung Shin, and Shira Sheps, also known as Speedy Kit Kat.
You see that Darnell last name? That would be the elder Darnell, James Darnell, Zach Darnell's father.
Senior moment. Yes, sir. It's a wonderful family. They come out to all these races, and Zach just dominates. But it's not his dad sitting off the side cheering him on. It's his dad in the same competition racing alongside, as we see him come up in his racing suit, getting ready for the race right in front of us.
And we saw James Darnell putting in some very fast lap times in qualifying earlier today. So he's definitely one to watch up at the top of the pack, making it in through to the EUC Sportsman main event.
Yeah. Some of these racers here in the sportsman category, not only a year ago, they weren't qualifying sportsmen. A lot of these racers on this grid in specific have progressed and become some pretty good racers.
It's really something to be said about the amount of talent out here as well. Some of these racers would also be in more of the pro class sometimes, but we have so much speed out here right now that it's tough to hang with some of these wheels.
Yeah, in this grid as well, we have 3 females in this. I think that's the most females in any of the heats we've had so far, so love seeing that. Females going to be out there dominating.
Take a look. Speedy Kitty Cat might make a move from the back.
That is always her plan, along with anyone else. But, yeah, I mean, I've worked with her closely now for, a while in racing, and she's progressed quite well. Now to be in the sportsman category, it's really good to see her progress in her skills and stuff. So it's a little surprising, though, I will admit, to see Zen Lee down in the sportsman category. Usually Zen Lee is known as more of a pro rider, has touted himself and shown himself to be a pro rider, but he's in the sportsman series here, so we'll see exactly how he, dukes it out.
Well, and again, that's just something to be said about the quality of race we have out here. I mean, and the speed of the racers. And if you don't have the best lap in qualifying, with the way this format works, you get pushed down to sportsman. But it's still an opportunity to race the rest of the day. I mean, nobody goes home through qualifying. Everybody still gets to race in their determined class.
Getting the media team out there, getting those shots of all of those racers on the track. As they're getting themselves ready, making sure they know exactly who's in what position, and all the right players are coming out now, and they're starting their sighting lap to get an idea of what that track looks like in this exact moment.
Racers making their way through that sighting lap again, just making sure everything feels right, taking a look at the track, see if anything's changed throughout the last hour they haven't been on the track or longer. Cruise through, but this should be a good one. Again, 3 laps. The top racers will make it directly into the main. The rest of them will have to go through a last chance qualifier.
You know, not every competition out there offers the last chance qualifier, and I really do think that it's a great opportunity for some of these racers and giving them hope to be able to make it, because a lot of the other competitions without the last chance qualifier, you finish your heat, and if you didn't get there, you're done. You're not doing anything more. So thank you, TEF1, for making that a reality for these racers too.
Can offer is almost like a mini final too, because it's winner gets up in there and they have a chance. So it's usually pretty heated racing in those last chance qualifiers.
I will say, Pete, we do have a pretty good position here. We got a window in front of us, and some racers are going up and checking their helmets, looking at the reflection, but really they're just staring right at us.
They don't even know.
They have no idea. You ever seen the video of that guy who just looks in the window and then suddenly there's another person there? We should do that to him.
I feel like I've been that guy on multiple occasions.
Yeah, but it's such a cool
just,
opportunity.
You know, fixing the hat, and then the window rolls down. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, my name is Pete. I like to meet new people.
What I was gonna say though, it's so nice to be here, like so close to these racers. In the past, at other events, we haven't had that opportunity to be so close to actually hear some conversations through a window here, and what they're saying. So, great venue here. Thank you, TEF1, and everyone who's made this a reality here at Sonoma.
Yeah, what a great track too. Can't wait till I get to get out there maybe a little more, do a few 25-mile-an-hour laps.
Hey, do we get a chance? Do we get agreement to bring out their go-karts afterwards?
That could be fun.
That could be fun.
That could be pretty fun. Yeah. Sign me up for that one. I brought my helmet. I'm ready to go.
Well, these EUC sportsmen are getting ready. They're lining up. They're done their sighting lap. They're just getting staged up into their positions. It looks like they've got it more figured out now this time than the staging lap. So it's going to give the final go-ahead from the race coordinator. He's going to let them know exactly what they got to know. Be safe. No contact type stuff. So hoping for a safe race from all these racers.
Again, 3 laps. The top racers make it directly into the main. Everyone else has to go through that last chance qualifier.
I know me personally, I'm going to have my eye on Zen Lee here off this start. I have a feeling he's going to push ahead a little bit, maybe get near that front position, but we'll find out.
I'm good. Thank you, though. Appreciate you.
And a green flag. They're off for sportsmen. Heat number 3 at NorCal. TEF1 at Sonoma Raceway.
Looks like James Darnell got beat off that launch a little bit. He's a little bit back in the pack in 3rd place. So started on pole, bumped back into 3rd.
Yeah, it looks like Zen Lee went up to secure that 4th position. So a little bit of movement up from the starting grid for him, but holding it back in that 4th position, evenly kind of gapped out.
So our racers make their way through lap number 1. Coming through. It looks like a move up into that top spot. So we have a pass and moving side by side into the high-speed chicane with James
Jackson.
Darnell following right behind.
Yeah, Jackson in that 2nd position getting overtaken. Really experienced rider now after a couple of years. I don't think he's going to let that slide. Let's see what he does about that.
Oh, hard on the brakes, trying to find an opportunity, maybe a launch out of that corner. As they make their way through. There's a look at the rest of the pack. Again, if you guys haven't scanned that code, get that code.
Yes. Racers putting it out there on that track. Very excited to see Jackson coming along the line if he's going to take that position back, but he's leaving a little bit of a gap. And we see Vladislav coming over first, Jackson next, and James Darnell in that 3rd position. As we move down, Zen Lee in that 4th position. Christina Clark, 5th. Danielle in that 6th. Sung Shin, 7th. And Shira Sheps in that 8th position down there.
Jackson trying to do anything he can to track down Vladdy up in those first 2 spots. James Darnell following closely behind, looking for an opportunity to make a pass. Seeing what the rest of the pack does ahead of him.
Yeah, the race for 1, 2, 3 is shaping out to be pretty good here. We even have James Darnell showing up behind Jackson. That that group of 3, up there in the front, holding it together, and a lot of big gaps for the rest of the field behind there.
Oh, Jackson getting tracked down a little bit there. James Darnell making a move up into 2nd place. James Darnell locking down that 2nd place position.
Probably taking a couple of hints from his son, Zach Darnell. Gets that 2nd position, but Vladislav in that 1st position kind of peeling away from them as they were fighting for that 2nd position.
A white flag coming out. Final lap. Vladdy up in the 1st, followed by James Darnell, and then Jackson in 3rd.
This is proving to be an interesting race, that's for sure. Some position changes. And we're not done yet. We could still see anything happen here as James Darnell is going to try to run up to Vladislav in that 1st position.
Yeah, Vladislav really stretching that lead out. And James Darnell as well kind of extending away from Jackson. Jackson was up in one of those top spots and has just lost a little bit of pace here in lap number 3.
Yeah, you got to remember these sportsman races, they're not quite at pro yet. So maybe, these longer tracks, it's going to take it out of them, doing those stretches and making sure you're good to go is going to make the world of a difference for these long race tracks. Or long track races. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, and long race tracks. It works.
Why not?
Either way. There's a look at Vladislav making his way through one of the last corners into that stretch towards the final corner, followed by James Darnell, who has extended quite the lead in front of Jackson in 3rd place. James Darnell trying to track down Vladislav as they make their way into the home stretch.
We got a checkered flag, just waiting to see who it's going to be. And Vladislav takes it over with James Darnell pushing through the pack to get that 2nd position. A little bit of a gap, and we have Jackson Setzo coming in that 3rd.
Yeah, James Darnell putting in the fastest lap time, making his way back up to 2nd place after starting on pole position. So definitely had the speed, just not quite the launch. And we talked about that before. You get bumped back in the pack, and it is hard to fight back through.
Absolutely, yeah. It's great to see those times getting up there. We got Christina Kark and Daniela O'Kezzy all together. I heard a big oh. I hope the racers are okay there.
Again, big shout out to our track crew out here and our medical staff,
which we haven't had to use yet, luckily.
Making sure everyone stays safe out here.
It's one of the last racers coming over the line, Speedy Kit Kat now.
Well, again, a big shout out to our medical staff out here, making sure everyone stays safe.
Yeah, it looks like we do have a racer down on the track. We do have medics here on site. Definitely going to be coming out to attend to that racer, making sure they're all okay. A great race, though, otherwise. Very sad to see that ending there, but a great race, a battle for that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position as they were coming through, and to have James Darnell kind of come out of that pack and secure that 2nd position was really cool to see.
Yeah, some good shakeups up in that top 3. Really good racing back and forth there, especially through that 1st lap. And then James Darnell and Vladislav really stretching out. James Darnell gaining on Vladislav in those last laps. So again, another big shout out to our track crew out here on site, our medical staff as well, some of the best medical staff in the world out here, making sure everyone stays safe.
Yeah, it's just great to have that support. We have medics now. Yeah, we have medics trying to make their way on the track here.
We're hoping everyone is okay. But again,
the medics with an inch of clearance on the start-finish line there, just being able to make it over to where they need to be. The rider is responsive on the ground. Lots of folks there to make sure that they are all right.
again, that'll do it for our EUC Sportsman Heat number 3. And good to see Danielle up after taking that hard fall. Again, big shout out to our paramedics on site, immediately on the scene, making sure everyone stays safe out here. It is not the safest thing to be doing. It is a dangerous sport out here. Very happy to have a great medical staff, great event staff out here, making sure everyone's okay if there is ever an incident.
Yeah, make sure you throw it down in chat. Great job, Danielle.
All right, as we wait for our medics to leave the track and wait for the signal from our track crew, we're going to get back into a few more heats.
Yeah. Now that sun is kind of making its way over, and it looks like the front stretch near the start-finish may be starting to see some shade off of the barriers and stuff soon, so that sun, although it's been great all day, it might be coming into play here soon as we get closer into the evening. It is in October again, so as the sun comes down, the temperature drops quick and we lose traction. Those finals might be fun.
All right, another big shout out to our sponsors, InMotion, our title sponsor out here. InMotion bringing some of the greatest riders out here and wheels. Shout out to Armored by Lazy Rolling, Next Gen Mobility, Alien Rides, our logistics and group ride sponsor out here. You got to attend the great group ride last night, as well as the logistics of shipping these wheels out here and these machines for people all over the country making their way out here. And then NOSFET, E-Wheels, Speedboards, Power Knobs, Dragon Motorsports, Zeus Cycles, Stooge Raceboards. And, I mean, I can't thank them enough.
Absolutely. Yeah, our broadcast sponsors, Next Gen, Lazy Rolling, and making it all possible for us to be up here on this panel and broadcasting it out to you there. I'm looking at the chat. I see you guys down there. But give us a big thumbs up. Tell us what you think of the production this time around for our TEF1 event. And this production team is absolutely incredible, pushing the switches, just making sure everything's happening for us. So great job on the production out here. Let's see it in chat.
All right, our next racers making their way out onto the track. Our EUC Pro Heat number 3. And once again, can't say it enough, another stacked field of racers.
Yeah, I mean, you see one of those InMotion suits out there. You assume it's a pro class. A couple of Alien Rides jerseys out there. Forces to be reckoned with. So you got Turbo out there as well. It'd be a pretty good heat.
Yeah, Zach Darnell out there in the front. Another InMotion P6 racer. You have Q, Turbo, Roger, Ryan Chin, Sun Woo Kwok, Mirabel Vargas, Kerry Chayon, John Fernandez, and Coffee Newfound Lessig. I probably butchered that one.
Great job.
I went for it.
I go with coffee normally, and I keep it at that.
Coffee.
Yeah, because it's coffee, and I love coffee.
Wake me up.
Great person, also a great beverage.
All right.
They're out there on their sighting lap. Yeah, so a couple of only a singular InMotion race team member out there, but we got a few Alien Rides riders out there. We saw Maribel Vargas, part of that. Roger Hajali, a really big force to be reckoned with in this heat as well. We'll have to see where he places himself. He also has a very peculiar wheel setup out there today. He's got a kickstand on the front and a kickstand on the back.
Why?
Again, a kickstand on the back and a kickstand on the front.
Do you have any intel on that?
I do.
Okay.
So a lot of EUC racers are trying to experiment to figure out different ways of accelerating. I know of a lot of racers out there, I won't mention who, not that it's illegal, because it's their own way of doing things. They put weights on their wrists, underneath their wrist guards. So then they put their arms out, they have way more weight out there. And that's exactly what Roger Hajali is doing with his front kickstand, I guess. On that piece in the front, he'll attach a little weight on the front, and it just gives him that little bit extra weight on that front end, extend it out from the wheel a bit so he can accelerate harder.
So making the pendulum happen a little bit quicker, a little bit easier, having more weight up front, able to lean forward and get a little more momentum.
Yeah, he's one of those racers out there who has been pushing wheels to their limits for years, and there's only so much you could do with your ankles and your weight. Let's add some external weight maybe, you know. So we'll see. I mean, maybe competitions in the future will, try to stop that, mitigate that, or encourage it. We'll see how it goes. A lot of these competitions, day by day or event by event, we're seeing the rules kind of being formed around our sport, right? So it's really cool to see, years ago, somebody used comms for the first time, and everyone was up in arms. But then we went, wait, maybe we should have comms. Maybe that would be a smart thing to do. So,
well, you look at other racing as far as not stock class racing. You look at all these other racing, and it's all about what's the next step? What's the next advancement? How can we change this car or this bike to be faster? And that's just along those lines of how can we be faster? And I think that's where we're at with our EUC racing. Is it's just who can be the fastest.
All right, so up front in that first position, just like all the other InMotion racers, Zach Darnell in his InMotion race suit, ready to go on that P6. Couple regulars behind him, though, that they're used to seeing. If he looks behind him, he gets a look at Roger and Turbo. So it's going to be interesting to see those first, 4 or 6 racers at the front of the pack. Who's going to pull out to get to that first corner first?
It'll be interesting. Q can get a good launch on Zach. If he can get Zach into that first corner to see what that P6 can do through traffic, I have a feeling the torque of that P6 might put Zach out in the lead, and he's going to be hard to catch.
We'll see what happens here. I got my eyes on Roger Hajali there. He's in that 4th position, 3rd, 4th position behind. We got a green flag, and they're off for our EUC Pro Heat number 3 at Sonoma Raceway.
Look at the speed out front. Zach Darnell taking the whole shot into the first corner and extending that lead down the hill, followed by Q, and then Turbo in 3rd place. Roger Hajali right behind Turbo as they make their way into the tic-tac-toe.
Yes, Roger in that 4th position. He's known to hold back a little bit, let himself be known vocally, and then make a push for his position. So we'll see what he does with Turbo ahead of him there. But yes, of course, we got Zach Darnell, podium finisher in the past, out there in that 1st position on that P6.
Love the lean and the speed through that chicane as the whole pack cycles through. Zach Darnell in the lead. Trying to extend that lead as he makes his way. Q right behind him, followed by Turbo Iwinski and Roger Hajali. And Roger's got some company. Oh, announcer's jinx. Unfortunately, racer down as our top racers make their way through that final corner into the home stretch. And no surprise, in the lead, Zach Darnell on the InMotion P6, absolutely flying.
Maybe even carving a little bit, but I heard a little bit of the beeping going down there. That might have been Q coming over the line. And in that 3rd position, I believe it's that is Turbo.
Yep, Turbo Iwinski in 3rd, followed by Roger Hajali, and then Maribel Vargas up in the 5th position, trying to track down that lead pack.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit further back into that 4th, 5th, 6th position. They're having to negotiate, racing one another on there. It's not that open track that you see in the front and the back of the pack.
Q holding his own in 2nd, trying to track down that InMotion P6. Turbo Iwinski holding a lot of speed into that chicane as our top 3 racers go into those back-to-back hairpins. Zach Darnell in the black and orange out in the lead.
Ooh. Hear the audience and their reactions every time. If we can't see it on the track, the audience will definitely let us know that something's gone on. Really great to have those folks there cheering on these Alien Rides riders from just over in San Francisco. But in that 1st position, coming over the line now, taking that white flag for one more lap is Zach Darnell.
Q in 2nd, Turbo Iwinski in 3rd, followed by Roger Hajali. So much speed on this long straightaway. And then Maribel Vargas right behind that lead pack.
Yeah, John Fernandez right with Maribel there. They're making the way onto that final lap. We'll see if Zach Darnell can hold onto it and secure it for his team in all of their heats, securing all of the top positions. Hughes working real hard right behind, not letting him out of their sight. Going through that chicane, up into some of those hairpins. He's really going to try to put the heat on him.
Zach's just going strong out in the lead. Q trying to do anything he can, but knowing he's in that transfer position in that second place right now. So just trying to stay on the wheel through the rest of the lap. Turbo Iwinski in third, followed by Roger Hajali as Zach Darnell makes his way into the final corner and onto the home stretch.
And coming around the corner now onto the final stretch, we got one and only Zach Darnell taking his victory.
And Q coming in second, followed by Turbo Iwinski.
And coming around in that fourth position, I got Roger Hajali with his front kickstand. A great job by Turbo there to secure that third position. Great for him. He's coming around the line. John Fernandez, Maribel, Ryan Chin. There was some close calls there on that start-finish for those final positions.
Yeah, that 6 through 10, everybody came right across the line around the same time. What a race, and again, hate to say it, but a little bit of dominance out front with that InMotion P6, really holding it down. You could see Q was doing everything that he could to try to track him down, but it looked like Zach was just kind of on cruise control.
Yeah, those plus, I believe it's over 200 volt wheel. It's just, it's a machine. And these racers, some of the best racers in the world who've been asked to be a part of that team, are putting that wheel to its, through its paces, and they're proving it out there that, it's really the wheel that's making a bit of a difference for them here today.
Yeah, and you don't want to overstate the fact that the wheel is extremely powerful, but the racers that are riding the wheel are some of the best racers in the world. So without a doubt, having some of the fastest guys on one of the fastest wheels, I mean, they're going to be out in the front.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see a race and you take everyone in their positions and you just swap wheels with the one in the opposite. So if you're in last, you get the wheel of the person in the first place and then redo the race and see how it goes. Yeah, but we're getting ready here. I believe coming up after all of this, we're going to have some last chance qualifiers. So maybe a little bit of time to crunch some numbers, crunching the numbers. We'll get back to work. And as they do that, we'll head off on a little break, and we'll see you again soon. right, and we are back here at Sonoma Raceway for TEF1 NorCal. And that basically concludes all of our heat racing for today. What a series of heat races we got to see.
Unbelievable. So much good head-to-head action from all the different PEVs. And, I mean, we're going to be moving into our main events. Before that, we're going to do our InMotion Future Legends race. And then we're going to go into the mains.
Yeah, so I believe that's coming up in 10 minutes here. In 10 minutes, we're going to have the InMotion Future Legends race. So if you need to go use the washroom at home, go grab a little snack. You got a couple of minutes to go do that. But I just want to talk over like some of these heats that happen. Like this is the make or the break for a lot of these racers. And it was really cool to see, you know, a lot of the racers stand on their feet, putting it on that track. A lot of those InMotion racers out there, you know, just sealing up their positions. But a lot of other racers kind of improving from what we've seen in the past. And they were more in sportsman categories, now up in the pro categories and battling it out up there.
Yeah, it's cool to see some new names in there. You saw Q in that last heat up in the mix, just starting to race. Definitely someone who's been a figure in the community, but now just getting on the track. And he's got some speed. I mean, he's up there mixing it up with some of those InMotion P6s, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when we get into that main event. If you look at the ESK8 class, I mean, I'm really interested to see what happens with some of these different builds, with some of these bigger wheels and how they're affected, and are the older style, not older necessarily, but more stock style with the smaller wheels going to be quicker out of some of these corners, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, where is the benefit? If you can get up to speed quick enough, but you don't have the same top speed as some of those other racers, you know, is that enough on a long track to be able to do it? You know, they've switched up those setups knowing that they're on a long track and hoping that, you know, the bigger tire is going to offer a little bit more top speed. But yet again, you're going to have to sacrifice a bit of that torque, right? In and out of those corners, you have to be absolutely perfect in order to make those wheels work.
And you see that, I mean, you look at this track and you think this home stretch, this final straightaway is so long that you can really make up and make a change to say, okay, I want more top speed. But there are so many corners on this track that really determine where you're at. And you can make up so much ground through the body of this track. And you can get up in that lead even if you just don't have that top end. If you have that quick and that extra torque, you might be the one taking the top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we make our way here into this Future Legends and eventually into the finals, I'm very curious to know, maybe I need to look up the weather and see how cold it's going to get, how soon, and when we're going to start to lose that sunshine. Because we've noticed at the last races, the last TEF1 event, that made a huge difference for those racers, and they're really struggling to make that work. So
we are very close to the ocean, to the bay, and having some of that moisture come in too as the sun goes down a little more, that might impact the grip on this track. We'll see how late we go, but, I mean, only time can tell.
Yeah. Now, through all those heats and everything, too, I noticed a lot of the racers in the past, they've touched the red-white corners. They're not really hitting their apexes like they normally would on this track. There must be something to it when it comes to holding your speed and not really worrying about hitting that apex perfectly, but nobody's really touched any of the red-white corners.
You know, and, I mean, it's probably hard to tell from the cameras at home and in our feed, but if you go out and look at those things, they're pretty abrupt. They have quite a bit of shape on them. They're some solid sausage curbs, as you hear in the F1 world, and they could do some damage if you hit them a little bit wrong, especially at the speeds that we're doing. So I think everyone's staying off those, changing that racing line a little bit as opposed to using those curbs. But yeah, we're about to get going on this InMotion Future Legends race here shortly. InMotion kindly donating an InMotion V9 EUC up for grabs out here. And these are racers who have very limited or no experience in racing in the EUC class. They're going to get out here and get a chance to get more into it, get more hooked on it.
Yeah. Like we were saying before, it's a great opportunity. You know, you're here at Sonoma, an amazing raceway. TEF1 is kind of has a knack for getting these amazing locations, and to be able to get out there and to race that, even though you're not a pro racer, the Future Legends race is just for you. That's exactly what it is, right? Trying to get you out there, more experience, more exposure to these amazing venues, these tracks, and being right next to those pro racers. Right after the pro races is finished, you're on there doing your thing once again.
Yeah, so again, a big thank you to InMotion for donating that V9 EUC. And big shout out to InMotion unveiling that P6 out here on track this weekend. And boy, it's been fun to watch.
Absolutely. Now, from what I understand, I believe we got Drew trackside, and he is ready with an interview to be chatting up with someone out there. So let's see if Drew's out there ready to go.
I was at
SoCal. So welcome back to the live stream here. I have Andy Zhang here, a first-time EUC racer. How are we doing today, man?
Tired. I signed up for 3 classes. My legs are crying to me to stay stopped, but I can't.
Yeah. It's been an epic day. What are your thoughts about the track? What are you thinking about TEF1? Have you participated in previous events as well?
I have participated in TEF1 back in Winchester, the first ever. I was ready. No, SoCal. Okay. So that I was racing my Stooge Raceboard. It was my first time on a fast track. I did pretty good. I think I finished P5 in total, which is pretty good, I think. And this is my first time racing EUC over here at San Francisco.
It's your first time racing inside for EUC. Now, you've been riding EUC for how long?
4 months. 4 or 5 months.
And what wheel are you on?
I'm on a old EX30.
Very nice. So how do you feel about the track here, Sonoma? It looks pretty gorgeous out there, but overall, what are you thinking about it?
The track is a lot of fun. It's a little bit gnarly in some of the locations. There's newly patched piece of like the... Yeah, there's new patches, and then a lot of people are sliding out. People are getting on the grass. I didn't pedal clip, nor cut out, nor crash yet. Please don't let that happen to me. Praying.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And it's a fun track.
I agree. Definitely. Absolutely fantastic in that sense. So preferred, EUC or ESK8?
ESK8. I'm sorry.
Good answer. Good answer. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming out here today.
Oh, yeah.
And good luck out there. All right?
Oh, yeah, man.
All right, take care.
Appreciate it.
We are going to be moving on to another racer here, so stay tuned. And welcome back. We have a first-time ever e-skate racer, Grant Chong here, and worlds collide because we've been friends online here for a few months now, and you've been really kind of getting into this thing. Now, can you give us an explanation, like what are you doing here, how are you feeling about TEF1, all that jazz?
And so I never thought I would be here, and TEF1, when they first announced that they were going to have a spec race category, I got so excited. I just jumped on it, and I was like, I need to do this. It's now or never. And now that here at TEF1, I'm so glad I did.
I mean, you looked really good out there. I remember seeing one of your first heats there. You came in second place, which is overall insane. You look dialed in. You were buckled in there. How did it feel overall that?
Oh, man. It was an experience. You never know what it feels like until you're actually on the track. And it just feels so good. The Stooge Raceboard, spec race, it was just low to the ground, low center of gravity. It just felt like one with the board. You feel everything was perfect.
Now you came from, so as well as me, the East Coast now, right? So you flew all the way across the country to hop on a board you've never ridden before in your entire life to go ahead and race on a racetrack you've never been to as well too. So that's got to have some pretty big butterfly feelings inside there, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Last night I was just, talking to a buddy of mine, and I was just like, hey, I'm not sure about this, but and didn't get much sleep, but it all worked out, and just jump on this Stooge board, and it just, your fundamentals kick in, and you're all set.
Well, man, you did an excellent job out there. Congratulations, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming out here today.
Thanks,
yeah, we are going to be going on to one more racer here, so throw it back to you guys, back in the booth. Welcome back. We actually have a brand new EUC racer here for sportsman category, Zach. Zach, how are you feeling about TEF1 today and overall the experience of racing here?
Honestly phenomenal. First TEF1 event, didn't expect to be racing at all, and it's just been amazing. It honestly feels like a formal intro to speed, because from the outside I'm nervous, like, oh my god, I'm going to go to a TEF event. But no, the vibes here are all friendly, everyone's great, and the track is awesome.
I totally agree. I mean, we want to make sure that it's very welcoming to everyone from every single different category. Obviously, sportsman, you got your pro. I'm so excited that you're here today. What wheel are you riding today?
I am borrowing an off-road master. So I wish I had shipped my street tire ET Max out here with the Power Knobs race fairing kit. But no, I'm on an off-road master.
Shout out to Power Knobs.
I'm keeping up.
No, you're doing fantastic out there. So overall, are you going to be coming to the next TEF1 event?
100%. 100%. All the races, all the PEV events, definitely going to try to go to every single one I can.
What's the mental strategy coming into today? Was it something like you said that you got the ticket from someone else, but is this something that like you were like mentally prepared for? You're just like, oh my god, I'm just jump into this.
Most of my anxiety is like I have to meet new people or I get to see these new cool wheels. And I hadn't thought I'd race at all. So mostly excitement, little bit of nerves, but honestly just pumps. The feeling of being on the racetrack is the adrenaline dump is crazy. Nothing like it.
Well, I think you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you again so much for coming out today. Truly appreciate it. Good luck out there. All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, guys, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sending up to the booth.
Appreciate it, Drew. Great job, great insight from the track. Love to have you out there. You look great per usual.
Yeah, looks great. Operates wonderfully on that microphone. Love to see him out there.
Pretty good at his job.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I love the guy. Love all the TEF1 crew making it happen. You heard from Abby before, Meyer. There's some big names out there making these things happen, and just amazing that they're making it a true reality here. And we're actually commentating at Sonoma Raceway for electric unicycles, electric skateboards, and e-bikes.
Who'd have thought that was going to be a thing?
Me.
Attaboy, I love that.
I remember back in 2020, we first saw these things and really picking up in their capabilities, and we're like, man, there got to be racing in this. I come from a racing family, and I was like, there got to be racing in this.
All right, our racers are starting to make their way out on track for our InMotion Futures race. Future Legends race, excuse me. And it looks like they're starting off and doing a qualifying times. So there was no grid format set up for this race. So to make it fair, they're letting them push through a qualifying lap right now. So all the racers are getting one timed lap to snake their way through this course to determine our grid for this InMotion Futures race. Because, I mean, it's a pretty big prize.
Yeah, a full wheel for a single race. InMotion putting that up for everyone. Amazing thing. Really cool to see these racers kind of sitting back a bit on that front stretch and one by one going around to get their qualifying time to seed them in for this race. So a singular qualification lap, one by one, just get through and get it done, and we'll see where they stack up for this Future Legends race presented by InMotion.
All right, they make their way through the track. Again, this is just for grid position. We have our racers doing a one-time lap to determine what the grid is going to be.
And with them being out there all at once, you almost see them battling one another for secret, non-discriminate positions. But really, it's a position on that grid.
It's a big prize. I mean, this InMotion Future Legends race giving away an InMotion V9. So pretty cool chance to win. Winner take all out here. So help grow the community, grow the EUC racing community, as well as just EUC riding community.
Yeah, so we're seeing a few of those times kind of pop up in front of us now, and we'll be able to decipher where they're at.
So again, 3 laps, winner take all, taking home that InMotion V9 EUC. This is going to be a battle. This is going to be a fun one. Again, racers that have very minimal experience to no experience out here in the EUC racing, getting an opportunity to take home a pretty big prize.
Yeah, and these times that are coming in for the qualifications, just like we expected, they're not close to those pro times, but definitely a good competitive time as well. A good 15, maybe 20 seconds more than the pros out there. But some of these racers really looking for that a full electric unicycle from one race. And I remember they did that out at the Atlantic race, and it was RT was the winner of that one from the Synchro Racing Syndicate. And he just soon after that ended up getting quite the injury, so he's in recovery now. That's why we don't see him out here again. Of course, he wouldn't be in the Future Legends race again, but he would definitely be out there making his way through Sportsman up into Pro for sure.
All right, our racers are making their way to the grid positions after their one qualifying lap.
And of course, the obligatory, got to do it. You got to get the photo on the track. See our crew there. Amazing media making all this happen. For the InMotion Future Legends race. We got some jerseys out there. NC ESK8. I believe that's Jackson out there. We got some TEF1 jerseys out there. We got a Toronto E-Riders jersey out there. An Alien Rides jersey, I believe. So they just ran that real quick qualifying. So we got to run over to stats real quick. They're doing a great job this entire day making everything happen. Really crunching the numbers. They're the number crunching people, and they just got to figure out exactly who's going to be where for this section here.
What a crew out here. People lining the fence, watching this racing. A great mix of spectators out here today. All the other racers not racing in this one up on the fence, waiting to see who takes home this InMotion V9 for this InMotion Future Legends race.
And we're in the middle of October. It's starting to get cold soon, but some of these riders are already in cold climates. I know I keep talking about the Canadians, but we're dealing with it up there, and our training sessions are not the same as what they used to be. So to have a nice warm climate way up here, Sonoma, California, what a beautiful place to be for us. Truly a pleasure.
Fun fact I learned the other day that Seattle was actually more north than Toronto. Just wanted to remind you of that. So
Yeah,
we're also north.
Yeah, that part of Ontario, Toronto, it's kind of like the Florida. It just kind of sticks down more than anything else.
The Florida of Canada?
The Florida of Canada, although we don't really want to put it that way, but Florida's got its own connotation.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a... Yeah, we'll stay away from that one.
Maybe we should do a TEF1 race in Florida. That would be pretty fun. It's beautiful weather, just like here in California down there. A little bit different. But you also see all sorts of different riders coming out to these races, and when you host it in different locations, you find people jumping into this Future Legends race and other things because they haven't raced before, because TEF1 came to them, right? So who knows if we were to have a race in the East Coast, somewhere, maybe more south or something like that, not near New Jersey where we had one before, which racers would come out and be like, you know what, I'm going to go.
This is an international sport, hobby, whatever you want to call it. It's a community all over the world. You have electric unicycles, electric skateboards everywhere. Everyone's riding them. It's just such a great vehicle, such a great PEV to commute to work, to do all these different things. And not only that, we get to watch the fun stuff in the racing.
Yeah, absolutely. TEF1 is only steps away from going international. I almost guarantee you, I really hope I hear something soon that they're wanting to go to a different country. Of course, I want them to come to Canada, but there's Europe and other places around that they can go to as well when the opportunity presents itself. So really exciting to see kind of what we're building here in America right now with TEF1. And, just a quick little reminder, TEF1 is created by a couple of Canadians as well. So, not a couple. There's a whole group of them. But, just bringing the love down here. We all want to race, and someone's got to make it happen. TEF1's making it happen.
Yeah, big shout out to Canada. I love Canada.
We love you guys,
I'm just
too.
giving you a hard time. It's just because our teams are playing right now.
Yeah, it seems to be every time we get up here on this sporting event going on. Not just racing, but
we love
little
sports.
banter.
Gotta keep it light. All right, as our track crew is figuring out where the grid is going to be set up for our InMotion Future Legends race. Time to look at those racers out there. This could be you. You come out here, you bring your wheel, you could be out here having a chance to win another one.
Yeah, and if you look at them and all their gear, if you want to come out, make sure you get yourself a DOT approved helmet. You're going to need some of those elbow guards. You see them, they all got gloves on. They all have shin guards on. Even in their shoes, they have protection, some of them. So make sure you get all your safety gear, find the appropriate wheel or bike or board, anything that kind of speaks to you. And come on out. Come racing. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity just like Future Legends once again. So you have a chance to get out here and maybe win a full wheel for yourself. And as per usual, we're getting down into the schedule, but you still have a chance to win that NOSFET Aero. It's popping up on the screen right there. You see the QR code. Get your phone nice and close to the screen. We'll keep it up there for a minute for you, so you're able to scan that QR code. Find that QR code scanner app right in your phone. Scan that up for a chance to win a NOSFET Aero. Sponsored by Next Gen Mobility and NOSFET. See on the screen there, wonderful crew member with his crew necklace, I guess you can call it, on, looking really cool with that. Some custom swag coming out of TEF1 stuff now, so really cool to see that. Make sure you scan up that QR code on the screen. If you do it for yourself, you're doing it for me as well, and Pete on this side. So make sure you win that wheel and you let us know, I did it because of you. But you really should be doing it for yourself.
All right, looks like our racers are getting on their grid positions. We have this grid figured out. We're about ready to get going on our Future Legends race.
Yeah, getting a little antsy on that line there. I think they started figuring out their positions, but they're getting a little bit restless. When these racers, they go out and they get ready to race, it's exactly what you think it is. The nerves get going, you start breathing faster, but if you got to wait out for your starting position, you got to calm those nerves a little bit and maybe get a little bit of energy out, but save it for the race.
Well, it's a new feeling for a lot of these racers out here. New racers. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. As our racers are in their grid positions, we're about to get this thing going.
All right, looks like our race coordination crew is getting ready to go. And we got a green flag for our Future Legends race presented by InMotion.
Great launch from the back there. Alien Rides rider all the way from the back up into second place.
We're going to see who's going to be taking that wheel home, but we got a pack of 3 separating from everyone else in the back, and it looks like it might be a battle for that podium. 1, 2, 3 going through tic-tac-toe at the moment.
And it is winner take all out here to go home with that InMotion V9. 3 laps. As they make their... Oh, and we are battling up in the front.
That may have been Henry there trying to make a move from a Synchro Racing Syndicate. Never raced on a track, but is an off-road racer himself.
And up into the lead, making a pass all the way out in the front, so battling up there. So the top 3 heating up right now. Oh, and unfortunately a crash there in the second hairpin.
Yeah, it's that gnarly corner we've seen a few racers having some difficulty with. Even one racer there going over the red-white, kind of hopping like it's a jump. But that racer's back on their wheel, coming around to the front stretch and the start-finish line.
Our lead racer coming through.
That is definitely Henry from Synchro Racing Syndicate coming in strong there.
So Henry out in the lead right now, in a commanding lead as he stretches it out even more. Trying to take home that InMotion V9. We make our way about halfway through our InMotion Future Legends race. And see the pack spreading out.
And there's a demanding lead now. It's really making that gap, a lot bigger as he's coming over to that chicane and into those A hairpin left and hairpin right. Second place is just hitting the chicane now as he's on that hairpin.
Yeah, a couple wobbles into that first hairpin and a little bit of a pedal scrape as he came through, but holding it strong. Henry Chen out in the lead.
Ooh, trying to keep it together there, not to go into the rumble strip as you saw. But not acclimated to the track in one bit. Finds himself in the Future Legends race for his very first track event here. And just dominating in that first position.
Coming through, white flag coming out for Henry Chen, our current leader, trying to take home that InMotion V9.
Absolutely. Coming across in that second position, we got Brandon Tran. Working hard, setting a lap time of 1:20 there. So Henry's got the 1:14, and the second place has got 1:20, a 6-second difference.
A 1:14 is a very quick lap for someone who is new on racing out here on these tracks. That is incredible from Henry Chen.
So yeah, I'm just saying, if you're sitting at home and you're like, I'm a really good rider, I'm the best rider in my city, come out here. You can be a part of the Future Legends race for your first race, and maybe you could be just like Henry, way out in that first position on that hairpin now. And now Brandon hits the chicane before the hairpin, really making a gap out of it.
Yeah, Henry looking solid out front, really trying to take home that InMotion V9. Just a couple corners left as he makes his way through the last part of lap number 3.
Yes, going around to the front stretch. No stranger to riding electric unicycles, but definitely a stranger to the track. We find Henry coming across the line from Toronto in that first position to bring the second Future Legends wheel back to Canada.
Oh, Canada taking home that InMotion V9. Great race from Henry Chen. As Brandon Tran comes home for second place. And battling all the way back up, Sun Woo taking third.
What an amazing race. They're finishing it up now as they're waving out to the crowd. We got Coda and Gialan working real hard on that track just to finish up that race. Great to see it. We might have to tell Synchro Racing Syndicate, I know you got some good racers who may not have raced before, but you got to stop bringing them out to win these wheels. I mean, I truly on the inside, I'm kind of saying the opposite because that wheel's come back to Toronto now twice. So that's fun stuff. Great job with those folks.
Yeah, Henry absolutely flying on those laps. A 1 minute 13-second lap time.
That is a sportsman qualifying time.
Oh, easily. That's up in the mix.
Yeah. Easily, yeah. So, be great to see as Speedy Kit Kat finishes her Future Legends race there. It'd be great to see Henry come out and really start to dominate on these tracks. So he's been out a couple of years, done a couple of races off-road. He's the only person in Toronto to beat me in a competition.
Ooh.
Yeah, a few years ago, I think it was 2023. We did a little off-road little race, and he came through and he beat me by a hair and took that victory. So.
All right, we're going to be moving on to some main events. And it looks like we're going to start off with our ESK8 final. Again, these are 5 laps. So these are going to be absolute leg burners. So I'm really interested to see how this shakes out. May have to deal with some lap traffic as well in some of these races. We'll see how that plays out on this long track. What a day of racing so far. This has been too much fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's just on par. You know, you got the racers out there fighting real hard for position. You got some, you know, we hate to say it, but it's, you know, a feature to see somebody kind of go down. You know, people on the viewing on YouTube and stuff, it's an exciting moment. But we always want to make sure that the racers are okay. So racer going down earlier today seems to be okay. We got the medics out there and everything's okay. But it is a little bit of an exciting moment when somebody goes down because, you know, it might happen. These are some crazy things that we're doing, and we just have these little things around our feet that we're racing at, you know, car speeds on this track.
Yeah, I mean, even in car racing, you kind of get a little, ooh. when there is an accident or something like
yeah.
that. But I mean, big shout out to our track crew, to our medics out here, keeping everyone safe. I mean, this isn't a safe activity that we're doing out here. I guess that they're doing out here. I do it a little safer. I'm more of a 20-mile-an-hour guy. So, but I'm really excited to see our E-skate final about to kick off. Got some speed boards in the mix as well, some two-wheel boards.
Love it. Love to see it. These boards out there. And, the mix with the Stooge in with the speed boards and some stock boards. We're going to see those big tires again from Rux, and I believe it was it Brandon as well. Brandon Stevens, I believe, had some massive wheels on his board. No, it was Michael Vassalo who had the massive wheels on there. So like we were saying before, it looks like they've kept those big wheels on their boards. They're right ahead of us right now.
Well, it's interesting that taking a look at Rux's board that's right in front of us right now. I mean, it almost looks like different tread pattern on the front and the rear. So maybe adding a little more grip on that front, but a little more slick tire on the back. Maybe it's just worn down that way.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see that setup. I mean, it looks like he could sit down on that. That could be a go-kart.
Yeah, I mean, pretty well entirely, but to see the way that it maneuvers itself and him on top of it on the track, it's really peculiar to see wheels that big. You talk about wheel bite and stuff like that when you turn the board so much, and the wheels at the front and the back, they do turn in that direction you send them in, and sometimes the wheel can come in and bite the board or touch the board. So I guess as long as you're not doing too tight of corners around here, you don't have to worry about that wheel bite. But as soon as you put on bigger tires, that's the first thing you think about. You go, oh, am I going to have a wheel bite?
Yeah, absolute monster truck out there. Definitely one to watch. I mean, GT really putting it to him in that heat race, too, on more of a stock setup, having the smaller wheels and smaller tires on there. So we'll see how that plays. And Jack Farah absolutely dominating his heat race. We'll see if anyone else who didn't race against him earlier is able to hang with him.
Yeah, he's on that classic Stooge Raceboard build that he's been racing for years. And, he's secured a podium somewhat recently, and he's definitely someone to keep your eye on in this race today, because we don't have Mario Chacon out there. We don't have, like a Morgan Brady.
Reggie Thomas,
big time,
Yep.
Those are the guys that'll be right up there with them, too. So every competition's different. You always get a new mix of people. And here at TEF1 NorCal, we're going to see who's pulling away with that E-skate finish.
It looks like a lot of our racers are kind of making their way into the staging area right now, getting ready to go. Our E-skate final going to kick off here shortly.
Yeah, you could tell a few of the racers here, they may have realized their day is over. They've put their sweaters on. They're out there on the edge on the fence cheering on their friends and stuff too. So the party doesn't stop here at TEF1 until we have the podium and awards ceremony at the end. And it is all serious fun and games until that point.
Well, I'm looking forward to these main events. The 5 laps are going to be very interesting. Some fast racers all being put together, and a lot of racers that haven't raced together today from the different heat races finally getting to go head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably look back and find that information to see who would be racing against who. That might be I don't think Jack Farah and Rux were in the same heat, were they?
Right.
Yeah, so it'd be cool to see how they duke it out next to one another. But yeah, Geelong with that again, that simple Stooge type setup as well, having that torque out of those corners, but maybe not the speed on the straights. Still able to stay up front. If he's strong enough in those corners, he can keep it that fast, then the straights aren't so much of an issue.
All right, our racers are getting their gear on. Everyone getting ready to go. We're just waiting to figure out what the grid is going to be. So wait, another shout out to our event sponsors, InMotion, our title sponsor out here today. We have NOSFET, E-Wheels, Speedboards, Power Knobs, Draggy Motorsports, Zeus Cycles, Stooge Raceboards, and many more. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our main events.
speedboard. Carve Diem. Look at those speedboards. Hey, those are the ones that were in with the e-skate category. We see a couple of them right in front of us here getting ready for that e-skate race. Rather peculiar, cool devices.
Yeah, definitely kept up. That was one thing we were watching. We're going to see how they kept up with their four-wheel counterparts. And they definitely were right up there in the mix. So interesting to have a little different style in the skateboard come along and come out here and compete.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see where they stack up on that grid too, because as we've been talking all day, it's all in that start and how you do in that start. So where you get in those starting positions on that starting grid really kind of does make a bit of a difference. If if you got a really strong start, or if you don't, you're gonna win or lose in that situation, right? So we'll see how they line up here, and we'll get them on the track soon enough. I'm super excited. I'm like jittering in my boots right now because when it comes to e-skate, it's a track thing for me. It's all racing, it's all track, and I love it.
Yeah, so we're just determining what the grid is going to be, making sure that all the times are correct, all the placement is correct, moving into our main event here. So our track crew and our track officials doing a great job with scoring and timing, making sure we're all ready to go and that the grid is correct. So rather have it right than rush into it.
Exactly. Sometimes you got to take just an extra few minutes because if you make a mistake and you set off the race, it's too late at that point to make any adjustments. So kudos to the stats team here, DRT Racing, really just making light work of this while sweating real hard behind that laptop. So we appreciate them tremendously.
All right, so starting off, we're going to have our e-skate main event. Following that will be our EUC Sportsman class. And then wrapping things up, we're going to have our EUC Pro main event.
Yeah, taking a couple opportunities on track while they were doing that. The CEO and the COO of TEF1 in the middle of the track, the start-finish line, just getting a quick little photo mid-event. Very cool opportunity for those guys.
Big shout out to the whole crew out here, our media crew, our track officials out here doing such a great job keeping things rolling.
Yeah, and even Drew out there getting us some waters.
Oh, thank you, Drew.
Oh, you're welcome. Amazing
Again,
stuff.
Drew, he's not just good on the mic. He's good at everything. We appreciate you, Drew. All right, we're going to take another quick break as we figure out this grid. About to get things going with our main events. Coming right up.
We're back again here. Sonoma Raceway, Sonoma, California. NorCal TEF1 event. What a location. I think most people out there today, I think the general vibe in the crowd has just been like ecstatic. Like people are really happy.
You couldn't ask for a better day. Great weather. I mean, warm weather, really nice, calm winds. I mean, beautiful day out here. You can see for miles. What a great venue. What a great place. What a great pro karting track we're out here at Sonoma Raceway. Couldn't ask for much better of a day, better of an event.
Yeah, because like some of those conditions, they really mess with riders. Like the wind, that's one thing that I don't think we even mentioned because it hasn't been a factor here today. But exactly that. When, wind is in play, it's a factor by all means. If you're going in wind and somebody who's a little bit better at tucking their shoulders in, even the females with shorter shoulders, they can cut through that wind a lot easier than the men can. So, different advantages come with that. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy not to see that wind. We had those next-gen mobility flags all around the track, and they've been pretty stationary all day.
Yeah, I've been watching them, and you think with being so close to the bay that we'd get a little breeze in the afternoon coming in, and we really haven't had much. So you can't really ask for much better conditions for racing out here today. And yeah, if you're in the chat right now, drop us a line. We're still getting everything figured out for our grid positions here for our main events. So if you guys are hanging out with us, drop us a line. Got any questions? We can try to answer them. I probably will answer them incorrectly, but I'm here. I'm here with you.
Yeah, just looking through chat here, we just see all the love, bringing home all of that stuff to T-Dot, to Toronto, for the Future Legends race. So we got Crying Hippie has just been all in the chat today. Worth saying hi to. Harry Guy back home. Yeah, so make sure you're dropping some things down into the chat. Chat with us while we still got a little bit of time here before these e-skates come out. We could definitely have a good conversation. We got Kasperstan rides in there. That is Kasperstan, who was at the last event as well, and I believe definitely at the SoCal event. Raced at the SoCal event. So not here at this race on the West Coast, but in the chat down there. So good to see you all up in there in the chat. Make sure you share it. Tell your friends, hey, the finals are coming up. Go watch it on the TEF1 YouTube channel.
Yeah, get on there. Share that on your socials. Apparently, Anakin is still typing. I don't know. That seems to be a pretty common comment. Anakin's still typing. So
I'm just gonna go in
waiting to see what comes up.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot of smack, but let's go in there for ourselves. I'm gonna copy that link and I'm gonna put it in my Toronto E-Riders general chat.
There you go.
Come watch me and Pete and people race finals.
Yeah. What else are you doing? It's a beautiful thing to do on a Saturday.
Right. Apparently, I don't know how to use my own phone.
It happens.
But there we go. Did it.
All right. So if you're in that chat, jump in there. Come join us. We're about to get into our main events, our finals coming up, starting off with our e-skate final. And then our EUC Sportsman class and our EUC Pro class, 5 laps to determine the podiums out here. A lot of fast racers in all of these different classes, so it's anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. I see in chat there, I've been reading, someone said, where can we find that QR code again?
Ooh.
Well, if you keep watching the stream, you may notice the QR code just pops up randomly.
That was magic.
It's almost like we have an incredible production team running this entire operation here today. So get that camera out there, scan it. You asked for it. We said we were going to be looking at chat. You got your answer. So that's good stuff.
Scan it.
Lots of love for Drew in the chat. Lots of love for Drew.
Oh, big shout out to Drew. A third member of our crew out here doing our trackside work. Bringing us waters. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thirsty guys in here. A long day of talking.
Yeah. And in chat, too, we got another iconic e-skate rider, e-skate nomad. He's not from North America. Thanks so much for hosting, boys. Well, it's an absolute pleasure, I'll tell you that. If I can't be out there on the track, there's no other place I'd rather be than right here, being part of the action. So greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, let us know where you're watching from right now. Got Denise Derby in there watching from Oregon. Shout out to Oregon.
Yeah, daughter Christina Clark My son-in-law, Christopher Clark.
Oh,
Clark
the
Pads.
Clark fam.
Clark
Big shout
fam.
out. So yeah, jump on, get that QR code while you can. That thing's gonna end soon, and you want to have a chance to win that NOSFET Arrow. So scan that thing up.
Yeah, some people were saying that QR code was a little small. Just take a screenshot on your phone, and then blow it up after. See if that helps.
Hey, we got Richmond, Virginia. We got Melbourne, Australia. Toronto, Ohio. Colorado, SoCal. Raleigh, North Carolina. I love this. All over. We're worldwide.
Yeah.
Edmonton.
That's what we love to see. It's there's no other kind of people out there doing what we're doing in North America right now. We're seeing it pop up in some different places in Europe, but this is kind of where it's at. So we're happy that you're tuning in from all over the world to see what we're doing here in North America and specifically Sonoma, California today.
Oh, Montreal, wee.
Oh, Jessica. So that's Power Knobs in the house. Power Knobs in the house.
Dude.
Montreal, Quebec. Let's go.
Boston. Man, big shout out to everyone out there joining us. See those numbers going up too. Looks like more of you are tuning in. Love to see that. Our racers are making their way out onto the track. We're about to get our finals going.
That looks to be true. We heard it on the microphone from our race coordinators calling out some names, and then those names started making their way onto that track. And this is when my blood starts to flow.
Oh, Florida. Sacramento. What are you doing in Sacramento? You should be here. Make the quick drive next time.
That's fair point. Fair point.
Yeah, free for spectators. TEF1, come on out.
ESK8 Nomad. That's 1 a.m. in UK time right now? Wow.
Ooh.
That is dedication, brother. Thanks for staying up late to watch this.
Fam.
Maybe don't share it to your parents because they're probably sleeping right now, but appreciate you being here big time. Miss you, Nomad.
Yeah, let's get those likes up. You're in the chat. Get those likes up.
Yeah. That's a very good point.
Love
We got
to see
over
it.
100 people chilling in here and less than 100 people liking that, slapping that like button. But make sure you do that quick. Get it on a full screen because we got some e-skates lining up here, getting ready to go. And this is for all the bread and butter.
All right, 5-lap final out here. Our racers are making their sighting lap, their formation lap right now. And what a crew we have out on track. There's a look as they're starting off this sighting lap.
There's a quite big amount of people there. You got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, maybe 11 or 12 racers.
I think so. So it's going to be a stacked field. See who can battle up from the back.
Yeah, I mean, some big names like we were talking here before. In this race, we've got Ruck Smith, Dina Couture, Aaron Chang, David Jackson, Nicholas Torres, Ray Albano, Tucker Clay, Jack Farrow, Jialong Thontat, and Brandon Stevens. And a few of those names are some household names, and we'll maybe see them popping up front. But, again, anything could happen, and we could have a racer we haven't seen much of suddenly making their way up into one of those podium positions. So we hope these racers keep it safe. We also hope they keep it fast, because fast is exciting for both us and them.
All right, our racers are making their way through this sighting lap and towards those grid positions. Again, 5 laps to determine our podium out here for our e-skate class. TEF1 NorCal at the Sonoma Raceway. Oh, I can't wait.
There's nothing like hearing a Stooge gear drive and to hear them going across that line at those speeds that they're going. It sounds different than when you're just cruising. So beautiful shots over the mountains there. Amazing drone footage. As you watch those racers finish up their sighting lap, checking out the track, making sure nothing is kind of in the way or on the track, but also eyeing it up for themselves to see maybe how warm it is and what exactly they might come to expect out of this race. They're making their way down the front stretch now to get up to that starting grid. That sun I mentioned before, we might notice some of the shadows coming on the track. And just reaching the edge of the track right now are some shadows. So we're jumping right into the finals here. We got to get those done to make sure that we're not racing under the lights, which I believe don't exist on this track.
Very good observation.
Yeah, and it's not good for safety and traction and losing the temperature and stuff, right? So we want to make sure that when they're racing the hardest they can, we still got sun on that track.
All right, our racers are in their grid positions. We're about to get this 5-lap final going.
Exciting to see. We got Rux in that 4th position with his massive wheels sticking out like a sore thumb.
See if Jack Farah can get the launch. Green flag is out. Here we go.
For the Eskate Pro final race here at NorCal TEF1 at Sonoma Raceway.
GT looking all too casual in second place, following Jack Farah as they make their way into the tic-tac-toe.
No surprise there, Jack Farah just taking a little bit of a lead, holding it up front. Let's just see if he could hold it the whole way through with his experience as he's finishing up the tic-tac-toe.
It looks like he's out in the lead, but GT right on his heels as they come into the hairpin, looking for an opportunity, and he gets past up in the first place.
Yeah, and he does hold that there. There was a moment where Jack was looking for that fast exit on him, kind of allowing him to get in there, but Jack's going to start honing him down now. Let's see if Geelong can hold his position. He is no stranger to racing on a track on his board, so let's see if he could hold it up there with those smaller wheels, and same thing with Jack Farah, smaller wheels again too.
Yeah, Brandon Stevens and Ruck Smith making a move up in the 3rd place.
Getting close. You got to look at that footprint on a lot of these racers here, the footprint of their board, making sure you don't touch wheels with any other racer, and Ruck's making a chance there to pass.
Oh, high speed coming through. GT in first place. Jack Farah right on his heels as they go into the corner number 1, and Jack going outside and cutting inside into the lead. Jack Farah.
We got a switching of positions up in first place here, and it looks like it's going to be quite the exciting final for these e-skates. Making their way around that tic-tac-toe with Jack Farah now up in front. But Geelong, he's going to be right there close. He made his approach last time on this corner. He comes around to make another approach. I don't know if he's confident enough to take it, and lets Jack take that corner ahead of him.
Yeah, Jack set him up on that first corner going outside to in. GT had to cover off the inside and not allow him the fastest route through. But with more grip and a little bit better angle on that corner, Jack Farah up into first place.
Very exciting to see this. In the middle of the pack as well, we got Dina Cash pushing hard to hold her position up there. Looking like might be a 3rd or 4th position.
Taking a look at that lead pack, Jack Farah still out in the lead. GT right behind him, though, as they make their way on this home stretch. GT pushing full speed ahead as they come through the start-finish line. Into corner number 1, and Jack Farah holds him off as they make their way through the lap. Jack Farah in the lead, followed by GT.
Wow, still going real strong. They actually lapped the speed board there, so we have lapped action on the track here today.
And Ruck Smith, I believe, in 3rd place as they're making their way through. Oh, he's making the inside move. And he holds it. It sticks. GT back into the lead past Jack Farah. What a battle right now up for those top 2 spots.
Ooh, Jack had a very slight wobble. It really could have gotten out of hand there, but he controlled it out of that last corner and kept his board going straight. But this battle is just firing up here. Remember, 5 laps. So this endurance is really going to make a huge difference as they get into that 4th and that 5th lap. Let's see if they can hold their stamina up and really hold those positions.
It seems like GT's getting a great launch out of the tic-tac-toe and able to make a move into that next hairpin as they come on the home stretch. GT in the lead, followed by Jack Farah. Going into corner number 1. Looks like Jack's sticking back, waiting for another opportunity to try to get past GT. We'll see if he can do it on the straightaway, making a move up the inside.
Making that right-hand turn. Does he have enough to hold out in front? That tic-tac-toe Geelong has had really good luck with throughout the day. Let's see if he can make a move on Jack Farah coming up here.
Jack back into first. GT, let's see if he can do it again. This is his corner coming up the inside again, and he holds him off. Can he make it stick, though? GT into the high-speed chicane, shoulder to shoulder, and Jack back into the lead.
They are exchanging footprints right now, really negotiating themselves back and forth. Really exciting to watch this race, cutting them off in the corners, taking them out on the exits. Love to see this battle for first place.
Unbelievable racing right now. GT trying to take any opportunity to get through on Jack Farah, but what a battle for the top 2 spots.
Yeah, they're not giving it up yet. I think race coordination crew up at the front might be getting ready to fly a flag here pretty quickly.
Oh, some lap traffic, and Jack Farah able to sneak through a little bit easier than GT, extending that lead. So as our top 2 racers make their way through the rest of the pack, 5 laps coming into play here with a little bit of lap traffic.
Yeah, Jack Farah maybe getting up on that red-white there for a second, slowing him down, giving an opportunity for Geelong to get close, but that lap traffic is really bringing them close into that Geelong corner where he's going to make an attempt to make a pass coming up to this corner. He's coming up on his inside as he's done for the past few laps. He's going to make his way around and not quite get it on Jack as the shadow comes around that corner, giving them a little less traction, so they're having to stay a little extra safe as they go around there.
And GT doing it on that Stooge V5, sticking right on the heels of Jack Farah, looking for an opportunity, going a little bit wide there. Jack extending his lead, but you look, GT's looking for the inside line on these corners. And he seems to have an advantage on those toe side corners, making the moves. But if he can stick with Jack Farah, there's a chance he can do it again.
Yeah, they come around that corner now. We got Jack Farah in that first position. He's going to try to battle out Geelong to get that second.
Checkered flag's coming out. Oh, and it is a photo finish. Neck and neck across the line. We're going to have to take a look at that one. That was incredible.
What an amazing finish. They weren't that close, and then suddenly out of nowhere, they were absolutely neck and neck. I'll tell you, the amount of heads that are going around that computer right now looking at those times is crazy, and their reaction basically says they were the exact same time. So we'll see in the end who exactly came out, and that'll be a mystery for the podiums coming up soon.
Unbelievable racing out here as the rest of our racers coming through. Ruck Smith making his way. He comes across, I believe, in 3rd place. What a distance there. Our top 2. What a battle. Back and forth.
Yeah, so we're going to wait for those results to become official.
Yep.
There's still we've been given a little bit of an idea who it might be. We don't want to tell you quite yet. We're going to wait for those official results to come out.
That was our first final. I'm loving it, but we're going to have to see where that photo finish comes up. We're checking with timing right now. They're determining who got that spot. But what a battle. What a back and forth race from our top 2 racers, GT and Jack Farah.
And some of those last Raiders like David Jackson getting across that line right now to finish up their race. And we also still have a speed board out there on that track as well, finishing up their race. Super exciting, super exhausting. We see on the multicam in front of us here, we got Jack Farah just extremely exhausted out there. just trying to rub off that race. 5 laps.
Look
there
at
they
that.
go.
Yep.
First
what
and second
a
place.
Battle. Back and forth, those two, the entire race. I mean, from start to finish. So as we wait for the results to become official and figure out who crossed that finish line first.
And you could tell they're friends. They've been together before. They've raced together. They're exchanging ideas. Ruck's in there in the conversation as well. This is one of the best parts of racing for me, is just being able to finish that race, being able to hang out and talk about what happened throughout that race. And that race was actually quite incredible with the times. We're going to have to go back and see that official time difference. So now on the track, though, we're starting to deal with some of the shadows that are coming around some of these trickier sections too, and right at the start-finish line now.
Yeah, definitely changing as the sun's going down. Again, just waiting on confirmation.
So there will be a little bit of buffer space in between the races here to get people ready. The finals are a little bit of a hubbub moment, and after the race, they kind of need some time to collect themselves and get everyone back on track to be back here racing again. I believe the next one we're going to have going here is the EUC Sportsman category.
All right. We just got word, 0.1 seconds, so a 10th off. And the winner of our eskate, GT, takes the W from Jack Farah.
Wow.
Takes the win in a photo finish there at the end. So just confirming it with scoring and timing. Unbelievable race, but GT ending up on top.
Haven't seen GT on top in a long while. Definitely saw, like I said recently, Jack Farah got a good podium finish, but Geelong securing that first place. What a finish. I don't know if there's going to be regrets from Jack tonight. I don't know what happened on that line.
I think they left it all out there. I think that was just an incredible race, and GT by a 10th, by a nose, by a tire.
By a literal, like, if your chip was on your wrist, your arm is here, not here.
Yep.
Like, if you just had the chip out there, it would have made the difference. So, timing systems, it's all strategy on where you put your transponder.
So an incredible race, back and forth, those guys. So I can't wait for the next one. So coming up next, we're going to have our EUC Sportsman main event. So our EUC Sportsman final 5 laps to determine the podium for our Sportsman class as the sun is quickly setting on some of this track.
Yeah, it's going to make a bit of a difference for these racers as they come into these finals, especially those EUC racers. Only having one contact patch on there, it's unlike those e-skates, which still, in that same respect, when they lose traction, sure, they have 4 contact points, but when that starts going awry on an e-skate and you start wobbling out, good luck trying to keep that. We noticed Jack Farah in one of the first corners here was able to contain one of his wobbles.
And you brought up earlier the burnouts. We're probably going to see some of that maybe in our EUC, maybe a little bit of free spinning, getting those tires warm before they get going. It is a benefit that they do have that sighting lap where they can get a lap in and kind of get some speed, some temperature in those tires before they get going.
Yeah, and I almost guarantee you that's exactly what we're going to see on that start line. Those racers know full well what's going on out here, and the second they see the shadow that's on that start-finish line now and not the sunlight anymore, they're going to want to get some heat in those tires, and it's not just going to be in a sighting lap because we're losing half the track real quick here. We have a giant hill behind us, and as the sun is setting, we're getting a little premature shadow on our track here.
All right, looks like some of our EUC Sportsman class racers are getting geared up, ready to go. That'll be our next race coming up.
Yeah, exciting getting to see our drone pilots get a little bit of a break there as well, doing some great work on that drone footage.
Yeah, incredible shots we're getting out here today. What a crew we have, putting out some of the best media, some of the best racing media that's ever been done in the PEV world.
Yeah, and just getting a look back at this last e-skate final race, looking through the footage, just going back and forth between those two. It's truly exciting to watch them race one another here.
Well, it's great to watch how each of them took opportunities to pass and how different it was. You saw GT taking that inside line so many times and able to cut Jack in those corners, and Jack setting it up where he went outside to in, kind of the fake out, making GT cover, and then taking a better line through the corner and having more speed. So yeah, fun to watch.
Yeah, like Jack was taking more of that traditional line around that corner, kind of staying on the outside, hitting that apex and coming in. But Geelong knew he had a bit of an opportunity at times to get him on that inside as he was coming real wide up into that corner to kind of dive in on him, but not crash into him and cut that real tight in that corner. But a lot of the time, Jack was able to keep his speed. But it just it matters who crosses the line first, and a tenth of a second, that's photo replay right there.
Yeah, incredible. Fun to watch. And great to see GT get on top of that podium.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute, and he hasn't been to every race, but he raced in every race, but he's been to them. I know there's a couple recently, or a race somewhat recently, and I noticed he wasn't racing. And I was like, oh, what's going on? And circumstances, whatever it is, and lo and behold, he's back here today at Sonoma, and he's taken home a position on that podium.
Looking faster than ever, and now at the top of the TEF1 crew right now. So going into the next TEF1, he's the champ.
Feels good. Feels good. My blood is starting to slow down a little bit now. But as the EUC start to get ready, it's probably going to raise back up again, you know.
Yeah, starting off that sportsman class, again, 5 laps to determine who's going to take home the podium out here today. Sonoma Raceway.
We got some strategy out there from Mr. James Darnell. So instead of burning out on the asphalt, maybe burn out on a little bit of rubber.
Interesting.
Rubber contact.
Okay.
And it looks as though maybe he's going to be riding a P6.
Oh, interesting.
Or maybe he's just hanging out on it right now. So we'll have to figure. Maybe he's just holding it. Yeah.
All right, let's send it down to Drew, who's with our ESK8 champion, GT.
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to the race here. We just had the ESK8 finals, and this was by far a nail biter, an epic nail biter by 0.10th of a second. Literally, 10th of a second, you passed the line in front of him there. How are you feeling right now, bro? Deep breath. You want to take a deep breath? Ready?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah. It was
just speechless.
It was insane speeds. You guys were pushing each other to the absolute limits there. You got it. Like, what's the feeling right now?
I think he was pushing me the whole time. I've been racing with him for so long and practicing for so long. And today I just want to keep up with Jack, and he's just amazing to race with. And
I get it, brother. It's definitely incredibly exciting. You guys literally were going wheel to wheel, lap for lap. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Not only that, lapping traffic, which was a major factor there. There's a few people that absolutely got in your way and pushed you guys even further off the limits there. Like, how was that line? Like, you were reading line and line. I mean, we were calling it like the GT corner's coming here. He's coming in the corner right here, and like you literally were just hooking on the inside every single time. So like, how's that? What's the mindset there? You know?
I wasn't thinking. I was just doing. My eyes was on Jack's ass, and only Jack's ass. And that's my whole focus was Jack. That's just that.
You absolutely crushed it, brother. I know. Congratulations here. So proud of you. Looking forward to seeing you on the podium there. All right, man. You earned it. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it. Back up in the booth there.
Back here once again for the TEF1 finals at Sonoma Raceway. We got the sportsmen called up to the line, and they're all just pulling up to the starting area now.
Definitely shadows coming into play. The hill has cast a shadow across almost the entirety of the track now.
Yeah, so we have the cursed hill behind us that is blocking all of that sun. We're looking off into the distance, into the far distance, and we see a lot of sunshine out there still. But on our track, I would say probably 80% or more is now in shade. So that's going to make a big difference for these racers.
Another big shout out to GT, lost for words there, taking that victory. And thanks to Drew, the third member of our crew down there, getting a great interview with him.
Yeah.
So love to see that emotion, that excitement, that shock that he did it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Geelong is not just a racer. This guy's a community guy. He really helps out his community back home and like creating different rides, intro to speed sessions, just being around for everyone there. And for him to come out and take that first place podium back to all those people, I'm getting
love it.
You know, it
love
makes me
it.
feel great. Like if I was able to do that,
Yeah.
that's all I've ever wanted, was to go home and to show everyone I did it.
Well, what a battle, too. I mean, it didn't come easy. It was back and forth against Jack Farrow, one of the fastest guys out here, and they both battled. And I can't wait till we get to watch them race again.
Yeah, and he knew Jack was going to be his biggest competition going into this. He was well aware. Those guys know one another, living so close in proximity to one another. They're out here in front right now just smiling away, and we make it an opportunity to delve a little more back into that and talk to maybe Jack Farrow on the other end there. So these sportsmen are getting ready to go. They're getting all their info right before they get out onto that track.
All right, yeah,
assuming probably getting a sighting lap in there. And getting on to that sportsman final.
Again, 5 laps for our sportsman class final, the main event out here. All right, let's send it down to Drew again with GT and Jack Farrow this time.
Welcome back to Trackside. Here we have the first and second place of what I'm calling absolute pure racing magic, to be honest with you. This was breathtaking to see, guys. Like, when it comes to racing, this was absolutely what you want to see. Wheel to wheel, corner to corner, battling it out to the last 10th of a second to cross a line there. How does this feel right now?
It hurts.
I know. It's definitely...
That was my turn.
Yeah.
It's his turn.
Yes. It was... You two out there was just impeccable speeds. And truly admiration. I'm sure people were out there. I had people messaging me going, "Oh my God, they're lapping people. This is insanity." Like, you guys were just beautiful out there. Like, really, what's the feeling? Like cloud 9. You know, I know obviously it's the second place, but still, you proved yourself in that track there.
I mean, just making sure that we're not hitting each other first and foremost. Like, I knew I would get in areas where it's like I'm close to him, and then he'd get in areas where he's close to me, where it was like I was about to turn in on him, and then I have to back off or whatever. But that's I think most important. But then secondly, just, you know, he gets in front, and then that pushes me to get to him, and then I get in front, and then I'm sure that pushes him.
It was literally back to back. I know Geelong was saying in the interview before, he's like, I was just keeping my eyes on Jack's ass the entire time. He's like, I literally was just trying to, but the trading back and forth was beautiful, guys. Like, this is literally, you guys had an F1 level performance today, and I absolutely appreciate that. I mean, what else, any other words you guys have anything to say here?
It's such a great honor racing with you, dude, and being your friend and being part of your team, and 16S, dude.
16S, best good runner.
Yeah.
5-year-old lipo pack, by the way.
And, yeah.
Get new lipo packs.
Yeah. Dylan, I'll owe you those lipo packs. Thank you for letting me borrow them. And
borrow without return.
Yeah. I owe you.
Nah, it was worth it. I'm trying to think of like one last thing to say. I mean, just check your gear and, you know, wear gear so in case we do collide, we don't kill each other.
Yeah.
You guys left it all out on the track today. I truly appreciate it. That 10th of a second is absolute pure racing magic. So, honestly, congratulations. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you guys on the podium there.
Of course.
Yeah.
Likewise.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Throwing it back up to the booth there.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Jack and GT. Love to hear the insight. Love to hear what the battle was like.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting Drew to have an opportunity to sit down with these racers is, you know, that's everything we've wanted from the racing side of things for those back home who's not here to see these things, to be able to sit down with those racers and delve into their minds a little bit after that race. It's super fun. So thank you, Drew, and having the opportunity.
And Drew, what a great representation of this community and these people, somebody who is deep into it in the e-skate world, and I just love to have him out here. Love Drew.
Yeah, like almost, I wouldn't say almost, I'm pretty sure every last person on the TEF1 crew working here today rides. Yeah. They're all riders. Everyone here knows how to ride, so they all have that insight on how it all works. And you really, as crew, you need to understand how things work. So
some of us just not as good as others.
That's okay. We're all learning, you know. I was at my 3-week mark at one point too. Absolutely.
Have fun though.
Yeah. We got those sportsmen final on that track, and for the first time, they're going through tic-tac-toe and shade. How do you really think that's going to affect them?
Well, it's interesting. I wonder, I mean, obviously the grip we've talked about and how the not having the sunlight on changes that radiant temperature, but also, I mean, how many of these racers have visors that are dark? And now they're going to be racing in more shade, and they're going to have that visor down. They're doing speeds that they want that visor down, but did they have a clear one to throw on?
Exactly. That's the thing. You got to be set up for these things. And knowing with these TEF1 races, they run deep into the day sometimes. Long days of racing. A lot of racers have a secondary visor, a clear and a shaded one. So a lot of those racers hopefully were switching out to those clear visors, but there's a lot of tinted visors out there still.
All right, our racers are making their way through this sighting lap. 5 laps for our EUC Sportsman class main event. It's going to be a battle. I mean, if e-skate was a precursor to what we're about to see here, this is going to be good.
Yes, exactly. Exactly that. Now, running through this sighting lap here, it's a little bit double-edged on what you've got to do. Like, if you're worried about that shade not giving you traction, maybe you do take a couple of those corners a little quick, just to see what it feels like for traction. But also, you want to keep your legs calm. You got 5 full laps coming up for that final. So take it easy a little bit on the sighting lap, but they're having to put a little bit of mental work out there on that sighting lap just to see what the condition is right now.
Yeah, find the grip in some of these corners. Maybe even change that lineup to see if they can get a little more speed with a little less grip. Racers are making their way towards their grid positions right now.
It looks like starting in the front row on the inside would be Cameron Bodwell, who came through to just absolutely destroy his heat race. See who else would be up there at front with him making that work.
All right, our racers are making their way into those grid positions. Our track crew getting them all lined up where they should be. 5 laps to see who takes home the podium out here today for TEF1 NorCal Sonoma Raceway.
Across from Cameron there, you have Justin Davis from Reno, Nevada. So we got Cameron and Justin on that front line, inside, outside. That would be a very good, interesting start to see who's going to pull out to that first corner first and kind of secure that starting position. We almost need to create a name for that position you get right off the start, because it's a big difference in these races.
And it's interesting. You mentioned James Darnell in the back there. Maybe on a different wheel. Maybe on something InMotion.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
probably.
think that is a P6. I believe that he's on Zach Darnell's P6.
I mean, I will confirm that he is.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how it does on the track there. I don't know about rules and regulations and swapping wheels and whatnot, but he's going to make a good run for it out there on that P6.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of launch he can get from the back of the pack. See if he can get up into the mix. Our racers are now in their grid. Our track crew is getting them ready to go. We're about to kick this thing off for our EUC Sportsman final 5 laps. Here we go. And they're off
for the EUC Sportsman final here at Sonoma Raceway with TEF1. Ooh, a couple battle up there in the front. There was a little jostling between the first and the second place. See who comes out to take that position. A little bit of a gap provided because of that little jostling back and forth. And it looks like Cameron and Justin in that second and third position, maybe.
Not far behind. Vladislav is up in that mix as well in fourth place, as they make their way into that GT passing corner right there that we saw in the E-skate race. Lots of speed through that high-speed chicane. 3 of them out in the mix in the front, with Vladislav right behind in fourth place.
Yeah, a lot tighter racing on this so far, or throughout the first lap here. They're keeping it together, but there's a little bit of an exchange in the front there, and they're looking to go back and forth, replacing those positions. But I believe Justin in that third position, just watching it all go down just to see exactly where he can make his move as well.
It looked like Vladislav tried to make a move up into third, into that final corner, making their way onto the home stretch. The 4 of them just moving here. We have a battle out for that top podium.
And it's looking like coming over the line in first place is Cameron, and then Justin Davis in a very close third place.
That's actually Douglas Marshall out there, excuse me, making it known up in fourth place. So Cameron, Justin, Douglas, and Vladislav, our top 4, really separating themselves from the rest of the pack.
And it looks like they were almost being cut off there in second place, having to make a little bit of a decision, and Justin is able to get himself a little bit ahead into that second position.
They're making their way through that GT passing corner into the high-speed chicane. Our top 4 are really mixing it up.
It's great to see that it's not just a runaway race, and we do have a little bit of battles up there in the front. Love to see a couple of exchanging positions. Some great racing out there today.
They make their way through that second hairpin, keeping it tight. The battle for second heating up. Vladislav making a move up into second place. Can he make it stick? No, not able to get through. Coming into that final corner and into the home stretch. Again, 5 laps out here. It is also an endurance race.
And it looks like he is going to make that move on Justin, going neck and neck up into that line there. Justin still ahead over that start-finish line, but Vladislav really, he's putting the pressure on.
Yeah, what a battle for that podium right now. Oh, there he goes on the inside. Vladislav trying to make it stick this time, and he does up in the second place.
And that was the exact corner that he got juked out of his position by Justin. He got it back in that exact same corner, almost correcting his mistake that he made there. A little worried maybe he was going to hit the corner or hit another racer, pulled back a little bit. But there you go, Justin in that third position now.
And Vladislav on that last lap, putting in the fastest lap with 1 minute 15 seconds on that one. So making some moves up in the front.
Yeah, as long as Cameron can keep his cool up there and just hold his pace, they're battling for that second and third position, holding them back a little bit in their overall lap times because they're having to negotiate past everyone. Cameron, long time since he's seen a racing competition around here, and maybe securing a podium position if he can keep it together.
Yeah, long race. Looks like Vladislav's doing his best to try to track him down now as they make their way through that final corner onto the home stretch. Cameron with a lead, but the 2 following him are tightening it up.
Yeah, they go across that start-finish line there. A lot of the other racers racing, and the whole track now is in shade, so they're dealing with those temperature changes, but doing quite well. Nobody has slipped out. It's been a very good, clean race so far.
It looks like that pack is tightening up even more. The top 3 into the tic-tac-toe. We're going to have a battle here in the last few laps. Vladislav trying to track down Cameron Bodwell with Justin Davis right behind him.
Yeah, and that gap is definitely shortening up now that they're not battling one another. We got Justin in that third position just holding out that lead pack. We'll see exactly what's going to happen if they're holding off a little bit, knowing it's 5 laps, holding their position, and knowing they're going to push as Justin tries to push into that corner to get ahead.
Yeah, taking a little too much speed in there, having to back off. But that top 3 right now, Cameron Bodwell, Vladislav, and Justin, that is your podium as of right now, and they are still battling it out to see who takes that top spot.
Like we said before, anything could happen, but sometimes these racers, they surprise you with their own little ulterior motive and plan. So we'll see if those top 3, Vladislav trying to make a move on that first stand position now. Maybe he was holding back for some of these last laps. I see a white flag in hand.
And definitely tightening up as they came through that home stretch into corner number 1. Final lap out here. Can Vladislav track down Cameron?
He's looking like he's doing a great job going into that tic-tac-toe, getting real close. But Justin, he was gapping a little bit behind, but he's starting to catch back up to make it a solid pack again.
Yeah, what a battle with our top 3 out here today in our EUC Sportsman class main event. Final lap. Can Vladislav do anything? Can Justin make a move up on the top 2, or will Cameron Bodwell hold it down and take the W?
Really good, clean racing out there. Love to see it. You hear a lot of beeps out there on the track, so they are pushing it. They're not letting that shade worry them one bit.
Oh, Vladislav is reining him in. It is getting closer and closer. We're on the final lap as they make their way into the final corners. Can he do it? And Justin right behind him, biding his time, trying to find any opportunity. We're on the home stretch. Here they come.
Cameron looking behind him as he comes toward the line. Is he able to hold it? But no, he's not. Cameron coming in that second place position, and Vladislav taking first position in the EUC Sportsman Final.
What a drag to the finish line. Vladislav taking it. Didn't lead a lap the entire time, and he takes the win at the finish line away from Cameron. What a race.
Douglas Marshall and Darnell coming across the line there, but that is calculated racing right there. You notice how long he was behind Cameron, studying him, seeing how fast he would go in certain sections, and lo and behold, wow. Brings it right up to that line. Gilon Thontat going over the line now to finish up his race. What an amazing event as Christina Clark and Andy Zhang come over as well.
Another incredible race at the line. I love it. This is beautiful. So again, Vladislav taking the victory. Cameron Bodwell in second place, and Justin Davis wrapping up the podium for our EUC Sportsman class.
I just want to say we've had 2 finals so far, and they both have been neck and neck with the first and second place, and a surprising finish.
And we have one more.
And we still
we get to do it again.
We still get to do it one more time as we see a collection of those InMotion race suits out there. Some other jerseys popping up. That means the pro race is coming up next.
And it's going to be a good one. But again, what an incredible race there from our EUC Sportsman class. A battle all the way to the finish. And Vladislav just biding his time and finally making a move on that final stretch, and he had the pace.
Hey, we didn't even have to ask him to make it an exciting finish, but here they are really putting it on the line. I'd love to see that. It's so incredible to come to a race and just see them battle it out versus, oh, that person's obviously in first, you know?
Well, and what clean racing start to finish from that top 3. That crew stuck together and they waited. They made some moves on each other, but everything super clean start to finish. What a battle.
You could hear there's a little bit of tension in the air outside. You could feel it. You could hear it. A lot of excitement after that sportsman race. But they all know through that excitement, they're pretty eager for the next one to come up as well.
Again, you have that InMotion race team out here on their P6s already burning some rubber out in front of us, getting those tires heated up.
A Zach Darnell classic. It's something he definitely abides by, you could say, when it comes to his racing. But especially now, he's realized the shade has come in. He doesn't have much when it comes to traction. So
We'll get kicked off here in a few minutes after they interview Vlad.
All right, we're about to get this EUC Pro main event going. Again, 5 laps. Same thing. We're going to run it back again. And these are our fastest EUC racers out here today. So we're going to see some crazy times and some good racing.
Yeah, before those EUC pros get it going, we might have a chance to speak to one of the winners of the last race. But right in front of us now, we got the InMotion race team doing their little pep talk, a little huddle. Their leader, Albert, 2 cells, 1 pack, making sure that his team is ready to go.
You'd love to see it. What an influence this InMotion team has made out here today. Can't wait to see what they do in this EUC Pro main event.
Yeah, some good household names. And a lot of these racers, they were all in different heats. All those InMotion P6 racers did not race against one another. So let's put them head to head, and we're going to figure out who the best ones are out there. And not just the InMotion P6 racers, a whole fleet. We got a whole heat for our final pro race.
We had some fast racers, Show, Scott, Q, who were right neck and neck with some of those InMotion P6s, so we'll see if they have something to say about it. But there definitely seemed to be the class of the field out here today.
Yeah, luckily, I believe we might have an opportunity coming up soon to talk to one of those racers of that EUC Sport. That amazing finish on the exact same line as that eskate finish. So I'm sure what they got to say about that is going to be quite exciting. So we'll take it down to them right now, and you'll hear what they have to say.
We are here with the winner from the EUC Sportsman class. That was absolutely breathtaking racing there. In the last second, you crossed the line there, brother. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling tired. My legs are dying.
I saw you limping off there. It was definitely a leg burner. 5 laps of intense racing. Now, you came back from like 4th place back to 2nd, 3rd. You were going back and forth, wheel to wheel. You had an incredible strategy. How did it feel mentally overall?
I mean, I was trying to catch up to the guy, and I was very slow on the turns, but always trying to catch up on a straight lane. Yeah, it feels really good.
Yeah,
it's so addictive. Yeah.
No, you absolutely did an incredible job there. Really, in that last straightaway, you pulled through, blasting past them. Absolutely beautiful, in my opinion. So, yeah. So, anything else you want to say here?
I want to just say, everybody, thank you. Keep safe and safe Ukraine.
Very important. Thank you so much, guys. Throwing it back up to you in the booth there.
Thanks, Drew.
That was
Thanks,
beautiful racing.
Vladislav. What
Congratulations.
a
Absolutely.
final. What a race. That was just, I want to watch it again. Again and again.
Luckily, you can go back on this YouTube channel, and you can go back, scroll back, and you can watch those races again. Luckily, we're here doing a broadcast. And you could subscribe to the channel, too, so then next time that there's a race, and maybe you didn't register to race it, or you're busy and you couldn't be there, you could watch it.
All right, we're about to get our EUC Pro Racers on track. 5 laps, main event, podium, winner take all. This is going to be good.
Absolutely. Those InMotion racers. We got an Alien Rides racing team out there. We got Turbo out there, Show out there. These are some big household names. Some of the biggest names in EUC racing in North America right now are going to be out there on the track battling it out.
Yeah, the InMotion team out there, some Alien Rides team, the Coffee Run team out there. You'll love to see it. This is going to be fun. See if anyone can stick with those P6s.
Proving to be quite the wheel this weekend, but like we've mentioned before, it's not just the wheel. The people who've been put on top of those wheels and trusted to be on that InMotion race team have proven themselves to be the fastest riders. So they are the fastest athletes themselves on a very superior machine.
Yeah, and it's definitely, I mean, it's a fast wheel. But these guys are also very good at riding these wheels, and they're making it look even better.
100%. And having those race suits, I'm happy they came out with those race suits. It really sets a precedent for everyone else racing that this is what you really need. You want to be racing this fast. You want to be going 60, 70 miles an hour on a track. You really got to make sure that you're geared up properly. Leather is your friend.
All right, our racers are in their grid positions, getting ready to go. Again, a sighting lap to get things going, make sure everything feels good. So we'll have 1 lap around the track and then 5 laps for the main event. We'll figure out our podium out here in our final race at TEF1 NorCal out here at the Sonoma Raceway. What a day it's been, Brett.
Yes, absolutely. Started real early for me and us at the crew. 5 a.m. We're out here making things work.
Little earlier than me.
A little earlier than you. I was going to give you the benefit and let everyone think you weren't. You were out here at 5 a.m. But
I got breakfast. I hung out a little bit.
I did not get breakfast, but I made a lot of the swag bags and stuff for the racers.
And we appreciate you for that.
Oh, that was a fun time.
You're more than just the commentary guy.
Yeah.
You're part of the team.
I love that.
Someone refer to me as just talent.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen that thrown around a couple times. We're good talent, though. It's going to be interesting to see how these pros approach the sighting lap. as they go around, they know more than those sportsman racers most likely on what to do in that sighting lap. So let's see if they're carving it out, seeing just by simple carving if they're going to lose traction, maybe taking a corner a little bit quicker. And hopefully the condition of the track it still looks to be in a great condition. So it's just that shadow that's coming kind of caused a little bit of a worry.
See a little more smoke out there, hear a little more tires getting spun on the ground as well. So, I mean, traction is king out here, especially at the speeds that they're going to be going and taking these corners at. So I am excited to watch this one. And again, if the first 2 races weren't good enough, it's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're progressing into pros and those first 2 races were what they were, it's only going to be more excitement here. You know, if we can make it a photo finish, that is 3 finals with 3 photo finishes. That is absolutely insane. So we'll see what's going to happen here in this final race.
All right, the wheels are being spun out there. So we're waiting for the final call here from our track officials. Like we have the Macarena being done out there in front as well. So everyone's getting hyped up in one way or another.
Yeah, I know if I was out there right now, I would be, resting my legs. Those 5 laps coming up, and you want all of the juice in your legs you possibly can get. See them out there? They're getting ready. Looks like they might be going up for that obligatory media photo on the line. But no, it's a let's go into a sighting lap. They're ready to go. Got Turbo up there touching the start finish, maybe for a little bit of good luck. He's a very tall man, has that opportunity to do that. So immediately you see those InMotion racers, they are carving on that sighting lap, really seeing, trying to gain a little bit of temperature. Wheels, seeing maybe if they slip a little bit, but right now it looks to be gaining temperature type carves.
And what a difference from about an hour ago where we had sun on this entire track. So the radiant temperature has to be colder on that asphalt, on the tarmac out here. So traction's going to be down compared to the last time that these racers were out on track.
There you get a good view of that hill that's behind us there. That's covering up this track in that shade.
What a pack of racers out there. This is going to be fun.
You know, a lot of people years ago looked to what the future of this sport would look like and had visions of exactly that. Those racers going down there in full race suits, geared up, on teams, and ready to go for a pro final race. People years ago were waiting for something like this, and here we are, Sonoma Raceway with TEF1. And we're going to see some pro racing here.
I cannot wait. Been looking forward to this all day. As they make their way through this sighting lap, taking their time, warming up those tires. Interesting bit of strategy. A little slower sighting lap than we've seen from some of the other fields. Everyone's kind of bunched up.
I think a lot of that has to do with gaining temperature back in the wheel. Those guys are going slow. It's a proper speed for a sighting lap, which is good to see. They're not really like racing out there, but there's a lot of carving going on, and they're really trying to get a little bit more temperature in those wheels, and they know what's coming ahead.
All right, this is the best of the best out here in our EUC class. As the racers make their way through this final stretch, the home straightaway, the fans are up on the fence. We're about to get this thing going 5 laps to determine who's going to take it home.
Again, a lot of these racers, they were in different heats, so they didn't have an opportunity to race against one another in order to get up to this position. So some of those races and those heats were faster than others, so I wonder how it all kind of evens out into this final race. Again, looking off that start. Everything comes off of that start. So whoever can make the best work of that, we're going to be looking for Maxwell Berger's kind of style of his start, really getting his head, chest, everything as low down as possible, just extending forward.
Yeah, can someone jump up into the mix with those InMotion P6s up front? Shake it up a bit as they get into that first corner.
Just have race coordination right now, as you can see, lining them up. All the racers getting ready to go. 1 foot on the wheel. See the little red thing on the front of the wheel there? That's their transponder. So that's how they know their timing and everything.
All right, the racers are on their marks. Our track officials are getting them ready to go. We're about to get this thing going. Our pro class for the EUC main event, 5 laps. This is what you've all been waiting for.
I'm sweating and I'm almost ready to stand up, and I hope you're ready to stand up at home too for this EUC Pro Final at Sonoma Raceway with TEF1. And off they go. They're out there racing in the EUC Pro Finals.
Look at the launch from the inside. Max Berger taking the early lead and stretching it out down the hill, and the orange flurry up front of InMotion P6s.
They're just flashing away in that backlight. There's 5 riders up there in the front, just making a little bit of light work out of those first 2 corners, which is almost everything in PEV racing. And you can see that there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 InMotion racers with, I believe that is Mad Max out front.
Mad Max out front, I believe, followed by Brian Dillard in second place as they make their way through this lap into the back-to-back hairpins. The 5 P6s out front, and Max Berger leading them through this first lap.
Yeah, don't forget, first lap of 5 laps. So they got to keep their wits about them for a lot of this, and it looks like Show Scott is going to be the one directly behind that InMotion team in that 6th position, looking to make a move and show that these P6s aren't everything.
So on this backstretch, Max Berger in the lead, coming through that start-finish line.
Then
Followed by Brian Dillard.
Zach Darnell, Aaron Doria, Mari Chacon, then Show Scott. Show Scott is off the track. And that is not a good sign for Show. He was making his way up in that 6th position to go up on those InMotion riders. We'll check to see if he's okay.
So it looks like Max Berger extending that lead out in front of the rest of his teammates. The first of the 5 InMotion P6 teammates out there. So Max in front of Brian Dillard, Zach Darnell, Aaron Doria, and Mario Chacon. And following that pack is Q. So in 6th place, Q.
Yeah, right behind that we've got Turbo, but Show did make his way back on the track. He's making passes in the back, making his way all the way back up to that front. He's passed 1 person already eyeing up the 2nd.
Max Berger extending that lead in front of his teammates. Brian Dillard in 2nd place, followed by Zach Darnell as they make their way towards the home stretch. Carrying so much speed, Max Berger really flying out here.
It is the only series category out here today where they are braking as they get to the start-finish because they need that much time in order to slow down.
And following that top 5 of InMotion athletes, Q, Turbo, and then Kevin Zavala trying to get up in the mix with those orange and black suits.
Yeah, I heard that beeping wheel coming there. I believe it was from Q, pushing real hard, trying to get up there, and not really making too big of a gap between those InMotion first 5.
And again, Mad Max extending his lead out in the front. Absolutely a show of class out here from Maxwell Berger.
He's been someone who's dominated these race scenes over the past year and a bit. He's got a big racing background, really understands racing lines, apexes, when to accelerate, when to brake, and he's just transitioned all of that over into EUC and clearly doing a great job doing it.
And Q trying to track down Mario Chacon at the back of that InMotion pack. But here comes Max Berger through the start-finish line, your leader right now, followed by Brian Dillard, and then Zach Darnell, Aaron Doria, Mario Chacon, and Q.
We are averaging about 1 minute, 10-second laps here, so a little bit slower than their qualifiers and their heats, sitting at that 1:10 mark. But you still hear those beeps as they come over that start-finish line. More racers in the back beeping their wheels.
I wonder if grip is a bit of an issue. Not as much grip coming out of these corners, bringing the lap time down just a little bit. But Max Berger absolutely flying out there. Brian Dillard trying to track him down with the rest of his teammates from InMotion. What a great view of the track there. You can see your leader making his way into that second hairpin.
And I believe we're coming around pretty soon. The race coordination team is going to be grabbing that white flag. And then it is the final lap of this race, which has proven in those other races to be quite exciting.
And here comes Max Berger on that home stretch, taking that white flag. Final lap out here for our EUC Pro main event. Max Berger out in the lead, followed by Brian Dillard and Zach Darnell, your top three as we go into the final lap.
Now, they may be on the same team, but they're still going to duke it out for those prize positions on that podium. Remember, at TEF1, they don't walk home empty-handed on that podium. They're walking away with a couple of prizes. So even though they're on that InMotion team, they're going to want to duke it out for that second and third position, up into that first if they can, for a bit of a better prize.
Max Berger holding it down out in the lead. Brian Dillard in second, trying to track him down, followed by Zach Darnell, your current podium. Aaron Doria in fourth. Can he shake it up with his teammates out here?
Aaron Doria has been known to be someone who's quite methodical on that track. He's a very smart racer. Maybe he's just biding his time before he takes that third position.
And if I remember correctly from New Jersey, he may have snuck across the line right in front of Zach Darnell, right at the finish line with a little premature excitement and celebration. So here they come. Max Berger taking the win out here, followed by Brian Dillard and Zach Darnell, your top three, all InMotion P6.
The InMotion race team coming out to TEF1 out here at NorCal Sonoma Raceway and clutching that victory with Maxwell Berger in the first position, Brian Dillard or B-Rye in the second position, and Zach Darnell in that third position. Just a reminder to everyone, too, Zach Darnell at the SoCal race came first place. So him securing that third place in the NorCal.
Yeah, what a race. What a show of class out there by the InMotion team. Taking it in the top five from the jump and holding it for the entire race.
Looks like Show Scott got pushed out of that position there and ended up finishing in that 10th position. Right after Brian Young and Kevin Zavala in the 8th position, Turbo in the 7th position, Q in the 6th, and Mario Chacon in that 5th, right behind Aaron Doria in the 4th.
And what a race. What a day. What a day of racing. That was so much fun. And InMotion, again, that P6 is something right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much to our broadcast sponsors and to all of our other sponsors really making this happen. We got NOSFET, E-Wheels. We're here at Sonoma Raceway, and it's just a beautiful place to be. Thank you to Next Gen Mobility and Lazy Rolling as our broadcast sponsors. And what a day of racing that was.
Incredible. I wish we did it again tomorrow. Or next week. I wish we did this every week. This is too much fun. But what a venue out here in Sonoma at the Sonoma Raceway. What an event put on by TEF1. Thank you, Meyer. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, everyone involved. Our track crew, DRT Racing, our timing and scoring, everybody involved. What an absolutely incredible day out here.
Yeah, now I don't know if we'll get an opportunity to speak to the winners of that race or not. A lot of commotion at the end of an event here. People are getting ready for the podium ceremonies and whatnot, so we're going to see exactly what the end of the day looks like for us here today.
Yeah, too much fun. I mean, you look back at all of our main events. You look back at the ESK8 main. We had a photo finish. We had an overtake at the end of our Sportsman, but what a day of racing. And I think everyone's walking away and going to want to come back and do this again.
Yeah, 100%. We're very excited to hear what TEF1 might be up to next and where we might find ourselves next. I know I'm going to be there. I wouldn't miss it for anything. The excitement we saw here today is everything that we wanted out of these races. You know, having those photo finishes out of more than one category was just super exciting to be a part of.
Yeah, what a battle and what an event. I mean, the community showing up out here, the fans coming out and watching. We really appreciate everyone showing up. And
they had signs.
Yes, we need more signs. Make more signs. Signs are great. I love signs.
Yeah, so the atmosphere, it just keeps on getting better and better and better at every TEF1 event. Makes me super excited for the next event, so keep your eyes peeled for something like that. Subscribe to the channel. Go over their Instagram. Make sure you like and follow their Instagram. They're giving all the fun tips down there. But I noticed right in front of our production booth here, we may have witnessed a Maxwell burger come into sight.
Max sighting. Again, you guys are in that chat right now. Drop where you want the next TEF1 to be.
Yeah.
Get in there and say, I want it in Vegas. I want it in Dubai. But I think we're going to send it down to the third member of our crew, Drew with Max Burger.
Welcome back to Trackside with the winner, the EUC Pro Mad Max on the P11. Dude, congratulations out there. You are dialed in. How do you feel right now?
Dude, it felt great. It felt amazing. The wheel is dialed, no issues. Like, it felt like butter.
Listen, skill is more important because the wheel can take you only so far, but you clearly show a design for Apex. For all of you, I think, like almost racing lines. You were absolutely beautiful out there. I mean, you have years of racing behind you. Like, what's the experience background here?
I've been riding EUC for about a little over 2 years. Before that, I did like mountain biking and dirt biking and kind of led here.
Absolutely insane. That's only been 2 years and you're out here just ripping on a 90-mile-an-hour wheel.
I gotta give it to like the people at Intro to Speed, like Mario, like all of those fast people. Riding with fast people makes you fast. Like there is nothing that like is as big as that.
I mean, clean sweep by Team InMotion right now. So, I mean, literally P1 all the way through. That was absolutely insane to see you guys. Literally a fleet of orange just blazing around that track, all of you pushing each other, reaching incredible speeds. But clearly you had that beautiful lead out there. Congratulations on that. I really applaud you, man. Looking forward to seeing you on that podium. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. Throwing it back to you.
Well, what a day it's been. And you've been in those comments or down there in that YouTube all day laying down what you think about this. So what did you think about that event in the chat? Let us know. And what did you think, Pete? They're getting ready for the podiums out there now. They're all excited. We hear them cheering. Some of those racers are pretty good.
I'm excited to get out there, watch those podiums. What a great day of racing, start to finish. I mean, we started things off with a spec race, something that we've never had here at TEF1. We had Stooge out here, Stooge Raceboards, Mo Stooge with spec boards out here and seeing a completely different style of racing than we're used to seeing. And then all the way through the day, all the way to our main events, but also that Future Legends race, giving more opportunities to other racers out here. If you guys are in the chat, if you guys are watching this, you got to come out to one of these. This is one of the most fun events I've ever been to and been a part of, and we'd love to see you. I mean, these things are awesome.
Absolutely. Like, it was such a good vibe here all day. Like, the environment was great. Everyone was so positive. It's everything that this PEV community is. And if you're in the community, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's all about love. It's all about respect. We're vulnerable on these machines. So we all realize that. And we came together today. There was no like real big crashes or disagreements. It was just sportsmanship. It was racing, sportsmanship, and I think it's fair to say there is a large group of athletes out there. These people are athletes.
And it's something to be said about TEF1 putting it on at a very legitimate racetrack and having these opportunities for legitimate racing to happen where you can have good passes, where you can have good racing, where it's not pushing and shoving in a parking lot, where you're on an actual track out here and putting down some serious lap times and doing some serious racing. So I can't wait for the next one. I mean, I look forward to this every however many months. Let's do them a little closer so we have more of them, because I want to do this more often.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a lot for these racers they've got to do to prep up for the next competition too. So now that they're done, sure, they're going to be packing their wheels up, but a lot of them probably learned a lot of things on that track today on how to adjust their setups and change them, maybe realizing they need a new wheel. They're going to go out and buy maybe a new InMotion, whatever it is. So the next race is going to be a very exciting one I'm definitely looking forward to as well.
And I can't wait for the response from the industry. I mean, you see what InMotion did here. You see coming out here with a race team, with a race wheel, something that was obviously dominant, and putting the right people on it. I mean, are we going to see some of these other companies respond? Are we going to see more race teams? Are we going to see faster wheels coming out of these other places? I mean, I can't wait to see it.
Exactly that, and we've seen it already. It's this is one of the first times, or if not the first time, that a manufacturer has created a race team. But we've seen race teams for a couple of years now, and just helping out with that logistical support, getting them the hotels and the flights or the drive out here, whatever it takes, getting their devices out here. Those teams are crucial, and hopefully we see more and more of those teams and bringing it up to the level where it's not just InMotion unveiling a new machine and creating an amazing team. It's these teams coming out, and the team rapport has made some of these events, more and more and more exciting to watch.
Yeah, 100%. And again, another shout out to Alien Rides, our logistics sponsor out here, getting these wheels and these equipment out from across the country, from across North America, and even further in some instances, and getting people racing on their own equipment so they have a chance out here against everyone else. And I mean, can't say it enough. If you have not been to an event like this, I mean, this is something over the last couple of years has been new to me. Being a part of this community and going to the group rides and riding around, trying different things, seeing what everyone else does, it's been incredible. It's been awesome for me to become a part of. I mean, this is something I do every day now. And it's something I didn't even know about 3 years ago. And now I'm a part of it. And I really appreciate the community and everyone, you. And man, I love it. It's so much fun.
I love hearing that, because I've been around for doing this for almost a decade now, riding around and doing these things, and I've helped grow a community back in Toronto, and just hearing those sentiments where it's like, this has literally changed me. Like, it has changed my life. It has made my life not worse, better.
Yeah.
In many ways, and it's simply just a device. It's a mobility device. That's all it is. But there's more to it, right?
It's a key. It's a key to a community. I mean, it's a tool that just introduces you to something different and something I never thought I'd be a part of. And now, I mean, it's incredible. It's so much fun, and I can't say it enough. Get out to one of these events. I mean, if you're part of this community already, you got to get out here. You have to come to one of these, whether you're a racer or a fan and just want to be a part of it, get out here. It's worth coming.
100%. And if you're already in that chat or you've been to a TEF1 race before, muster up your friends. Tell them what it's like. It's not just, here, go watch this. This was cool because of this, and because it truly is. And I go home and I tell all my friends that same thing. So, like, if you feel that sentiment sitting in that chat today, tell your friends and be like, well, you got to see what TEF1 has done, and you got to go out there and do it the next time. There was a few racers out there this time who had never raced before but had been community members for a long time, just racers. One example being Q.
Yeah.
Came out here and just absolutely did a great job.
Oh, he's a rocket.
Absolutely.
And I mean, if you're watching this at home and you're fast, get out here. Give it a try. I mean, this is the safest environment to try it. You're with a community of like-minded people that want to do it as well. And I mean, I can't say it enough. It's incredible. But I mean, we are getting close to our podium, and I can't wait to see all the celebration, all the crews moving back behind the building right now towards that podium. And Oh, it's going to be great.
Yeah, it should be exciting. But going back to speak on your one thought there, you don't always have to wait for the next TEF1 event. A lot of these racers, I'm pretty sure every last one of these racers was training up into this moment. So go get some soccer cones that you find at your local department store or whatever type sporting store. Go to an empty parking lot you have permission to be in or safe enough to be in, and train. Get yourself ready. Encourage a lot of your friends to get out there, because that's what all these racers out here today, that's all they've done.
Yeah, and these communities, I mean, the group rides and everything, that's your in with all this. Start there, and I mean, start an intro to speed where you live. Get it going. I mean, if you want to race, you want to keep going faster what you're doing, start one.
Yeah, 100%. I was not able to be on that ride last night without Alien Rides, and I showed up and I said, hey, I don't have a wheel, but the community's so great. Alien Rides is great, and they really just helped me get on that ride. So even if you don't have a wheel, just talk to the people you know who do it, and they'll help you out.
Another shout out to all of our event sponsors out here: NOSFET, eWheels, Speedboards, Power Knobs, Draggy Motorsports, Zeus Cycles, Stooge Raceboards, and Next Gen Mobility as well. I mean, you look at InMotion, our title sponsor out here, Alien Rides, like you were saying, logistics partner, as well as our group ride sponsor. I mean, what an
Lazy
event.
Rolling as our broadcast sponsor, Power Knobs, of course, in there, and Mad eskate, Riptide Sports helping out with that spec division.
Yeah, thank you for jumping in there. My eyes and my mouth are starting to disconnect a little bit. It's been a day.
Yeah, we've been looking at documents. The amount of information they provided us is just incredible in order to cover this event. So thank you for everyone, the racers who filled out your bios and stuff. That's not just for the TEF1 people. That's for us to get to know.
That's
you.
huge. Yeah.
Yeah, and get to know what type of a racer you are and stuff like that. So having all that information made the world of a difference. But of course, by the end of the day, your eyes are going a little bit square looking at these pages, going ooh. And but it's been a great time, Pete. Like being next to you,
it's always fun.
For another kick at the can.
I think this one was more fun.
Yeah,
I think this one was more fun.
The last event we dealt a lot with weather.
Yeah, a little less thunderstorms this time.
Yeah.
All right, Brett. Thank you so much for doing this with me. Couldn't do it without you.
Absolutely.
And we're gonna send it out to our podium and to the rest of our crew for the podium. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right, so we're all set to do the podiums now. But before we get started, we do want to give, first of all, y'all a round of applause, all the racers, for coming out today. All the spectators for showing up and cheering you guys on, obviously. Thank you to Sonoma Raceways for having us, for hosting us, for being down for us to throw an event like this, something they've never done before, and they were super stoked about it. So we're super happy to be here, and we do hope to come back in the future. That being said, we are going to do the podiums now. We're going to start with the InMotion Future Legends, because although they were battling for an EUC, a V9, presented by InMotion. Shout out to InMotion. How many times do I have to say that? We are going to do a top three. So Henry Chin, I believe, got first. Is that correct? Henry Chin? Where's he at? Get on the podium, please. Awesome. Second to him was Sunwoo Kwok. So close yet so far. Is Sunwoo Kwok here? Making his way down. There he is. Team Alien Rides represent. And last but not least, Kota Nagayama. You know he went hard with that shirt. You know he went hard. So congratulations to the 3 podium winners of the InMotion Presents Future Legends race. We hope to do this again in the future. did they get their? Oh, they don't have medals. That's right. You guys don't get medals. You just get trophies. Sorry, my bad. Yes, please. Yeah, you do that off air. So also, real heads up before we continue, I just wanted to mention that all the winners on the podium today are going to get some extra products from PidZoom provided by our good friends at Next Gen Mobility. Rob here has been fantastic. He has not only sponsored the event, but he has also supported us on many levels. Today, he supplied you all with water. He hydrated y'all with his hydration station, which was probably like a phenomenal thing we got to bring back, Rob. We got to bring back the hydration station. So congratulations to the three of you. And Rob, if you want to give away their PidZoom products, they could walk on off the podium and work their way back into the crowd and get some photos and stuff too. And thanks again to InMotion. Albert had a big part to play with InMotion being our title sponsor, and having the Future Legends was partly his idea, so I commend that, and I just want to give props where props are due. Get up here, Albert. Take a photo with these guys too. Why not? All right, now y'all get off the podium. It's other people's turns. All right, before we continue on the rest of the podium, it is vital to obviously thank all our sponsors, not just the ones from the InMotion Future Legends. So I just want to briefly go through the sponsors that we had for this event, who really made this thing happen. So obviously our title sponsor, InMotion, we can't thank them enough. They've done a fabulous job for us, helping us out. Lazy Rolling and Robin back in Sweden. He couldn't be here, but you know, they constantly support us, and they were a co-broadcast sponsor along with Rob and Next Gen Mobility. And if y'all missed the live stream, you go on the TEF1 website and you watch that live stream, because we picked it up a notch. It looks killer. And it's all thanks to Rob from Next Gen and also Lazy Rolling. They did a great job. Not just that, our production crew who are behind the cameras in this booth. You guys didn't see them, but Revo Productions, thank you guys so much. Revo Studio, you guys are amazing at your jobs, and we really appreciate it, and we saw that today. Another one of our sponsors that we want to give a shout out to is Power Knobs. They were kindly enough to sponsor us and also provide us with some Power Knob gear. So I think some people are going to win that there. Speedboards jumped on board last minute. Dave is all the way back there. David, thank you so much. And they competed for the first time at TEF1 with their two-wheeled boards. It went well, in my opinion. I thought it was pretty cool to see. He got 5th place. Next year, you'll get first, my man. And, of course, Alien Rides. I can't thank them enough. Local, obviously. Helping out with the group ride, helping support and spread the word. You know, like doing so many things for us. Also providing the funds for the group ride prizes. All of those things. And Kevin, wherever you are, and the rest of the Alien Rides team. There he is, Kevin. Thank you so much. And they really do go above and beyond to help spread the word. I think they were even handing out posters and stuff. Oh, Christina Clark, I'm going to give you a shout out too for all the efforts that you gave in spreading the word. And then we did for the first time a spec race. It was something that we kind of like really winded through. It was kind of a last minute thing that we did, and we were working really hard at doing that. And we were partnered up with Stooge Raceboards. Mo, wherever you are, Mo, I don't know if you're here. He usually sails into the sunset, but wherever he is, Mo, thank you so much. Oh, he's in the corner probably getting some work done. Okay, cool. There he is. So thank you to the real legend of the sport, Mo. For those of you who don't know, in my opinion, TEF1 wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Mo, to be quite honest. He started this whole racing scene. I raced with him in 2017, and he blew me away. So I never raced again after that. I was like, what's the point? I'm just going to lose every time. And he was working alongside Mad ESK8 and Riptide. So they purchased the slot for the spec race to happen. So shout out to Mad ESK8 and Riptide Sports for providing help and assistance with that. Next up, we also have eWheels, who provided an in-kind sponsorship of an EUC that we will be giving away. NOSFET as well, who did the live stream EUC giveaway. So we gave away an EUC on the live stream. I know who the winner is. I think I might tell you guys a little bit later. Yeah. And last but not least, we have Zoo Cycles and Draggy. So Zoo Cycles has provided an e-bike for the raffle worth $2,300. I think it's a Volcon Brute or Brat. Correct me if I'm incorrect or whatever. So yeah, thank you to all those sponsors. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate your help. I do also want to take some time and a moment to thank our volunteers, because this is something that, you know, it's not easy to just give up part of your day or an entire part of your day and stand in the sun, in the field, and just flag and all that stuff. So I do want to give a shout out to our flaggers, Tiffany and Trung, for coming out. Where are they? They're right here, wearing the white. Super enthusiastic team. They even helped with registration, and I can't commend them enough. Steve, where's my homie Steve? There he is, Steve. Steve helped us out at SoCal. And he reached out to me and was like, I want to help out again, make it happen. And he came out, and thank you so much. He brought his lovely wife, and it was great. Thank you so much, Steve. I really appreciate it. We got the rest of our team here. I'm going to start at the top with our CEO, the man that sort of made all of this happen and kind of brought the vision to life, Abby Chaskar. I don't like to toot my own horn, but I am second in line. Mara Sadie, I'm the COO of TEF1. Alex Shee, who's our sponsorship lead, we brought him on for this event specifically, and I'm pretty sure he's part of the team, has essentially been part of the team since then, has had so many struggles with me. I work so closely with you. I love you, man. Thank you so much for everything you do. Alex Shee. A few of our hardest workers. It's really hard being in that sun. I stand in it for a little bit of the day. I can't imagine being in it all day. And one of the people who have to be in it all day is Jonathan Hall, our race operations lead. Brian Taylor, who assisted him and accompanied him. And then we're going to go on to our media team. We have Drew Alia. Where's Drew? Drew's right here with the camera. Media team is doing his job. Thank you for conducting those awesome live stream interviews today. And then we got Brett Brownlee and Pete Arnson, our two commentary team from the live stream. We'd also like to thank DRT Racing for timing and scoring for the racers, making sure our times are accurate. And our drone operators who made our live stream shine that much more, Hudson and Ryan. And you know, our videos would not be anything without really good B-roll. And if there's one person who takes really good B-roll, it's Corey Garside, our other media team member. And last but not least, of course not least, because he's like #1 on my list as far as my favorite team members, Kwong for photography. All right, and now before we do get into the rest of the podium, I do want to mention, so we were giving away an EUC on the live stream. Some of you may have taken part, but a bunch of people on the live stream did take part. It's presented by NOSFET as well as Next Gen Mobility, kind of in hand together. And the winner of that, do you want to know? Yes. Kelly McFarland. So Kelly, we have your email. We're going to be reaching out to you via email, and we're going to ship that to you. I believe she's from Indianapolis. Yeah, I think so. All right, so let's move on to the rest of the winners here. We're going to start with the e-bike category. In first place, Nicholas Torres. Come on down.